Chapter 58, Chapter 58, The contract is finalized. Review campaign. Love the story? Leave a review and I'll unlock one extra chapter for every review. Let's hit those milestones together. Your feedback keeps the chapters coming. Oh, send a file to that Arasaka spy in HR. Tell him to start poaching key personnel from Arasaka Corporation. The thought suddenly came to Roland, and he instructed Lysandra. Understood. Truthfully, Roland enjoyed using these spies. Since he already knew every one of their identities, all he had to do was keep them away from the truly sensitive secrets and give them some encouragement now and then. In return, they would work their hearts out, trying to win his trust, much more useful than ordinary employees. As for eliminating all the spies, sure, he could. But that wasn't realistic. If he stopped feeding those megacore any intel at all, they'd blow up immediately. And with his current strength, if they really got angry, he'd probably be forced into guerrilla warfare against them. After wrapping up the company matters, Roland headed out to meet with the manager of Matter Industries' local branch. Meanwhile, inside the company, Morinoki Ichii, acting under Roland's authorization, immediately uploaded all relevant intel to Arasaka's information department. Kuroda received it as well. Poaching Arasaka Corporation's key personnel. Kuroda narrowed his eyes slightly, already seeing through Roland's intention. Expansion. He had no plans to interfere. In fact, he was prepared to lend Roland a hand. After all, with the situation as it was, project growing stronger in this region would make Arasaka's own operations smoother. As for whether the project might get out of hand later, Kuroda was confident that as long as Arasaka's grand plan succeeded, such a problem would never arise. Assist them. Give certain people inside Arasaka a few hints. If possible, convert them into Arasaka assets first, then let them join Project Corporation. Yes, understood. Long time no see, Roland. Wade greeted him with a faint smile, taking a small sip of tea as he looked over. Roland sat casually across from him, picked up his own cup, took a sip, and raised an eyebrow. Yeah, still nowhere near the real thing. You say that like you've ever tasted authentic tea. Wade rolled his eyes and leaned back in his chair. So? What brings you here this time? A collaboration. Actual business this round. Roland chuckled and handed over a chip. He'd known Wade for quite a while. Shortly after founding the company, his first raw material supplier had been Wade. Wade saw project's potential at a glance and was happy to build a relationship. One of the reasons Roland liked working with him was that Wade was generous, one of Night City's rare honest business owners. For example, during their very first partnership, Wade didn't gouge him too hard. Well, not completely. The most absurd part was that after signing the contract, Wade directly told him exactly how much he had been overcharged, leaving Roland utterly speechless. Actual business? Unless you're here to hand me money. Wade muttered, then took the chip from Roland and slid it into the slot. After scanning the contents, he shot Roland a suspicious look. You really need this much? Careful you don't bite off more than you can chew. And are you sure your cash flow can handle it? Relax. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't confident. But since I'm giving you a batch of security robots, shouldn't you give me a little discount? Roland grinned and rubbed his fingers together. If you give me one of those Imperial Guard robots in your specs, maybe I'll consider a discount. Wade pointed at the chip without hesitation. Sure, give me the discount first, then I'll actually have the money to build it. You brat, trying to con me, hey. Wade laughed and scolded lightly, the orange glow in his cyber eyes flickering. All right. I've already told my people to draft a contract. You'll get to look it over shortly. Let me know if anything needs adjusting. Thanks, Wade. Next time, I'll bring you some real tea. Oh, please. Just give me the money. I'll buy it myself at an auction. Wade rolled his eyes again, then his expression shifted into something more serious. I heard you've been getting pretty close to Arasaka lately. Roland froze for a moment, then leaned back and nodded. That's right. I need their strength to accomplish certain goals. I see. Well, let me give you a reminder: be careful. Arasaka, they're wolves that swallow bones whole. Wade nodded, his tone heavy with implication. Relax. I know what they're like. If you ever need help, you can come to me. I'm still under Petrochem, after all I can lend a hand. I appreciate it. But the enemy I'm dealing with right now is tricky. Best not get involved. Roland smiled. The contract arrived shortly after, his cybernetic eye scanned it in an instant. He signed his name and stamped his authentication mark. Wade casually stamped his own mark and tucked the contract into a drawer. All right, that's that. Get lost. Kicking me out after I bring you business? Heartless, Wade. Out. Out. Chuckling, Roland left the room and returned to his AV. He glanced at the AV beneath him and suddenly felt he should really buy one or several of his own. Renting one every time he went out was getting ridiculous. Guess this is the price of being a hands-off boss. The company's got way too much going on. With a resigned sigh, Roland made a mental note to have someone buy a few second-hand or even third-hand AVs. Good AVs were expensive, and the company was tight on funds while expanding. Saving money where he could was necessary. Older model vehicles weren't a bad option either. They could always be refurbished at the factory. Once he acquired projects car and AV blueprints later, it wouldn't matter anyway. Hell, he could even start selling AVs to cover expenses. And speaking of that, Roland suddenly remembered Night City's security force, the NCPD. Maybe he could get involved with the NCPD too. Provide some additional security support. All, of course, for the safety of Night City. Really? 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Fuming with Rage. Bang! Who's behind all this? Find out now. If you can't give me an answer, then every last one of you can get out. Brown drew in a deep breath, his expression dark as he glared at the intelligence department staff. None of them dared raise their heads. Their business had taken a devastating hit lately. The firearms sector they once dominated had been crushed by Project Corporation's new line of weapons. They knew very well that even Arasaka and Kongtao struggled to match the performance of Project's firearms. But those megacorps had massive markets and customer bases, so they weren't too worried. Besides, Project already collaborated with them if needed, they could simply purchase the technologies. So Kongtao and Arasaka shifted directions, abandoning huge chunks of the firearms market to focus on armed mercenaries and security services instead. But then out of nowhere a company named Night Owl appeared, aggressively targeting their security contracts while fielding extremely powerful firepower. And on top of that, headhunters had recently been poaching key personnel from Luvina Technologies. Brown felt the pressure mounting. He just wanted to find whoever was pulling the strings so he could. The thought twisted his face into something feral. If they weren't going to leave him a way out, then he'd flip the whole damn table. He had a guess the most likely culprit was Project Corporation. But he didn't dare act without confirmation. If he was wrong and picked the wrong fight, he'd be finished. He still held on to a tiny sliver of hope. After settling the raw materials issue, Roland began building relationships with several Night City Council members. Everyone knew how things worked with politicians in this city. But the officials clearly wanted to squeeze him, dodging him for days under excuses of business trips or urgent matters. In short, they refused to meet. Roland only snorted coldly and assigned a small task to his newly formed squad. Kiwi blinked as a notification appeared in the corner of her HUD, then looked back at Violet and Tina. Our boss just sent us a mission. We're to dig up dirt on a councilman named Willie Amster and deliver him a little gift. Sounds like it's not going to be easy, Tina muttered, immediately pulling up his information. Yet, the difficult part is finding his dirt and then slipping into his house without anyone noticing to deliver the package. Kiwi nodded. You two handle the first part. The second part's easy for me. Get to work, the night owl robot will support you with hacking. Understood. Tina nodded. Since joining the team, she'd been in charge of net running. Night owl bots specialized in basic intrusions and providing computational support. After experiencing their processing boost, Tina had become completely hooked. The sudden jump in hacking speed felt intoxicating. What about me? Violet pointed at herself, looking confused. The boss wants you to keep resting and training. He says it's for your next round of upgrades and missions. Kiwi scratched her cheek and smiled awkwardly. Violet let out a helpless sigh. Roland did have a reason he planned to exchange for the judgment template next. It was the cheapest one. He regretted not noticing earlier, but he still wasn't planning to use it on himself. Equipping a female hero's template felt weird, even if it didn't change his gender. It just felt wrong. Judgment was cheap for a reason. Roland suspected it relied less on cyberware and more on genetics and raw physical strength. His plan was to save up and install Judgment on Violet. Having only one purification in the project squad felt too sparse. After wrapping up Kiwi's assignment, Roland headed to a ward deep inside the secret factory. Medical robots busied themselves inside. Only one person lay there, the man Roland had rescued from the All Foods factory. His limbs had healed, though his face looked unsettling due to the regenerative agent's side effects. Several damaged organs had been replaced with cybernetic ones. His vitals had stabilized. But Roland sighed at the empty, lifeless eyes staring back at him. The man's consciousness had been destroyed by torture. This left Roland with a headache. He coveted the power of Project Destruction, and since he didn't know if he'd ever find another compatible host, he wanted to keep this one alive. But if he installed the template and the key now, the host would be left without consciousness, nothing more than a life-sized figurine with destructive power he couldn't use. If he installed the template without the key, the man would almost certainly become a real pike, a vengeful madman targeting Project Corporation. Roland sighed again, patted the man's shoulder, and left. Another task awaited him. A task he had assigned long ago. Soon, Roland boarded an AV headed toward the outskirts, specifically, the junkyard on the border between the wasteland and Night City. He had stationed people and robots there for a long-term recovery operation, searching for the Bart moss that had been left frozen inside one of the refrigerated units. It was time to see the results. Oh, worth mentioning, through intermediaries, Roland had purchased 5 AVs. 2 were relatively new third-hand models which hurt his wallet more than he liked. The other 3 were cheaper, older vehicles that had been repaired multiple times, practically junkers but shockingly affordable. All 5 were sent to the factory for modifications. The better 2 were assigned, one for Roland himself, the other for the project squad. The remaining 3 were given to key personnel, used to transport security robots and important equipment, and deployed for expensive security contracts. Chapter 60, An Unexpected Windfall. Outside the city walls, the junkyard stretched out in a wasteland of rot. Piles of discarded junk rose like mountains, reeking with a foul, lingering stench. Yet amid this desolation, a single structure stood out sharply from its surroundings. A deep hum suddenly rolled through the air as a brand new AV drifted into view above the workshop. The craft bristled with heavy weaponry, and an inverted triangle emblem gleamed prominently on its tail, an emblem the workshop staff instantly recognized. Project Corporation's mark? Is that AV from Project Company people? What are they doing here? Their confusion was understandable. Ever since Roland founded this workshop, he'd never planned to draw attention. Other than the manager, no one else knew the place was affiliated with Project Corporation. To them, the workshop was nothing special, just another outfit scouring junkyards for valuable scraps or specific items requested by customers. Not much different from the other local forces. If there was anything special, it was the firepower. Their workshop had unusually strong security backed by a batch of combat-ready robots. While the employees whispered among themselves, the AV slowly descended and came to a steady landing in front of the workshop. The doors hissed open, and two towering robots stepped out. Their angular frames, metallic plates, and single red ocular lenses swept across the area with cold precision. They were the Imperial Guard units Roland had manufactured from the schematics he'd acquired, robots equipped with extensive security protocols, heavy combat power, and a core directive to protect their employer at all costs. Built from a unique alloy developed in the Project universe, they possessed exceptional defensive strength paired with advanced intelligence. In short, they were near-perfect bodyguards. Their only flaw was the high price tag. Their standard armaments included the Jamil 4 charged rifle and Jamil 3 charged shotgun. Nearby security robots from other workshops noticed the disturbance and quickly approached, but as soon as they identified the Imperial Guard logo and the personnel inside, they backed off, gradually forming a loose protective perimeter. People scattered across the neighboring junkyards also heard the commotion. Since such areas were usually deserted, this sort of event was rare. Still, everyone instinctively kept their distance. Nobody wanted to get shot for accidentally wandering too close. If someone died in a junkyard, who would even bother to ask why? Naturally, the workshop manager noticed the commotion as well. The moment he saw Roland stepping out of the AV, he hurried forward with a flattering grin. "Boss! Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have prepared a proper welcome for you." Roland gave him a brief glance, ignoring the flattery. He tilted his chin toward the interior. "Inside?" "Oh yes, yes, of course." Mix froze for a moment before smiling and nodding repeatedly. He jogged ahead to lead the way, while the two Imperial Guard robots followed closely. One kept its red lens locked onto Mix as he moved. Skin complete. Subject, Mix. Male. Right arm, cosmetic-grade cyberware. Internal organs replaced with cybernetic equivalents. Right eye, Kiroshi optics. No combat implants or explosives detected. Threat level, 0.5. Roland followed Mix into his office. He sat down directly in the main seat, then picked up a physical book from the desk, raising an eyebrow. "Didn't expect you to have such refined taste buying paper books." As he spoke, he glanced around. The office was surprisingly well decorated. Clearly a lot of effort or money had gone into it. "Boss, let me explain." Mix's face drained instantly, turning pale as chalk. Sweat trickled down his forehead as his mouth went dry. "You don't need to explain anything," Roland said flatly. "I just want to know whether you've finished what I asked." He shot Mix a sideways look. Roland didn't bother pressing the issue. If the man had used his funds without delivering results, Roland would show him exactly what corporate power meant. Mix immediately wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes. I've been working on it. I've already found a few things." "Oh." Roland's interest was piqued. He set down the book and walked toward Mix. "Then take me to the basement. Show me what you found." A series of beeps sounded as a code was entered. The heavy door slowly ground open, and a wave of rot washed over Roland, making him frown on instinct. Cold lights flickered on, revealing a basement packed full of bizarre freezers stacked haphazardly across the room. "Boss, just like you ordered, I gathered every freezer that might contain the body of a netrunner." Mix spoke carefully as he stepped forward. "Good work. You can leave." Roland exhaled deeply, gesturing toward the door. Honestly, he was grateful this idiot hadn't opened them otherwise. With Mix's recklessness, he might have killed himself with whatever biohazards were sealed inside. Mix quickly obeyed, stepping out and finding himself locked in a staring contest with one of the Imperial Guard robots stationed at the entrance. Roland remained inside with the other unit. System, it's been a while since you've had anything to do. Scan the place for Bart Moss's freezer. This should count as changing the plot, right? Affirmative. The scan finished swiftly, but the result left Roland with a strange expression. There was no Bart Moss freezer here. Instead, the scan had found something else, someone else far more interesting. Bring me that freezer in the corner. Roland pointed, and the Imperial Guard robot obeyed. Thud. With a heavy crash, the freezer was placed before him. Roland opened it slowly. Inside lay the pale corpse of a silver-haired woman. What drew his attention most was the absence of her consciousness. Her mind was gone, leaving only the lifeless body behind. She was a compatible host for Project Spirit. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, Search and Conflict. System, can someone who's already dead still become a compatible host? Roland stared at the body on the floor, long cold, unable to hold back the soul-deep question. If it were any other template, no. And, she isn't actually dead. She's become a free-floating AI. Like Bart Moss. Roland narrowed his eyes. To be honest, if she were like Bart Moss, he'd still feel a bit wary. Similar, but not the same. Her situation is far less fortunate than Bart Moss. Finding her will require your own effort. Roland rubbed his chin. After Bart Moss died, the Netwatch side erected the Blackwall, cutting off rogue Ace. Those outside couldn't get in, and those inside couldn't get out. Or rather, getting out wasn't impossible, but it came with extremely high risk. And since this female netrunner had turned into an AI inside the local network, she would avoid attracting Netwatch attention at all costs, meaning she definitely wouldn't dare touch the Blackwall. Maybe she's still somewhere in Night City's network. The thought flashed through Roland's mind. Either way, someone needed to be sent to track her down. The company's cybersecurity team, plus Tina. And he could have Lyssandra's AI control Yin's body to boost computing power, then dive into the net to search. Once he brought her into the company, he'd have another secretary. My name is Kelly Jones. I'm about 21. I'm a netrunner and an outsider. Worth mentioning, during a previous job, some netrunner fried my brain. Just when I thought I was done for, I somehow slipped into the net. At first I thought it was just a dying hallucination, but by chance I saw the outside world through the eyes of a home assistant robot. And that's when I realized I had become an AI. I don't know how it happened, but honestly, it doesn't feel bad. At least no one can control me. I feel like I'm a god in this world, able to see anything I want. Those skilled netrunners who once terrified me are no match for me now. That lasted until I met people from a corporation. Only then did I learn that strong netrunners could control Ace, an unsettling revelation. Later, I even saw traces of the legendary Netwatch. So I decided to keep a low profile in Night City. I secretly took over a discarded robot and pretended to live like a normal person. I just don't know how long I can keep this up. I can feel Netwatch drawing closer. I'm scared. I finally got a second chance at life. I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to keep seeing this world and learning more. That's my message to the world. If you're reading this, it means Netwatch or the corporation has already found me. Wish me luck. Kelly took a deep breath and embedded her message into a program. If she didn't activate it for a set amount of time, the program would automatically distribute it. But the distribution range was intentionally small. She didn't want it mistaken for malware and deleted. If that happened, then after her death, there would truly be no trace of her left in this world. After storing Kelly's body, Roland ordered an investigation into her identity. Preserving the body wasn't due to any strange fetish. He simply needed a physical vessel for applying templates later. Without it, he'd be scrambling. Besides, keeping her body intact should score him some goodwill, probably. While Roland was handling things at the junkyard workshop, over at Luvina Tech, Brown was staring grimly at the latest intel reports. He drew a long breath, eyes blazing as he glared at the people before him. Good. Since we've confirmed Project Corporation is behind this, do I even need to say more? His subordinates exchanged helpless looks, then shook their heads. Seeing this, Brown let out a small breath of relief. He had worried his people were reaching their limit, which would have spelled disaster. In that case, start the operation. If Project wants a fight, we'll fight to the end. If they won't let me live in peace, they're not getting a damn thing from us. After the meeting ended, several Luvina Tech executives quietly gathered together. They eyed one another, each trying to guess the other's thoughts. Things aren't looking good for the company. Yet. Brown's been irrational lately. He's going to drag all of us down. All right, no need for riddles. Someone's already contacted you too, right? The third man spoke expressionlessly. The other two froze for a beat, then exchanged calm, unreadable looks. Arasaka. Yet. That's right. Then the conclusion's obvious. There's no point staying on a sinking ship. But we need to demonstrate our value to Project Corporation. Bring our armed squads over and join Project. It's the most straightforward move, keeps our business intact and raises our standing within the project. Good idea. Done. As for Brown, let him drown in his hatred. The orange glow faded from Roland's eyes. He rubbed his chin. Another useful piece of intel. Arasaka had beaten Project to the punch, poaching their people first and planting them as spies. If Roland hadn't been cautious, Lysandra would have discovered them. He quietly added to his notebook, marking the names of the 3 Luvina executives. That way he'd know exactly which workhorses could be pushed to the extreme. Looks like Brown doesn't want to play by the rules anymore. He wants to flip the table. With that thought, Roland immediately called Violet. Violet, I need you to take a squad of night owl robots and security bots on AV patrol. If any of our people come under attack, you must reach them as fast as possible. Understood. On my way. Roland nodded. He wasn't too worried about Violet, though she hadn't loaded the judgment template yet. He had fully upgraded her gear. Otherwise, relying only on Kiwi for field operations would be a problem. Chapter 62, The Assault. Mix, you did a decent job, but you need to keep working. I still haven't found what I'm looking for. After having the Imperial Guard robots store Kelly's body, Roland left the basement and addressed Mix, who was still standing by the door. Hearing Roland's words, Mix immediately brightened with relief. He had been terrified that his boss might be dissatisfied and decide to recycle him as scrap on the spot. And one more thing. How you spend that money to search for what I want is your business. But if I come back next time and don't see results that satisfy me, you know exactly what will happen. Yes, of course, boss. Don't worry. I know what to do. I'll work twice as hard. I'll definitely live up to your expectations. Mix flashed a practiced smile, knowing he was temporarily safe. As long as he paid attention, Roland wouldn't care about his small tricks around the office or elsewhere. Roland nodded, turned to leave, but paused to look back. Right, tell the people outside that I came here to commission you to find an item. Don't reveal our connection. Understood. I know how to handle it. Satisfied, Roland stepped onto the AV, with the 2 Imperial Guard robots following behind. Just as the AV was about to leave the outskirts junkyard zone and enter Night City, an alert suddenly sounded. Warning! Missile rapidly approaching. Defensive protocols engaged. Prepare for impact. Estimated time to collision, 5 seconds. Roland's pupils tightened sharply at the urgent broadcast. He quickly put on Lights' exoskeleton helmet and looked out the window. The scan displayed a rocket-propelled warhead streaking toward the AV, and it also pinpointed the source. A convoy not far below was speeding toward them, clearly ready for combat. Immediately, a panel on the AV's exterior opened, deploying an outward expanding defensive metal layer. Boom! The rocket slammed into the AV's hull. The violent shock sent the vehicle trembling in midair, the impact rippling through the cabin, but none of the 3 passengers panicked. After all, the passengers were just 2 Imperial Guard robots and Roland, equipped with the Project Light template. As the smoke and flames cleared from the air, the convoy below stared up expectantly, waiting for the AV to fall. But instead, only the defensive layer had been torn open. The propulsion system had taken some damage, and 1 external machine gun had been destroyed, but everything else remained fully operational. Seeing this, the convoy leader panicked. He snarled at his men behind him. "Keep firing! Blow that thing out of the sky!" Even they were shocked at the AV's defenses. Their launchers were powerful enough to down most AVs, and intelligence had indicated that the target's AV shouldn't have this level of protection. But now there was no turning back, they had to continue the attack. "Unit 1, get down there and deal with them. Let me see what you can do." Roland frowned as he watched someone below picking up another launcher. He turned to the Imperial Guard robot on his left. Receiving the command, Unit 1 nodded slowly as the AV's door opened. The convoy members froze, stunned. They hadn't expected this. What the hell is that idiot doing? Are they insane? Maybe they're scared and begging Daddy for mercy. Ha ha ha. Humph. Who cares? Aim at the door and fire. The squad leader barked the order. "Boss, someone's by the door." The squad leader paused, then stared toward the open hatch just in time to see a towering figure leap out. Boom! A thunderous crash shook the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that blotted out the convoy's vision. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They had never expected someone to just jump out. All threats must be eliminated. As they raised their weapons in panic, a synthetic voice echoed through the dust. Bang! A gunshot rang out as a streak of red light cut through the air, plunging into one of the vehicles. Boom! The orange-red explosion lit up the faces of the nearby convoy members. The squad leader's pupils shrank, and he roared. "Get the hell out of the cars!" Everyone slammed the brakes and dove out. Roland watched them scatter below. "Open fire! Destroy their vehicles! Your will!" The AV pivoted, exposing multiple mounted machine guns. In an instant, a torrent of bullets and iron storm rained down, ripping the vehicles to shreds. The convoy members trembled in fear. They had never imagined an AV could deliver this kind of firepower. Meanwhile, Unit 1 strode forward, raising its Jamil 4 charged rifle. "Take that thing down. Otherwise none of us are making it out alive." The squad leader charged with his weapon raised. Unit 1 shifted its right hand. Instantly, the module on its right shoulder unfolded into a shield. Whoosh! A red flash swept across the squad leader, leaving only half of his body behind. The convoy members who had been about to rush out immediately cowered back. One man dove behind a broken car, waiting for Unit 1 to leave. But suddenly, the world spun. Unit 1 grabbed the car by its underframe and hurled it away. The vehicle rotated midair before crashing heavily into the ground. Clearance achieved. Swish! The charged shotgun fired. The red blast vaporized the man into a cloud of blood. Seeing this, the remaining members finally snapped and rushed out to fight. Flames and gunfire erupted across the battlefield. But soon, only screams remained, followed by the cold, mechanical verdict. Clearance achieved. Unit 1, leave one alive. I need information. Unit 1 immediately halted, putting away its weapon and turning toward the lone surviving target. The battlefield was silent. Only one person remained alive. Everyone else had been reduced to blood mist or scattered limbs. The only intact corpse was the close combat attacker whose head Unit 1 had crushed. The remaining survivor stood dazed, face smeared in blood, his legs entirely gone. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, Counterattack. Roland stepped down from the AV, moving slowly until he stood before the lone survivor. A faint glimmer shifted in his eyes. In the next second, Lysandra tapped into the computational power of Yin's body and pulled up the man's identity. Quell. Nice name. Let's see corporate security, Luvina Tech? Tisk, tisk. Roland crouched in front of him, shaking his head as he looked Quell over. Hearing Roland speak his name, Quell's eyes regained a hint of focus, but terror quickly overtook them. Why you, what do you want? Quell, you know me. I keep my promises. Tell me everything you know about Luvina Tech, then testify and identify them for me. Do that, and I guarantee your safety. I'll even pay you. If you refuse, then our conversation ends here. As he finished, the nearby guard unit stepped forward. Unit 1 was still smeared with blood, the scent of smoke clinging to its frame. Under the desert sun, the pressure it radiated was overwhelming. Quell swallowed hard. His lips were dry, cold sweat sliding down his temples as he looked around. A deathly silent battlefield. Severed limbs. Blood pooled for no clear reason. Burned out husks of vehicles lying in the sand. To be honest, he didn't know Roland, not really. He didn't know whether the man kept his word. But he did know one thing: if he refused, he was absolutely going to die here. Then Roland straightened, and Unit 1 slowly raised its gun. The sight of his teammates' mutilated bodies flashed in Quell's mind. He broke instantly. Wait. I'll do it. I'll do everything you said. Good. Thank you for cooperating, Quell. Roland smiled, tilted his head, and signaled to Unit 2. SSSS. Aga. Quell's eyes bulged as the serum hit his bloodstream, letting out a sound he couldn't even describe. He stared at Roland in shock. What is that? The final version of our medical serum. Not yet released to the public. Consider yourself lucky. Roland glanced at him, then said, get him onto the AV. Looks like your boss Brown finally couldn't sit still. Shame, I'd planned on giving him a way out. Never thought he'd pull something like this. Truly disappointing. Roland pressed a hand to his chest, putting on an exaggerated display of heartbreak before quickly returning to normal. All right. Now tell me where your corporate security base is, and get ready for tomorrow's identification. You'll accuse Brown, CEO of Luvina Tech, of hiring killers. Will that actually work? Quell leaned forward, confused. In his mind, hiring assassins or sending underlings to eliminate competitors was standard practice in Night City. No one ever got arrested for it. That's not your concern. Just do what I tell you. Roland smiled, not addressing the question. Night City's law enforcement was notoriously chaotic. After Night Corp's founder Richard died, the city government fell under heavy corporate influence, and the NCPD shifted priorities to protecting city council members. The situation was exactly what one would expect. But that only applied to ordinary people. For corporations, the NCPD was something else entirely. A tool to be used. And right now? Roland intended to use it. Give the higher UPS a convenient piece of leverage, and give certain people an explanation before his next move drew too much attention. The message was simple. See? He struck first. Bang. The HP1 on the desk rattled. Brown's face turned beet red as he glared at his secretary. You're telling me that squad of mine failed? Why yes, sir. We've completely lost contact. The secretary nodded timidly, afraid to meet his eyes. Fuck. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into this operation? Do you? Brown hurled the file in his hand at her. His chest rose and fell erratically. He was furious. He'd invested heavily, hiring numerous people to keep tabs on project, especially Roland. 4 days, they'd gotten nothing. Finally, they had an opening and now it had failed. Failure was one thing, but losing an entire well-armed squad. They didn't have any Sandevistan-compatible hosts, sure, but their firepower alone wasn't something you could take lightly. Brown snapped, needing someone to vent it. The secretary trembled with frustration. It was the security team and Brown's own decision. What did this have to do with her? Suddenly, a call came in. Already furious, Brown nearly hung up on instinct until he saw the name. His anger vanished instantly. He signaled the secretary to leave before answering. The moment the call connected, he was hit with furious accusations. What the hell are you doing? We gave you support and investment to get results, not to create problems. Brown blinked in confusion. Mr. Fuda, what happened? Fuda let out a cold laugh. Turn on WNS News. As of this moment, your company has nothing to do with us. And he hung up. MMR Fuda. Stunned, Brown scrambled to turn on the TV and switched to WNS. According to sources, Brown, CEO of Luvina Tech, is suspected of orchestrating an attack on Mr. Roland, CEO of Project Corporation. Mr. Roland has officially filed a lawsuit, and we strongly condemn this behavior. We also urge viewers to avoid purchasing stock from such companies. Notably, Luvina Tech is a subsidiary of Melee Tech. Combined with its previous conflict with Project Corporation, it raises suspicion that this may be yet another Melee Tech conspiracy. Brown trembled as he watched, finally understanding why he'd been abandoned. It wasn't because he failed to assassinate Roland, it was because his failure handed Arasaka the perfect excuse to publicly attack Militika's reputation. And with Militika's situation worsening, he had become expendable. Arasaka wouldn't take major action after all, they still needed Melee Tech to start the war. But taking a bit of interest for the earlier bombing? That they would do. Roland. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, The High-Level Defectors. Oh? You're saying a group of executives from Luvina Tech came over carrying piles of internal documents and even brought a fully trained security squad with them? Roland looked at Tina, genuinely surprised. With Lysandra busy at the moment, Roland didn't want to bother her too much. She was already managing company operations, overseeing the secret factory, monitoring everyone, and tracking targets in the digital world. Thinking about it now, he really had been working Lysandra like a pack mule. So he handed the minor errands over to Tina. She was usually only responsible for netrunning support for the project squad, and right now she didn't have much else to do. So Roland called her into work. What, as the boss, he was supposed to let his employees sit around milking his resources? Impossible. As for why Tina instead of Violet? First, Violet wasn't good at these things, she was a straightforward bruiser. Second, she needed to focus on training so she could better adapt to the judgment template once it was installed. Besides, Tina wasn't a compatible host for the project template anyway. Well, she was basically the equivalent of a free bonus that came with a phone plan. Right now, those Luvina Tech executives are all asking to see you, boss. Tina nodded, passing him the tablet in her hands. Roland glanced over the list and narrowed his eyes. A quick glance was enough, every last one of them was an infiltrator. Luvina Tech had become a complete sieve. One of them was even a double agent named Peru. Originally from Melee Tech, he'd infiltrated Luvina Tech to gather intel. Then Arasaka recruited him to monitor project. From then on, he played both sides, collecting money from Arasaka and Melee Tech alike. He even happily told Melee Tech Science Division that Arasaka had approached him as a spy. So now he funneled Arasaka intel to Melee Tech Science Division and got promoted for it. If Lysandra hadn't dug deep enough, Roland would never have imagined this group included someone like that. Tell them this, if they truly want to show sincerity, then give me the location of all bases under Brown's security forces. Right now. If they do that, I'll consider letting them join project. Once Luvina Tech merges into us, I'll give them appropriate positions to match their previous status. Got it. Tina nodded and left, relaying Roland's words word for word to the group. Hearing Roland's demand, the executives exchanged uneasy looks. After a round of frantic discussion, they sent back their conditions. They said Brown has 3 bases. They'll only tell you 2 of them unless you sign a contract guaranteeing you won't fire them for a certain period. Roland let out a cold snort, shaking his head. Tell them to leave. It seems they still don't understand the situation. What? He's telling us to leave. Their expressions shifted instantly. They quickly regrouped to weigh their options. And the conclusion was obvious: they really had no leverage. Luvina Tech had no chance of surviving an attack from Project Corporation. And now they were considered Arasaka's people except for Peru. Arasaka wanted them to infiltrate Project Corporation's management and deliver internal intel. Only then would Arasaka pay them their bonuses. If they walked away now, they'd get nothing. After all, Project Corporation could crush Luvina Tech on its own without their cooperation. Even if they resisted, all they would do was cause slightly higher losses, nothing more. So after reconsidering, they surrendered and accepted Roland's initial terms. Once Roland received the update, he smiled and told Tina, "Inform them that things have changed. Now I can only give them positions 1 rank lower. If they refuse, they can leave." Upon hearing this, the executives' faces turned green, but all they could do was swallow their frustration and accept Roland's terms. Roland sifted through the stack of Luvina Tech research data and security client information, along with the security forces under these executives, and most importantly the locations of Brown's bases. A satisfied smile curved his lips. "What? You're saying those forces belong to them? Nonsense! What's theirs is his, and what's his is still his." Next, he would send in a batch of security robots just in case any of the people inside couldn't tell who was in charge and started thinking they were important. 3 bases. Perfect. I can give 1 to the project squad as a training exercise to see where their current strength stands. With that thought, Roland immediately contacted Kiwi, who was out on assignment. "Boss, what do you need? This time, I need you to take down a corporate security base. It'll probably be challenging, so take the entire squad. Oh, and Yin will accompany you for final cleanup." "Understood. I'm heading back now to prepare." He planned to send Violet along as well. Training was important, but combat was a form of training too. With all the top-tier cyberware she had installed, mule or horse, it was time to put her to the test. And with Yin, controlled by the Lysandra sub-AI, providing backup, he wasn't too worried. Honestly, a squad of night owl robots, 2 project augmentations, a top-tier cyberware-modified drifter, and an AV loaded with heavy weaponry. With that firepower, they could probably make a run at Arasaka Tower itself. If they couldn't take down a simple base, then none of them were worth keeping. They all had rebellious tendencies and needed to be cleaned out before he could rest easy. Roland then headed to the training room where Violet was working out. She was wearing a black combat vest, locked in hand-to-hand combat with the Imperial Guard robot. Every impact between them rang out with metallic clanks. When Roland entered, both fighter and robot immediately halted and turned toward him. "Boss, you're here. Is it about my modification plan?" Violet couldn't help asking. Ever since seeing Kiwi's transformation, she'd been obsessed with the project enhancements. They were insanely cool. Roland's mouth twitched. In other worlds, people would run screaming from such modifications, yet she actually wanted them. "It's not that. I'm here to tell you we need you on an external mission. Really? Violet lit up instantly. Yes. I've sent the details to your email. Kiwi will come find you later. Rest up. Yes. Violet pumped her fist with excitement. She was practically suffocating from boredom. Finally, she could get out and have some fun. Behind her, the Imperial Guard robot looked silently at Roland, as if awaiting confirmation. Roland nodded and issued the order to accompany her. Yes, this Imperial Guard unit had been specially designed to protect Violet. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Closing the Net. After informing Kiwi, Roland also deployed 2 other security units to clear out the remaining 2 bases. His orders were simple: unless they surrendered, leave no survivors. These weren't the company's usual security teams. The company's official units were still mostly human-operated, with robots as secondary support. Strong firepower, yes, but still support. Instead, he sent out the security forces stationed in Lyssandra's secret factory. The units built there were entirely robotic, with Imperial Guard robots serving as the main combat force. Worth noting, Roland had Lysandra reverse engineer the AV he'd purchased and redesign it into a new model. It hadn't gone into mass production yet. He planned to find a good moment to start selling AVS and similar vehicles to make money. And if possible, he also wanted to trade for those air motorboats from the project world. He was certain they'd be insanely profitable. With something that cool looking, he'd be doing it an injustice if he didn't charge a premium. Meanwhile, although Brown was furious and overwhelmed by helplessness, he still hadn't given up. He was determined to make a comeback and take Roland down with him. After all, he still had plenty of people under him and a hefty amount of savings. Even if he couldn't stay a CEO, he could still make it as a gang leader. What he didn't know was that nearly all his top executives had already fled, each securing new backers, waiting for him to fall so they could switch sides instantly. His current plan was to gather his own security forces and hit Roland hard. But even he knew the chances were slim. Roland had already survived one attack and would definitely be more cautious now. Unless he stormed straight into Project's HQ and killed him inside. But that was obviously impossible. First, he probably wouldn't even get past the front door. Second, it violated the rules. Ever since the Arasaka Tower attack, Night City corporations had become vehemently opposed to such actions. And even though Melee Tech had been behind that attack, it didn't mean Melee Tech wasn't disgusted by it too. If he tried something like that now, he probably wouldn't live to see the next day. He didn't even have an armed AV. And after learning all the details of that previous assault, Brown was left with one single thought: what the hell is wrong with Project? They jump into the security business and instantly pour in massive investments? Armed AVS? Heavy firepower? An entire army of security robots? He strongly suspected Project had been plotting his downfall from the very beginning. Project seeks our destruction. Luvina Tech will resist to the end. Aside from all that, if he wanted Roland dead, the only realistic chance would be once Roland left the city again. Just as Brown was stuck, completely at a loss, he suddenly remembered Night City's rising star. He didn't like edge runners, but that didn't change the fact they were incredibly useful. Especially those legendary types. The more dangerous and high-paying the job, the more they loved it. Since doing nothing meant death anyway, he might as well play his strongest card. With that thought, Brown immediately contacted Rogue, the Queen of the Afterlife, intending to request that legendary merc specifically. Meanwhile, inside an unusually bright factory, a massive computer occupied one room. It was currently connected to a small figure standing at its center. Streams of data flashed across the screen on the figure's helmet, as if searching for something. Suddenly, a call came in. Yin, immersed in deep dive mode, snapped awake and looked at the caller in confusion. It was Rogue, the Queen of the Afterlife. Rogue? What is it? What do you need? Yin, while under Lysandra's control, looked at Rogue with clear interest. Yin, there's another huge gig. The client specifically named you for the job. Interested? Rogue glanced at the information in her hand. Even she was stunned by the number. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen a gig this big. Oh? Let's hear it. How much is the reward? Yin was curious. If Rogue herself said it was big, then the price must be extraordinary. At that moment, Roland also noticed the commotion and dove into his consciousness, watching like a movie. The reward is 3 million euro bucks. You should know what that means. The moment he heard the number, Yin froze. That amount was enough to make even a wolf crack a grin. Take the gig. Earn the extra cash, Lysandra. In his office, Roland couldn't resist giving the order. Yin paused for a moment, then replied, I am Yin, Lysandra's sub-AI, not Lysandra herself. But I have received your directive. I will perform accordingly. Roland blinked, scratching his head. Good grief, he'd assumed Lysandra was directly controlling things. He hadn't expected someone as proper-looking as her to slack off like this. Still, he could clearly sense that he could take over Yin's body anytime, so he wasn't bothered. Honestly, it felt nice not having to do everything himself. Even though Yin was essentially an avatar, having both his main body and avatar act together all the time was tiring. Watching the action like a movie felt much better. I'll take the gig. Tell me the specifics. Yin looked at Rogue and spoke calmly. Decisive as always. I like that, Yin. Rogue raised an eyebrow, then sent over the complete gig data. Yin began reviewing it immediately. When he finished, he froze completely while Roland stared with a very strange expression. Kill the CEO of Project Corporation, Roland Vimmers. Roland was stunned. What, I'm supposed to kill myself? What's wrong? Something difficult? Rogue asked, puzzled by Yin's reaction. In her mind, Roland might have been a former client and a company owner, but he was just a small-time CEO. The person before her had taken on political targets. There was no way this should have been an issue. I can't take this gig. But I can warn you, the client won't live much longer. As he spoke, a red glow slowly surfaced on the upper half of Yin's mask. Seeing this, Rogue immediately connected the dots. She guessed there was an 80% chance Yin had already accepted a gig from Roland and that the target was the very same client who posted this job. After reaching her conclusion, Rogue simply shook her head. She felt a bit sorry for the client, but it didn't affect her much. And as for calling in a favor from Yin, please. Someone of his caliber shouldn't be wasted on something like that. All right. Understood. I'll notify the client. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Project Squad's debut. Click. Hiss phew. Hey, what's gotten into the higher UPS lately? They actually told us to drop everything and return to base for standby. Who knows what's going through their heads? I'm telling you, the guys upstairs are all the same, no jobs, no commissions. What are they thinking? Two Luvinatech security guards stood at the gate, smoking, venting all their frustration toward the company. Hey, did you hear? Word is that squad sent out earlier completely wiped. One of them suddenly leaned in, lowering his voice as if sharing a forbidden secret. No way. Seriously? That was Talaman's elite unit, right? One of the best equipped teams we have. The other guard stared at him skeptically. TCH, why would I lie? Does lying get me a raise? Fair, but still hard to believe. The guard nodded, then stopped talking, staring out at the dim outskirts of Night City. Their base was in a remote area, where even the lighting was kept to a minimum, just another cost-saving measure. That was exactly why the base had been built here in the first place, cheap. But tonight felt wrong. The night looked the same as always, yet a chill crawled down his spine. He shivered, thinking maybe he should just go home to his wife and kids. But the thought of night shift overtime made him stay put. Meanwhile, atop a distant building, 2 night owl robots had already set up sniper rifles. 2 barely audible shots rang out. Through night vision, 2 heads burst like overripe oranges, spraying juice everywhere. Targets eliminated. Proceed. At the same time, Tina and another cluster of night owl units hacked every camera inside the base. Shadows began slipping into the perimeter, blending seamlessly into the night without making a sound. Kiwi adjusted her crossbow, fired a steel cable that lodged firmly into the structure above the base, grabbed it, and slid down. Her optical camouflage activated instantly. While the people inside were still resting, the entire base had already been silently surrounded by the project's squad. Not far away, inside an abandoned factory, Yin sat watching silently. Then, as if receiving a signal, he slowly lay back. A soft hiss sounded from his neck. A mechanical spider crawled out from his head, surveyed the area, then scuttled toward the base. A true split operation. Thankfully, no scavengers were nearby. Otherwise, this would have been the kind of heaven-sent loot they dream about. Once all operatives were in place and all outer sentries cleared, the night owl robots aimed at the ventilation shafts and upper windows. Thud. 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 Countless tear gas and smoke grenades poured into the warehouse. Panic erupted inside. Security personnel stumbled everywhere, grabbing weapons, running blindly like ants thrown onto a hot stove. What the hell is happening? We're under attack. Prepare to engage. Someone who seemed to be the commander shouted right before a massive explosion lit up the warehouse, flames and thick smoke engulfing everything. Bang! A sniper round sliced through the air and buried itself cleanly in the commander's forehead. The night owl units surged forward like tigers tearing through sheep, cutting down Luvina Tech personnel with mechanical precision. Across the battlefield, a purple streak shot past several figures and rushed straight toward the deepest part of the base. Kiwi stopped before a heavy iron door. Bang! Clang! Her kick blew the door clean off its hinges, leaving a deep dent in the metal. Whoosh! Just as Kiwi was about to rush in and take down the base supervisor, a sudden gust split the air. She immediately ducked as a massive hammer swung past her head. Die! Another heavy strike came down. Kiwi planted one hand on the ground, pushed off, flipped backward, and fired her crossbow mid-air. The purple-charged bolt struck the supervisor's chest and discharged a wave of energy, instantly shutting down every piece of cyberware in his body. He froze, completely incapacitated. Kiwi moved. In a blink, she was in front of him, driving a lightning-fast punch into his abdomen. The force tore through his subdermal armor and hammered into his internal cybernetics. Blood sprayed from his mouth before he could even scream. Kiwi grabbed his head, twisted her waist, and slammed him into the wall. Thud! The steel wall caved inward. The Luvina Tech security supervisor collapsed unconscious. Watching everything through the microspider's feed, Roland jolted in surprise, scattering popcorn everywhere. Do all netrunners have a violence stat? Why is she so brutal in close combat? He couldn't help thinking Kiwi had spent so long doing netrunning that she'd never really fought face to face. Now that her purification cyberware had fully activated her body. Well, as the old saying goes, every ranged fighter secretly dreams of melee. By the time Kiwi dealt with the supervisor, the night owl units outside had also completed their sweep. Other than the few who surrendered, every remaining guard had been neutralized. This gave Roland a whole new appreciation for the night owl robots. They had strict discipline, excellent adaptability and mastery over netrunning, sniping, stealth, and more. A single night owl squad was equivalent to an elite outcast team without any manpower losses to worry about. Roland was extremely satisfied with their performance. Violet, on the other hand, barely had any presence, though that was mostly because she was busy fighting the security personnel in melee. And well, almost none of them could survive her punches now. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, Cornered. After dragging the security chief out, Kiwi tossed him aside, then connected Tina's interface to his port and began diving into his data space. With the Night Owl robots nearby sharing processing power, there was no need for Tina to enter a freezer to lower her temperature. The reason for this method was simple: people can lie, but data obtained this way never does. Tina quickly found what she needed. The link disconnected almost immediately. She glanced at the unconscious guard on the ground, then severed his nervous system without hesitation. This mission was pretty easy. At this point, I'd rather be back at the company sparring with the Imperial Guard. Violet frowned and glanced at the Imperial Guard robot beside her. The robot sensed her gaze, tilted its head, and seemed to say, "What are you staring at?" Violet looked away. Truthfully, she hadn't enjoyed the fight at all. All the high-end bio-components she had installed barely got any use. "All right, let's report to the boss first. Then we can go back. I'm pretty sure the boss already knows." As Kiwi spoke, she lifted her head and glanced toward a nearby window. A spider-shaped micro-robot was perched there, staring at them with its head tilted. What is that thing? That's disgusting." Tina recoiled with a look of pure disgust and hurried behind Violet for cover. "It's probably that Mr. Yin the boss mentioned. Looks like one of his machines. See? The Night Owl units and the Imperial Guards aren't reacting at all." Kiwi explained with a quick glance around. Hearing that, Tina peeked out and noticed the robots really weren't reacting. "Oh, it really is." Seeing this, Roland temporarily took control of Yin's body, then commandeered one of the Night Owl units. "You did well this time. I'm very pleased with your performance. So I've decided to increase the mission reward by 30%. Keep it up." Roland was in a great mood and spoke with a smile. "Woohoo!" Tina lit up instantly, pumping a fist in excitement. "Boss, can I ask where Yi went? He didn't seem to participate in this mission either." Kiwi still hadn't forgotten about Yi, and finally mustered the courage to ask. "When it's time for you to know, I'll tell you. For now, focus on your own tasks." Roland chose to keep it hidden. After offering a few more encouraging words, he disconnected. He still needed to check the results at the other two bases. At Luvina Technician's last corporate security outpost, Night Owl robots scanned the corpses on the ground, their headlights glowing red. Among them stood several tall Imperial Guard units and one particularly unusual figure. A scarecrow-like silhouette stood motionless, its mouth hanging open. This was the machine Roland had instructed Lysandra to build, a modified version of the existing Imperial Guard, meant to one day evolve into the full Scarecrow or Gunner-class Imperial Guard mech. But at their current technological level, some crucial components were still missing. The result was the current model. Imperial Guard Observer. A stripped-down, early-stage version of the Fiddlesticks Imperial Guard mech, but fully functional and more than adequate for now. Meanwhile, the Night Owl units were sweeping the area, confirming that no one had survived the earlier barrage. Suddenly, one Night Owl's face light flared brightly as it locked onto a prone figure in the distance. It raised its weapon without hesitation. A scorching round burst from the barrel, punching straight through the target's body. Ugh! After confirming the target's state, the Night Owl fired another round, finishing the job. Watching through the feed, Roland's expression darkened. If he remembered correctly, his orders were: spare anyone who surrenders. Otherwise, leave no survivors. But from the looks of it, these robots had only remembered the second part. Sigh, what a waste. Roland let out a long sigh, though he remained satisfied with their efficiency. Command transmission issues aside, the flaws didn't overshadow their effectiveness. In truth, the Night Owl and Imperial Guard robots had received the spare those who surrender instruction. But the reality was simple. None of the robots were capable of hearing anyone surrender. Surrender? Never heard of it. Initiating full firepower. That was all there was to it. After reviewing all 3 bases, a smile curved across Roland's lips. Brown's last remaining strength had been wiped out. Brown and Luvina Tech were now firmly within his grasp. Once Luvina was absorbed, Project Corporation could expand its operations and scale. What caught Roland's attention, however, was Luvina Technicians' research on Sandevistan. Yes, they had also started developing Sandevistan, hoping to carve out a share of that market. But based on their progress so far, things clearly weren't going well. It's about time. Deliver the final blow. Have the team strike at them in the financial markets, drag Luvina Tech straight to the bottom. And send someone to Brown. Give him our final offer. Roland picked up the bottle of expensive champagne on his desk. He gripped the neck, carefully removed the cork, and poured it into a crystal flute. Tonight's worth celebrating. He smiled and raised his glass toward empty space. In the direction he toasted, a camera tilted up and down almost like a nod. Your will, Mr. Roland. Yes, he was celebrating with Lysandra. A year ago, he'd been a nobody. Between being unknown and becoming world-renowned, he chose the latter, but not as an outcast. If possible, he intended to rise to the very top of this world. If you can, gather everything you can on Arasaka Yorinobu. That information will be important. Understood. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Expansion and a Visitor from Kongtao. Brown watched Delatus's chest rise and fall as he breathed heavily. His face shifted between pale and livid, clearly enraged. Then, fury surged through him, and he suddenly stood up. Do you have any idea what kind of terms you're offering? Of course. This is our boss's final offer. If you refuse, then your only remaining path is bankruptcy and liquidation. I hope you think carefully. Delatus smiled calmly, looking absolutely confident. Brown felt his blood pressure spike. But the truth was unavoidable, he had no leverage. I want to speak with Roland. Our boss is very busy. He doesn't have time to meet you. You only need to negotiate with me. You. Brown nearly choked on sheer anger. After a moment of controlled breathing, he stared at Delatus with resentment. I used to stand on equal ground with him. And now he won't even look me in the eye. Delatus simply offered a polite smile. Seeing that, Brown sagged into his chair in defeat. After a moment of internal struggle, as if making a final decision, he extended his hand. Delatus, pleased at last, broke into a genuine smile and handed him the contract. In the end, Roland acquired Brown's remaining shares for just 1 million. Immediately afterward, personnel and robots from Project Corporation moved into the former Luvina Tech facilities with impressive speed. Negotiations followed, leading to newly signed agreements with Luvina Technicians' previous clients. Roland also requested additional security robots and night owl units from Lysandra to strengthen Project's security division. Once Luvina Technicians' operations were settled, he ordered his researchers to analyze their R&D data, looking for useful technologies. At the same time, he handed them the Campbell Type 2 defense robot blueprints and prototype. In the project world, this model was one of the older generations long discontinued. In the cyberpunk world, only parts of its design stood out, and some materials were still decent. Roland's instruction was simple: upgrade and modernize it until it was suitable for mass production. He even provided a night owl robot as a reference. The implication was obvious: study its technology. And he didn't bother hiding any of this from the spies hidden among the staff. After all, no truly elite researcher would be assigned to such low-level espionage. Besides, the night owl's internal security had multiple layers, and even Roland himself didn't know its core technology. He only had the finished blueprints. He could replicate it, yes, but understanding the underlying principles? Not a chance. Thus, he never intended for them to crack the Night Owl or merge it directly with the Campbell Type 2. That would be impossible anyway. The Night Owl was countless generations of evolution beyond the Campbell series. If these spies actually managed to uncover how to build a Night Owl robot, no. Then they wouldn't ever be allowed to leave. They'd be working for him permanently. After settling the company's affairs, Roland suddenly remembered something he had done quite a while ago. Enough time had passed, he wondered how things were on that end. Tina, clear my schedule today. I'm heading to the Lizzie Bar. The Lizzie Bar? Tina paused in surprise and looked at him curiously. What? Judging by your reaction, you've heard of it. Well, sort of. The owner once invited us to join the Mox. But back then we were already working with White, so we turned her down. Tina explained, nodding. I see. I almost forgot to tell you. The leader of the Mox, Elizabeth, works under me. So if you ever need help, you can reach out to her directly. I understand. Tina nodded again, eyes widening slightly in surprise. She clearly hadn't expected someone like Elizabeth to be a project person. Mr. Roland, someone from Kongtao has arrived. They wish to discuss something with you. Suddenly, Lyssandra's voice echoed in Roland's mind, and the message instantly raised his suspicions. Since coming to Night City, he'd had barely any dealings with Kongtao. Their sudden visit was unusual. Kongtao will be here soon. Prepare to receive them. Have them sent directly to the conference room. Roland ended his mental exchange with Lysandra and addressed Tina. Tina blinked in confusion. She was the secretary, yet Roland somehow knew about the incoming visitors before she did. But then she remembered his reaction earlier, and the things Kiwi had said. So Kiwi wasn't lying, there really is a ridiculously strong netrunner in this company. She muttered to herself and headed out to make preparations. Truthfully, she'd suspected that for a while. Project Corporation's firewall was ridiculously strong. Not on Arasaka's level, of course, but solid enough to take a beating. And that inferiority was intentional. Roland knew that showing too much capability before achieving true power was dangerous. So he only instructed Lysandra to strengthen and conceal the company's most critical files. From Roland's understanding of the cyberpunk world, there was no one who could breach Lysandra's defenses. Maybe Alt could? Roland doubted it. She was the supreme authority on source code in the project universe. Not to mention, Alt couldn't even enter this world. She could only wander beyond the black hole, perhaps even ruling everything on the other side? Whether it was her or Bart Moss, Roland wasn't entirely sure. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Support. Mr. Zhang, it's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Roland interlaced his fingers under his chin, smiling at the impeccably groomed middle-aged man across from him. It has indeed. A few things happened in between, and lately Mr. Vimmers has looked quite busy. I didn't want to disturb you. Eric Zhang chuckled softly as he sat down opposite Roland. Seeing this, Tina brought over 2 cups of tea, then quietly exited the conference room, leaving the space to the two of them. Mr. Vimmers has been making some big moves lately, directly absorbing an entire company. Isn't that a very common scene in corporate expansion? Roland's smile didn't waver. Internally, though, he was wondering what business this old fox had with him. Normally, the man sent people to make offers trying to buy into Project Corporation and the like. Roland had always refused. They wanted too large a share, a small portion might have been acceptable. But now, the old fox had come in person. Who knew what trick he was planning? Of course, of course. I'm simply curious about the new product your company recently unveiled, Mr. Vimmers. As he spoke, Eric Zhang slid a photo across the table. Roland only needed one glance to recognize the Night Owl robot. Roland raised a brow, picked up the photo, and after giving Zhang a look, said, "Yes, this is indeed our company's latest security robot. But we're not planning to sell it for now, it'll be used internally only." "Ah, that's actually why I'm here. I was wondering whether Mr. Vimmers might be willing to part with a few units for our use." Eric Zhang looked at Roland with a pleasant smile, his tone gentle. Roland narrowed his eyes at him. Zhang remained unbothered, smiling as he met Roland's gaze. "If Kong Tao is genuinely interested, we can provide a few night owl units for trial use as partners." Roland thought about it for a moment. He didn't reject the request, but he also didn't agree to any sale. He was confident in the secrecy of the project world's technology, but unnecessary risks weren't worth taking. If Kong Tao dismantled a night owl and discovered even a hint of core tech, given Project World's technological edge over the cyberpunk world, that would become a textbook case of treasure invites trouble. Eric Zhang didn't refuse Roland's proposal. He simply nodded with a smile, then gave Roland a curious look. "That's perfect. But this isn't the only reason I came today. There's something else I'm very curious about, if Mr. Vimmers wouldn't mind helping me understand." "Go ahead." Roland nodded. After agreeing to the night owl matter, answering a single question wasn't a big deal. "This person, he should be from your company, right?" Zhang produced another photo. The moment Roland saw it, he stiffened Yin, caught on camera as he was leaving the building. But Roland wasn't shocked for long. Yin had covered his tracks somewhat, but he'd never intended to keep the matter hidden forever. Arasaka had already made their guesses too. "Yes. Something like that. But he's not exactly a subordinate, more of a partner." Zhang immediately understood. In his mind, that confirmed that Project Corporation's exceptional netrunner was this man. Then Mr. Vimmers should know Kuroda, correct? Roland's pupils shrank sharply. He looked at Zhang with sudden wariness, unsure what the man was after. "Relax, Mr. Vimmers. I mean no harm. I simply want to ask for Kuroda's address. We'd like to have a proper conversation with him." Eric Zhang smiled broadly. "If you're willing to share Kuroda's address and information with us, Kong Tao can offer you a batch of purchase orders, investment funds, and even help you open up markets for your smart weapons. How does that sound?" Roland fell into thought immediately. If he handed over information on Kuroda, Kong Tao would absolutely sell him out, forcing Kuroda to rely on them, allowing Kong Tao to tighten their control over Project Corporation from the inside. If he refused, it wouldn't cause an immediate conflict, but Kong Tao would almost certainly suppress certain project products later. Not openly, of course, they still had a cooperative relationship. But covertly, through subsidiaries? That was easy. "If you want to talk to him, I'll need to call him and ask what he thinks," Roland eventually replied. Seeing Roland hadn't taken the bait, Eric Zhang didn't continue pressing for Kuroda's information. "Then I'll trouble you with that, Mr. Vimmers. By the way, about the task Mr. Harvey asked me to pass along to you, how is it coming along?" "It's nearly finished. We should be able to deliver it in about 5 days." "That's wonderful. I'm sorry for the trouble, Mr. Vimmers." With that, Eric Zhang slowly rose to leave. Roland stood as well, signaling Tina to escort him out. When Zhang's figure finally disappeared from view, Roland narrowed his eyes and cursed him inwardly, old fox. The man had left after applying just enough pressure to unsettle him, without pushing too far. A test of Roland's limits and bottom line. Roland then planned to contact Kuroda and inform him of the situation. Whether Kuroda chose to meet Zhang was his own business. Roland's responsibility ended at delivering the message, nothing more. He had his own affairs to handle as well. The mocks had been left unchecked for too long. It was time to take a look, impose some order, and maybe encounter a few useful individuals or people who appeared in the storyline. Worth mentioning, he had already sent people to look into Sasha's whereabouts. Whether they'd find anything remained to be seen. Chapter 70, Chapter 70, The Mox. Hey, look, an AV's heading this way. Seriously? Another big shot showing up. No wonder Lizzie's bar is always packed. Even those VIP types come here to have some fun. Honestly, the quality here really is great. Sure, it's not on the same level as Cloud's, but for the price? It's unbeatable. Up above Lizzie's bar, a few people shooting hoops paused mid-game, exchanging helpless looks. At first, they used to get annoyed whenever an AV swooped in and took over the rooftop court, but after so many times, they'd gotten used to it. Anyone arriving in one of those things was way out of their league. They couldn't afford to start trouble. Soon, an AV marked with the project insignia landed beside the court. When the hatch opened, 2 Imperial Guard robots stepped out first. They scanned the area, confirmed there was no immediate threat, and then moved aside. If anything unexpected happened, those 2 would instantly turn into the toughest shields imaginable. The Mox member guarding the entrance naturally spotted them. Her expression tightened, and she gripped her baseball bat, mostly preparing to run. Fight? Against that? Yet, no, charging a pair of security bots like those was basically asking to die. Roland stepped out of the AV, straightened his clothes, and walked up to the Mox girl. Hey, robots and heavy firepower aren't allowed inside. That rule applies to guests. As for the owner of this place, I don't see why it should apply to me. Roland looked her over, noticing she wasn't anyone he recognized. Just let Elizabeth know Roland is here to see her. Hey! Show some respect, that's our boss you're talking about. And who do you think you are, telling me what to do? She frowned, unable to hold it in. If something actually happens, do you really think a regular Mox like you can take responsibility for it? Roland didn't push her. One hand slipped into his pocket while the other pulled out a cigarette. He put it between his lips, raising a brow. She hesitated for a moment, torn, but eventually sent a message down to the girls below. I told them. You better not try anything funny. Roland ignored the threat and tilted his head. One of the Imperial Guard bots extended a finger. Sparks flared at the tip, lighting his cigarette. Elizabeth, someone calling himself Roland is waiting for you on the rooftop. A Mox runner found Elizabeth immediately. She was going through paperwork in her office when she heard the message, and her hands froze. She took in a long breath. Got it. You go on ahead, I'll meet him soon. Do you want me to? No. If anything, he's my savior. Elizabeth shook her head, fixed her appearance just a little, and headed toward the rooftop. When the door opened, Elizabeth stepped out and found Roland waiting. It's been a while, hasn't it, Elizabeth? Yes, Mr. Roland. May I ask what brings you here today? She nodded politely and got straight to the point. Roland didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced around. Let's talk inside. This isn't the right place for a conversation like this, is it? Understood. This way, please. Elizabeth nodded and turned to lead him in. She genuinely felt grateful to Roland, but she hadn't wanted him to come looking for her. For a long time now, he hadn't contacted her at all. She'd almost thought he'd forgotten about her. That thought brought her relief. If Roland ever demanded something she didn't want to do, she probably wouldn't be able to refuse. The Mox's explosive growth had been possible almost entirely thanks to him. Territory expansion, NCPD's convenient blind eye, major clients giving support. All of it had happened because Project Corporation backed them. Now the Mox were no small gang, they had close to 1,000 members. Soon, the 2 entered Elizabeth's office. Roland sat down on the sofa, crossed one leg over the other, and looked at her. Gotta say, Lizzie's bar seems to be doing pretty well. That's mainly thanks to your. No need to be overly modest. I'm just stating facts. Well, we've secured the surrounding territory, and even taken parts of Watson. Elizabeth explained the Mox's current situation. Roland raised a brow, somewhat impressed. He hadn't expected her to carve out turf from right under the maelstrom's nose. "How are the profits looking?" he asked casually. But Elizabeth hesitated, suddenly looking awkward. She fumbled for words, and Roland's brows knitted together. "What's going on?" "As for profits, we're only earning a very small portion. I thought all your bars were doing great business." Roland looked at her, clearly expecting a real explanation. After a moment of hesitation, Elizabeth chose honesty. "Things like this wouldn't survive an investigation anyway." She explained that she paid insurance for the dolls and gang members, offered compensation for injuries or deaths during fights, and provided many other benefits. It cost a lot. But the upside was clear: Mox members were fiercely loyal. "Mr. Roland, I hope you won't cut these expenses." Roland waved his hand, cutting her off. Her expression darkened, thinking he was rejecting her request. "It's fine. I'm not going to stop you." He glanced at her and didn't dwell on it. He'd heard plenty about Night City's doll industry, and honestly, if he could help them even a little, he would. Besides, the money he'd invested into the Mox was never meant to make a profit. He just needed a reliable group for certain tasks. "Really? Thank you so much." Elizabeth's eyes lit up instantly. She looked at Roland with real excitement, though also some confusion, wondering what exactly he wanted from them. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Arrangements. "Relax, it's nothing complicated. I just need you to help me find 2 people." As Roland spoke, he gestured for the Imperial Guard robot behind him to step forward. The robot approached Elizabeth, and to her surprise, projected 2 figures into the air. One was a young girl with short silver hair, the other a black-haired girl with cat-like features. "If you find any trace of these 2, let me know immediately." Roland pointed at the projected models. Lysandra had built them based on the descriptions he'd provided, adjusting them bit by bit until they matched his memories of Lucy and Sasha back when they were much younger. "I understand. I'll have my people keep an eye out." Elizabeth nodded. The 2 were indeed distinctive. In a world full of cyberware and wildly diverse aesthetics, Lucy and Sasha were the kind of natural beauties who still stood out. What she didn't understand was why he wanted them. It couldn't just be because they looked good. Not when, in this era, beauty was something anyone could manufacture. She was certain there had to be another reason. "Also, one more thing. I need you to expand your territory as quickly as possible. I'll support you. As for the direction, doesn't matter. Just make sure you know what you're doing. Can you handle that?" "I can." Elizabeth nodded. The first target that flashed in her mind was the tiger claws, but reason quickly cooled her anger. She knew they were backed by Arasaka, and Arasaka currently had a working relationship with Roland. If she went after the tiger claws impulsively, the cost could be significant. And everyone knew how fiercely the tiger claws protected their own. Going after their turf would only throw everything into chaos. So she shifted her focus to the Maelstrom gang. They didn't have a true leader right now, only scattered factions, each with its own boss. An ideal target. "And one more thing, have your people gather every piece of intel they can, sort it, and send it to you. Then forward it all to me." After issuing the expansion directive, Roland remembered another important point. Just like in old novels, brothels and bars were treasure troves of information. The same applied in the cyberpunk world. Alcohol made tongues loose, and with the extra enhancements available here, people became even more reckless. If he was lucky, the Mox might dig up dirt on his competitors, ideally even some compromising material on council members. Unfortunately, those politicians stuck to high-end establishments. They'd never step foot into Lizzie's bar. It wasn't for lack of interest, only because such places weren't secure enough. Too many eyes, too many unknowns. If anything happened, they'd immediately be discarded by whoever backed them. Elizabeth nodded and waited, as if expecting more instructions. For now, that's everything. I plan to enjoy Lizzie's bar tonight. Don't tell your people who I am, I don't want too much attention. Yes. After giving the orders, Roland nodded. He sent the 2 Imperial Guard robots to follow Elizabeth for now, then headed downstairs. Danger without bodyguards? Please. Even 2 of them weren't enough for him to take seriously. Roland stepped into the main hall of Lizzie's bar. The heavy, pulsing music made his body itch to move, and the violet ambient light filled the room with a hazy, suggestive mood. Many customers were already wearing braindance gear, sprawled across sofas, some visibly reacting to whatever they were experiencing. Others were drinking and chatting in booths, tables covered in empty bottles and snacks. Roland even spotted some colorful pills scattered here and there. As a descendant of the dragon, he was extremely sensitive to such substances. His mouth twitched, he hated this stuff. But clearly, Night City didn't share his standards. Roland made his way to the bar. Oh? New face. What'll it be? The bartender glanced at him and chuckled. A cocktail made with spunky monkey. I've always wondered what that stuff tastes like. Roland scanned the menu and spotted the drink he'd seen all over advertisements in the game. Curiosity instantly hit. Since arriving in this world, he'd never struggled with everyday expenses. Small money was never a problem. Big money, another story. Still, he never skimped on food. No way was he eating bugs or some mystery synthetic protein sludge. When it came to alcohol, he usually picked high-end brands. But today, he felt like trying something different. He wanted to know what spunky monkey actually tasted like. Soon, the bartender placed a glowing green cocktail in front of him. Roland stared at the luminescent drink, his confidence wavering. But then he remembered he had light cyberware now. No reason to back down. He picked up the spunky monkey cocktail and downed it in one go. Damn! Harmful components detected. Cleared. A cool sensation ran down his throat, and he exhaled sharply, only to hear Light's internal system announcement. Roland couldn't help but laugh helplessly. A faint white mist sprayed out from the back of his neck. After finishing the drink, Roland scanned the crowd. He'd only meant to take a look but unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. That unmistakable punk mohawk, goggles covering his eyes, long cyberware-modified arms, a perpetual greasy vibe despite his youth. It was Rebecca's brother, Pilar. Didn't expect to run into this guy. Roland muttered. Unexpected, yet somehow completely fitting. System, does this guy have a template he can use? He matches half a template. Half a template. Roland blinked. What the hell was half a template? He partially qualifies for the Heavenly Eye. Not all conditions are met. If the host modifies him appropriately, he can fully match the Heavenly Eye. Such as inserting 2 consciousnesses into his mind, or 2 AI intelligences. Roland suddenly understood. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Rebecca and the Unexpected Visitor. In the project universe, the Heavenly Eye modification works by implanting 3 perceptive minds into a single host, granting it detection capabilities far beyond imagination. Its purpose is to monitor every movement within cities under Project Corporation's control. A single human consciousness simply couldn't sustain the full sensory load of the Heavenly Eye. Forcing compatibility would only result in a crippled, watered-down version of it. As for Pilar and Rebecca, Roland had no intention of inviting them for now. For one, he still hadn't obtained the necessary templates for the few candidates under his command who could adapt, and he was running short on orange essence. Second, neither of them had much notoriety yet. Extending an invitation out of nowhere would likely make him look suspicious. And based on his understanding of the two, they probably had no intention of joining the company anyway. If he really wanted them in, his best approach would probably be through Yin. Even so, Roland glanced around the bar, hoping to catch sight of Rebecca. To be honest, he was still bothered by how her story ended. If he had the chance, he wanted to meet Atom Smasher. And well, the super body was perfect for this sort of thing, both the intimidation factor and the size. Roland scanned the bar and quickly found Rebecca in a corner. She was drinking some unknown soda while absent-mindedly fiddling with the weapon Yin had left her. Seeing that, Roland froze. A memory hit him. Hadn't he used Yin's body to talk to her before? Hadn't he even given her instructions? Something along the lines of, if anything happens, this weapon is yours? And considering he hadn't contacted her since, and Yin hadn't taken on any missions, had she started thinking Yin was dead? Roland's lips twitched. He picked up his monkey cocktail and walked over. Hey, kid. Click. What do you want, dude? Rebecca quickly shoved the weapon into her coat pocket and looked up. Lizzie Barr wasn't too strict about weapons, but there were rules. Dangerous weapons had to be checked in, or at least the ammo handed over. Rebecca clearly hadn't followed those rules. You're Rebecca, right? Roland sat beside her, took a sip of his cocktail, then spoke. You know me? That's weird. I don't remember you at all, dude. It's normal you don't. We've never met. I only heard about you from a friend. Oh, by the way, that weapon you're holding is officially yours now. Roland nodded, took another sip, and let out a small sigh before continuing. Rebecca paused, then looked down at the weapon in her pocket. After a moment of silence, she asked quietly, He died? No. He just got his hands on a better weapon, so he doesn't need this one anymore. So yeah, consider it a gift. Roland explained when he saw the hint of sadness in her expression. The moment she heard Yin wasn't dead, Rebecca squinted at him. She'd always had a good impression of Yin. He was one of the few decent people she'd met here. The thought of him being dead had made her sad, but nothing more. Now that she knew he was alive, that was enough. She was just curious why he hadn't come to see her. So what about you, dude? Are you Yin's assistant? Pfft. What nonsense, he works for me, if anything. Roland nearly spat out his drink, shooting her an annoyed glare. His assistant? What kind of upside-down logic was that? Come on. Usually someone who can't fight and wears a suit is just a manager. Don't pretend, dude. Rebecca patted his shoulder with a knowing look, as if she'd already seen through him. Roland's expression tightened like he'd swallowed something sour, but he didn't argue. Anyway, I just came to tell you this. I should get going. Oh, see you next time, dude. And if you get the chance, thank him for me. The weapon he gave me works great. Rebecca waved at him cheerfully. She wasn't lying either. She'd already smashed the heads of several street thugs with it. One by one, each idiot thought she was just some harmless little girl they could prey on. But Rebecca had grown up in Night City. She'd seen more than they ever would. Roland headed upstairs with 2 Imperial Guard robots. It was about time to leave. As for Elizabeth's ideals, Roland had no objections. In Night City, sex dolls were truly tragic souls. Most met miserable ends. Many arrived from elsewhere chasing the dream of this so-called city of dreams, only to be exploited by gangs, the police, and everyone in between until survival became impossible, eventually forcing them into the sex doll industry. Once in, they were pressured into taking loans to upgrade their chips because without the latest model, there'd be no customers. And so the cycle continued, trapping them forever. Along the way, they faced clients with twisted fetishes who didn't even see them as human. Many died or became disabled, buried under towering medical bills. And seeking treatment was dangerous itself. Scavengers lurked in every clinic. Broke? Then you'd become another skeleton beneath the city's neon glow, your body dismantled by scavengers and vagrants. Roland shook his head. He refused to become another corpse in this city. And if he ever had the chance, he'd change Night City's fate. Under Project Watchful Eye, nothing would remain hidden, every action exposed. As Roland stepped onto the rooftop, a man in a suit approached. Thud. An Imperial Guard robot instantly slammed him against the wall. Roland looked at him, surprised. The man smiled politely and raised his hands. No harm intended, Mr. Vimmers. I'm a supervisor from Night Corp. I'm here to speak with you. At that, a sharp gleam flickered in Roland's eyes. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Night Corp. The Night Corp, its name felt both familiar and unfamiliar to Roland. In both the game and the anime, its appearances were so few and fleeting that most people barely understood what the company actually was. But in truth, the Night Corp was a colossal power rooted deep within Night City. It had been founded by Miriam Knight, the wife of the city's creator, Richard Knight. Its original vision was to build a true utopian city. Sadly, that dream was nearly impossible to realize in the current Night City, where the Megacorp had long since rewritten the rules. Night Corp had been forced to build itself within those new rules. Even so, it had undeniably done a great deal for Night City, whether through charity programs or mediating gang conflicts. They worked tirelessly to maintain public order. At the same time, Night Corp was the city's largest infrastructure contractor. Water systems, power plants, roads, the subway, most of these were built by them. And its market value wasn't low. In fact, it was extremely high, though no precise figure existed, only broad estimates. The estimate fluctuated wildly, anywhere from 250 to 750 billion. For a company operating solely within Night City to reach such a valuation spoke volumes about its power. However, they seemed uninterested in openly controlling Night City, or rather, given the current climate, they didn't dare show interest. Their previous defeat in the struggle against Arasaka and Melee Tech likely forced them into retreat, choosing instead to stay hidden and quietly observe from the shadows. That failure had cost Night Corp a massive portion of its market share and influence over Night City. And after Arasaka was driven out, the city naturally fell under Militika's control. Still, Roland suspected their reluctance came from something else: the clash between Night Corp's ideals and those of the Megacorp. Many simply didn't want to see Night Corp taking charge again. What he didn't understand was what they wanted with him. At the moment, his company was partnered with Arasaka, and its strength was still far from remarkable. Roland waved his hand, signaling the Imperial Guard robot to release the man. Then he looked at the man who introduced himself as a Night Corp supervisor. Ahem. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Vimmers. I'm Jorel Curies, a field operations supervisor from Night Corp. Jorel offered his trademark smile and extended his hand. Roland gave him a glance before shaking it. And what business brings you here, Mr. Curies? Mr. Vimmers, are you familiar with our company? Jorel didn't answer directly. Instead, he threw a question back. Roland nodded. A bit. And I'd say that without interference from other corporations, Night City would likely be under Night Corp's control. Hearing that, Jorel let out a bitter smile. Exactly. And if there hadn't been interference? Mr. Roland, why don't you guess what we're here for? The bitterness faded from his face, replaced by seriousness as he looked straight at Roland. Roland narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking. In terms of intelligence and finance, Night Corp stood toe-to-toe with any megacorp. The only area where they lagged behind was armed force. Roland had always kept the saying political power grows out of the barrel of a gun in mind. Clearly, what Night Corp lacked was that gun. You need my technology? Roland asked cautiously. He wasn't entirely sure what Night Corp's military assets looked like. In both the game and anime, there'd been too little shown. Still, he suspected that while they were weaker than the Megacorp militarily, they weren't helpless either. They had created the counter-terrorism unit, after all. A very accurate assessment. But more precisely, we need your company's security force. Jorel nodded and continued. Public safety in Night City has always been a major issue. We've seen the security robots under your company. Their performance was astonishing. So we hope you can supply them in large quantities to the NCPD. At that, Roland immediately understood their goal. They wanted to use his technology to increase their influence within the NCPD, reclaiming as much authority and law enforcement power as possible for Night Corp. However, with the security robots currently at his disposal, the Night Owl was absolutely off the table. The cost alone was one issue, and it was also his second strongest robot. The next tier was the Campbell 2 security robot. It was cheaper to produce, built with better materials, and while its performance and firepower weren't leagues above the market, it was solid enough. Thinking about it, the Campbell might actually be perfect. Well then, Mr. Vimmers? What do you think? Jorel's eyes were full of hope. If Roland agreed, their upcoming operations would go much smoother. Then I'll need to see what you're offering. Excellent. Jorel's face lit up instantly. Since Roland hadn't rejected the proposal, the cooperation was basically secured. After all, who would turn down such an offer? We'll provide your company with a large area of industrial land, and gradually supply 1 billion in funding. All we need is your support in armaments and technology. Roland's eyes brightened. What he lacked the most right now was exactly this money and territory. He was well aware that Night Corp would likely request he loosen control over the security robots' access restrictions. Roland had no issue with that. Not at all. After all, nobody on their side could stop Lysandra anyway. Lending them some units temporarily was no big deal. This move? He was basically using someone else's money to build his own army. Talk about a clean win. After going over the basics with Jorel, the man left to prepare the contract. Meanwhile, Roland was already wondering if he should redeem some heavy machinery. Project Corporation still had plenty of large-scale war weapons. And as the saying goes, infantry works best with tanks. He already had infantry. Naturally, it was time to upgrade the combo. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Ambition. After Jorel left, Roland boarded the AV and returned home. Once inside, his expression turned noticeably heavier. If he truly managed to secure a partnership with Night Corp, then he could consider leaving Night City for a while, perhaps heading to Southern California, or even farther north in Northern California, to seek new opportunities. With Night Corp backing him and with Lysandra on his side, he could keep Yin inside the company as a remote operable identity. The thought made a sharp light flash through Roland's eyes. Yes, this was an opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime one. A glint of ambition followed in his gaze. Under his influence, a key councilman who had been blocking Myers from advancing the unification war had died in Night City. This meant the timeline for the war would inevitably be moved forward. According to Kuroda, at least by a full year. Which also meant Roland only had 1 year to carve out his share. Within that year, he needed to seize everything he could, securing leverage for the storm that was fast approaching. Among Night City's current city council members, Lucius Lane had already begun to stir. Clearly, he had sensed the unusual shifts as well and wanted to profit from them. For Roland, the situation was clear: Southern California would ultimately side with the new United States, while Northern California would resist. And the influence of major corporations like Melee Tech in the northern cities was nowhere near that of Night City. That made the Northern California government the perfect partner. They didn't want the new United States stepping onto their turf, nor did they want Melee Tech to keep holding the reins over Night City's authority. Because if Melee Tech continued controlling Night City, the wars to come would only grow more unpredictable. Lysandra, book me a flight to August City in Northern California. Not a real-world location, fictional. I understand. Oh, and don't book it under my name." Roland added that after a pause. He had no desire to invite trouble the moment he left Night City. As for why he chose August City, it was relatively close to Night City, but far enough to make things a bit awkward. Positioned northwest of Night City, it was surrounded by several well-developed cities. Its own growth, however, was hindered by geography. The western coast near the bay was blocked by mountains, preventing expansion. To the east was a major, highly developed city with better transportation and closer proximity to Night City. As a result, logistics never flowed through August City, leaving it lagging behind and mostly ignored. After settling everything on his end, Roland messaged Kiwi and the others, telling them he'd be away for a while. He instructed them not to expose themselves and arranged for Yin to stay in the company, relaying messages on his behalf. While he was gone, Yin would act as the company's boss. Once all preparations were complete, Roland stepped onto the balcony. Staring at the brilliantly lit metropolis before him, he drifted into a daze. Since arriving in this world, he had barely stopped moving, accomplishing things he would have never dared dream of in his previous life. Lost in thought, he touched the tip of his nose, then glanced toward the city center. He didn't know what the future would look like, but he knew one thing: he wanted to leave his mark here, and make sure this world remembered his name. "When I return to Night City, I'll give everyone here a huge surprise." With that, Roland clenched his fist and went back inside. Tomorrow, after signing the contract with the Night Corp representative arranged by Jorel and settling the factory situation, he would leave Night City for a while. Roland adeptly signed his name on the reviewed contract and stamped his identity authentication. Once the files were sealed, he felt significantly more at ease. "Mr. Vimmers, we'd like you to first provide a batch of lower-cost intelligent security robots. Not your company's high-end models, the more basic ones." "You mean the Campbell 2 model?" Roland glanced at the Night Corp representative. Kay raised an eyebrow. "Exactly, that one." Kay pointed to a Campbell 2 unit standing near the entrance, serving as security. "Of course, no problem. I'm just curious, how many do you need?" "Roughly 200 units to start." Roland blinked. The number wasn't large, but it did make him wonder what they planned to do with them. "As for pricing, we'll follow the contract." Kay smiled. "Then if I may ask, what exactly are these robots for?" "We're planning to reassign a portion of our officers into the Campbell 2 program for testing." Kay smiled as he gathered the documents on the table. Hearing that, Roland's expression turned strange. If he remembered correctly, the NCPD currently used Kong Tao's security and police robots. Which meant, he had stolen Kong Tao's business again. For heaven's sake! Roland insisted it really wasn't intentional. All he could offer was an apology. The Campbell 2 intelligent security robot did outperform Kong Tao's current products, though that was mostly because Kong Tao leaned heavily toward the low-end market. Still, there was no denying that the Campbell 2 offered a lower price and superior cost efficiency. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a frame proportional to its height, the unit featured alloy armor in black, white, and orange-yellow. Its head resembled a fully enclosed Western Knight's helmet. Its hands were four-fingered, and the main components of its body were covered entirely by alloy plating. Mounted on its thighs were holsters typically holding Project Corporation's new Rod 3 power weapon, a powerful and comparatively expensive kinetic firearm, expensive relative to other power weapons. Both arms were equipped with arm blades, and each unit carried a medical kit for emergencies sold separately, of course. Additional equipment included shoulder-mounted searchlights and microcameras. Its alloy armor was strong enough to withstand everything short of heavy firepower. Unless your luck was terrible. Anything else trying to breach its defenses would pay a steep price. Regardless, Night Corp's decision was nothing but beneficial for Roland. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, NCPD in August City. Heard the higher UPS are supposed to send us a batch of new gear. Garcia slowly slid his chair over until he was beside Mark, then leaned back and spoke. Mark gave him a disdainful look. The moment Garcia finished. You actually buy that? Oh, right, those bigwig saints upstairs will technically give us new gear, but who knows what the quality's gonna be. He exaggerated a dramatic expression, then dropped it and went back to sorting through his paperwork. Garcia scratched his head. Thinking about it again, yeah, that was usually how it went. Every time the city government approved funding or sent down new equipment, the chief took his cut first. Then the deputy chief. Then the department heads and supervisors. Only after that would a few squad leaders get something, and only a few, because some refused to play along. And the final result? Regular officers got nothing. No equipment. No money. Nothing. See? This is our night city. This is what those guys upstairs do for us, hand out new gear so I can work overtime? Not happening. Mark rolled his eyes and pulled out a map marked with Night City's layout. Only this one was covered edge to edge with crime markers: missing persons, homicides, kidnappings, the works. And every now and then we get a gang firefight on top of it. My God! And they want us to stop that? I swear those clowns upstairs had their brains sucked out by a toilet. Garcia shrugged. Here he goes again, but none of it was wrong. Hardly any NCPD officer wanted to get involved in gang shootouts. Those gang members were full of cyberware, with firepower that often outgunned the cops. Meanwhile, regular officers had nothing but a bulletproof vest and a handgun. With their tiny monthly salary and zero support from above, it was best not to go looking for trouble. Unless the higher UPS felt like giving them counterterrorism unit equipment, then Night City's crime rate wouldn't be a problem at all. Just as Garcia was about to end the conversation and finish the rest of today's cleanup work, a sudden commotion spread through the station. What now? He leaned out and looked toward the entrance, asking a colleague standing nearby. Heard the new gear's here, and apparently it's serious this time, not that joke stuff. For real? Garcia stared at him in disbelief. No idea. But checking it out beats sitting here doing boring paperwork. The man bolted toward the entrance. What's going on? Mark poked his head out. Garcia explained the situation, and Mark's expression turned suspicious. All right, let's go take a look. Soon, officers all over the station were leaning out windows, watching the scene outside. Chief Terison was talking to a man in a Night Corp uniform. Terison kept nodding and bowing, making promises, by the look of it. Then truck after truck opened their cargo doors, and rows of fully equipped Campbell II intelligent security robots rolled out. The officers were stunned, clearly not expecting anything on this scale. Hey, no way are we actually getting upgraded gear. I bet it's for the special response teams. Nothing to do with us. Two officers whispered to each other. After all, NCPD had different policing units. Terison began directing personnel to set up the robots outside, then walked toward the station building. The officers immediately retreated, eyes down, minds elsewhere. Terison didn't care. After clearing his throat, he announced. These are military support units provided to NCPD by Night Corp and Project Corporation. The robots outside are Project Corporation's intelligent security units. Another shipment of Project Corporation firepower weapons is still en route and should arrive tomorrow. I'm telling you this because your equipment will be updated soon. The Campbell II units will join your patrol teams, one Campbell robot paired with 3 officers. Someone will brief you on the details later. With that, Terison headed back to his office. The station went silent for a split second, then exploded into chatter. No way! We actually got funding. These things aren't here to replace us, right? Bet our workload's about to go up. At least it'll be safer than before. I've seen some of Project Corporation's weapons. The uproar at NCPD had nothing to do with Roland, who had just arrived in Aga's city. "Sir, we've reached Aga's city." Hearing the announcement, Roland glanced at the smiling, gold-bright flight attendant in front of him and gave a simple nod. He really wanted to complain about the bizarre aesthetic full-body brass cyberware mods. Was that supposed to look good? But he didn't dwell on it. Stepping off the plane, he immediately noticed how different this place was from Night City. The airport wasn't nearly as high-tech. After leaving the airport, Roland squinted against the light. The entire cityscape was nothing like Night City. The streets lacked the usual types of people, replaced instead by figures in punk jackets and bandanas. Even the architecture had a different style. He scanned the area and spotted his contact. "You must be Mr. Vimmers? I'm the staff assigned to receive you. You can call me D." A silver-skinned man dressed like a butler approached him with a pleasant smile. Take me to the hotel." "Of course. This way, please." D nodded, gestured invitingly, and held a hand above the car door. Roland's expression twitched slightly. He'd just been wondering which would hurt more, hitting the man's hand or hitting the car frame. For now, he needed to settle into the hotel, then meet the mayor tomorrow and get a read on the situation in Aga's city. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Time to clean up. "Sir, someone is watching us." A man's voice, unnaturally cold, sounded beside Roland's ear. Roland, who had been looking out the hotel window, gave a slight nod to show he was aware. This was a sub-AI created by Lysandra, designed specifically to command the Imperial Guard robot line, providing far stronger combat processing power. "Can you locate them?" "Yes. But confirming all positions will take some time." "All right. Once you find them, confirm their identities. If possible, figure out who's behind them. If they don't have any real backing, eliminate them on the spot." "Understood." After giving his orders, Roland sat down on the sofa, his gaze drifting downward. He wasn't sure yet whether the ones targeting him were the giant core or local factions. If they were local, then they couldn't blame him for chopping off the claws they dared to extend toward him. He had come here with goodwill. He chose Aga's city specifically to help boost its economic development. Serious face. "How's it looking? What's the target doing?" "Everything's normal. The target is still in the hotel, seems to be admiring the view. We can't see clearly from here." A man in black combat gear, lying prone with binoculars, answered from inside a room. "Good. Keep observing. Report anything unusual." "Got it." "Man, what kind of crappy job is this? The guy doesn't even look like anyone important." He cut the comms, muttered a complaint, rubbed his thigh, pulled out a pack of compressed rations, and started chewing. While he was busy watching, he never noticed the shadow that slipped through the traps he'd set and quietly approached from behind. "Hey? Looks like he disappeared." He suddenly realized Roland was no longer on the sofa. Confused, he reached for his comms only for a sharp pain to explode through his head as the light faded from his eyes. A night owl robot slowly retracted its silenced weapon, extracted the chip from the man's neck, and immediately hacked into his system. Meanwhile, the squad leader saw one of the life monitors on his display flatten into a straight line. His face darkened for a moment, then returned to normal. He frowned and opened the comms channel. 7, what's going on over there? Everything's fine here. The target just went to the bathroom. The night owl robot mimicked the man's voice perfectly. The captain relaxed, having no idea that danger was already closing in. Back in the hotel, Roland, now watching TV, received a report from the Imperial Guard robot. The data identified several groups. One group consisted of gang members who had targeted him as a big, unprotected payday. Roland had nothing to say about them, he simply ordered their immediate removal. Another group was made up of local corporate scouts gathering intel. Roland ignored them. The last group, however, was from a major local conglomerate, Hamos Industries. They were one of August City's main economic pillars, operating primarily in mining and manufacturing. Roland's expression turned strange. If they truly had mines and strong manufacturing, there was no reason August City should be this poor. Unless Hamos Industries was keeping it that way on purpose. Roland narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he wanted their mines according to the intel. Their main resources were iron, copper, and similar materials. Exactly what he lacked most. If he could take Hamos down, he really could give Night City a surprise. What puzzled him was why they would monitor him and even plan to attack. His current business direction shouldn't conflict with theirs at all. Yet, according to the hacked data from the Night Owl robot, they intended to drive him out. And the two companies could easily cooperate. Something was off. But it wouldn't stop him from dealing with them. Move. Take out this squad. Roland closed the files, issued the command to the Imperial Guard robots, and sent a visit request email to Arasaka, the mayor of August City. Boom. While the Hamos Industries squad was chatting in their jeep, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky and slammed into the front hood with a deafening crash. The violent impact hurled the entire vehicle into the air. It spun 180 degrees before smashing back onto the ground, sending metal shards and debris flying. Pained groans came from inside. The Imperial Guard robot turned, then walked steadily toward the smoking jeep. Ugh, ah! The squad captain, head drenched in blood and vision swimming, tried to crawl out the window only to be met with a metal-plated foot. Thud! A sharp bang erupted, blood splattering across the pavement. The Imperial Guard robot glanced at the wreck, took a round device from its waist, pressed the switch, and tossed it into the jeep before walking away. Moments later, a pillar of flame shot skyward. The orange-red glare lit the robot's back, casting its other side into deep shadow. Several nearby pedestrians froze, stunned speechless by the sudden carnage. A scream finally broke the silence, sending the street into immediate chaos. And around August City, several other locations were experiencing the exact same thing. Roland walked to the window, looking down at the rising flames and the thick black smoke curling into the sky. He shook his head. He had planned to stay low-key and decide his approach after meeting the mayor. But judging by Hamos Industries' move, subtlety wasn't an option. A louder approach would be better. As for the local police, their situation was only slightly better than Night City's, not by much, and their firepower couldn't compare. The other intelligence agents watching all of this were stunned. None had expected Roland to act so decisively. But they weren't the most shocked nor the most furious. That honor belonged to Pico Hamos, the owner of Hamos Industries. The moment his entire squad was wiped out, he received the death report. He'd been watching the operation since the start. Roland Vimmerus. I'll remember you. Let's see how you handle the next round. Pico narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing through them. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Beast-type Robot. Another early morning arrived. Roland dragged himself out of bed, opened his system panel, and went for a single lucky draw chest pull. With a steady daily income of blue essence now, he tried his luck from time to time, though nothing worthwhile had dropped ever since his ascension. Still, people need hope. What if today was the day? Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained, Project, Fanged Hound Beast-type Robot Blueprint. Roland shot to his feet at the notification, surprise written all over his face. He really hadn't expected to actually pull something good today. Before this, it had always been either some kinetic pistol or random mechanical scraps. But today an entire blueprint. And judging by the description, it didn't look weak at all. Roland quickly opened the blueprint's details. Project, Fanged Hound Beast-type Robot. Primarily produced for use alongside the Frenzy Hunter module, operating under the same intelligence system as the Frenzy Hunter. I am one. When paired with a Project Frenzy Hunter, it displays exceptional scouting and hunting abilities. You will have nowhere to run. Reading the description, Roland's expression turned a bit odd. This was the first project-grade weapon he had ever drawn. Yes, to him, this thing definitely counted as a weapon. It shared vision with the Frenzy Hunter and could act as its deployed strike unit when needed. Lysandra, accelerate Fanged Hound production and send a batch to Aga's city. The moment Roland gave the order, Lysandra's factory halted all ongoing mechanical production and switched entirely to manufacturing Fanged Hounds. At the same time, Roland considered whether he should sell them. The production cost wasn't that high. But the problem lay in the technology it contained. This thing was already touching on project-level black tech. After thinking it over, Roland decided to produce a batch for personal use first. Mr. Arasaka, what do you think of the proposal I mentioned earlier? Roland looked at the mayor, who kept smiling as usual, but Roland's eyes carried a trace of caution and suspicion. The man didn't seem tempted at all by the offer. In fact, he seemed slightly disgusted. That reaction made Roland's heart sink. He immediately guessed Arasaka must have some hidden ties to Hamos Industries. Haha, Mr. Vimmers, you know our city has always welcomed outside investment. So you can go right ahead and handle it yourself. However, I do have some difficulties on my end, so I can't offer much help. At most, I can approve this land for you. The rest, you'll have to take care of on your own. As he spoke, Arasaka pulled out a document. The moment Roland saw it, he understood the mayor had been waiting for this exact moment. Waiting for him to request establishing an industrial park, so he could present this document. Roland took it and glanced at the title. Plan for transforming the western slums into a new industrial base. I see. Thank you, Mayor Arasaka. One more thing if possible, I'd like to handle security for that district myself. Would that be acceptable? Of course, of course. If you so wish. Arasaka froze briefly at the request but then agreed with a wide smile. Yet once Roland left, he immediately let out a derisive chuckle. His original surname had been Hamos, meaning he still held a share in Hamos Industries. With Roland eyeing Aga's city's industries and territory, there was no way he could sit idle. If someone reaches into your plate, you swat their hand away. And the land he gave to Roland? That plot was originally intended for Hamos Industries. But the area was controlled by a local gang, negotiations had stalled, and the gang was demanding an outrageous price. Using brute force wasn't realistic either. That district wasn't the kind of place Hamos Industries could just march into any team they sent and would probably get beaten senseless. A full force sweep. That was still a step too far. No point damaging their own reputation. So Arasaka simply handed that land to Roland. If Roland couldn't handle it, he'd have to crawl back home. If he could handle it well, Hamos Industries could swoop in and take the fruit afterward. Roland clearly understood the scheme. He immediately told Lysandra to investigate the area and dig into Arasaka's background. Soon after, he received a report from Yun Intel. Arasaka Hamos, and the Flame Kid. Roland rubbed his chin, his eyes turning thoughtful. The Flame Kid in the slums wasn't a big problem. The real issue was Hamos Industries' influence across Aga's city. So, he needed to remove Arasaka and install someone of his own, or perhaps, directly control Arasaka and turn him into one of his own people. That thought reminded Roland of a certain faction he'd encountered in Cyberpunk 2077. If he guessed correctly, that faction was created by a rogue AI hiding behind the Blackwall. They used special methods to exert mental control over specific targets. Mr. Blue Eyes. Lysandra, can you do something like that? I can, but it is outside my designated role. However, I should remind you, sir, that project has many products suited for such tasks. Roland's eyes lit up. Right, if the rogue ace in Cyberpunk could pull it off, then the far more advanced Project Corporation certainly could. And the project universe's mastery of energy and AI was leagues ahead of Cyberpunk's. Soon, Roland found exactly what he needed in the marketplace. Milan 2 Puppet Chip. Its primary function was breaching personal electronic defenses and implanting a puppet virus. Once active, the virus could control every action of the host. But it had clear flaws. First, the virus couldn't spread through networks, it stayed confined to the single host. Second, when activated, it caused noticeable fluctuations in the target, making it easy for others to detect. And its design wasn't fully refined: strong offense, weak defense. Roland checked the blueprint price. 100,000 blue essence? Are you kidding me? He immediately bought a finished model instead. 10,000 blue essence. Painful, but manageable. Once the Arasaka situation was resolved, he'd remove him, replace him, and recycle the puppet chip. Yes. Perfect plan. Done. Sir, Ms. Elizabeth has sent you a message. Please review it. Roland blinked, then opened his inbox. What he saw made him smile faintly. As you instructed, I've found information on one of the girls you're searching for. My people spotted a white-haired girl in Haywood who looks very similar. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Lucy. Vroom. With a roar of engines, a large truck shot into the heart of Night City. Not long after, its speed began to slow. Hidden among the stacks of cargo in the back, a small figure wrapped in a brown cloak brushed the dust off her clothes and stood up. The compartment was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Suddenly, the rear door of the truck swung open for no apparent reason. The driver cursed when he noticed, quickly easing the truck to a slower speed, clearly intending to stop and check. The small figure moved toward the open door. Once the truck had slowed enough, she leaped out, rolled upon hitting the ground, and slipped straight into a narrow alley. The truck continued a little farther before coming to a full stop. As the driver climbed out, still swearing, she pulled back her hood. A spill of pure white hair caught the dim light Lucy, still just a young girl. Lucy removed the cloak, adjusted her clothes and the items in her shoulder bag, and only after confirming everything was intact did she begin to look around with curiosity. She'd always been fascinated by this city. Supposedly, Arasaka's didn't have much influence here, making it an exceptionally free place somewhere people came to chase their dreams. Thinking of that, Lucy pulled a crumpled lunar travel flyer from her pocket, her eyes lighting up. But she also knew what the city was really like. Before coming, she'd used her netrunner skills to dig up a more honest picture. Her conclusion was simple: this city suited her well. Arasaka's influence wasn't overwhelming here, and other major corporations were constantly trying to trip them up. And the Chaos Night City had plenty. Criminals of all kinds wandered these streets, including well-known fugitives and numerous gang members. What interested her most was the profession they called marginalized individuals. It wasn't quite the same as elsewhere where they'd usually just be called mercenaries, and the market wasn't as big. Here, becoming a marginalized individual had nothing to do with your background, only your ability mattered. Lucy liked that. She felt she would get along well with this city. After confirming there was no danger nearby, she stepped out of the alley. Her curious gaze drifted across the surroundings. Many buildings were covered in colorful graffiti, worn and shabby. The sight didn't surprise her. She knew no city was uniformly prosperous, and she clearly hadn't landed in a wealthy district. Soon she spotted a group of people in flashy clothing, sporting golden cyberware and V-shaped tattoos, walking down the street. At each storefront they passed, they collected a fee from the owners. A gang, hey. Figures. No matter where you go, these types never disappear. Judging by the look of them, those must be the Valentinos. Lucy observed them from the shadows, murmuring to herself. She'd done some research before arriving. Of all the gangs, the Tiger Claws and Maelstrom were the ones she wanted to avoid the most. Compared to them, the Valentinos weren't the worst. Of course, that was only the tallest among the short. With that thought, she continued on. First she needed a place to stay, then time to gather intel, and only after that could she begin doing anything meaningful. Before long, a wandering Mox member pausing now and then to scan the crowd spotted her. Noticing something familiar, the Mox member glanced at the image device in her hand, then quickly looked up again only to find that Lucy had already vanished. Clicking her tongue in frustration, she immediately reported it to her boss. The information soon landed in Roland's hands. Didn't expect Lucy to show up in Night City this early. Roland rubbed his chin, debating whether to approach her. In his previous life, he'd really liked her character, loyal, passionate, unafraid to love or hate. But right now, approaching her was difficult. Partly because of her age, and partly because, given what she'd been through, she probably hated doing anything for a corporation. Maybe even despised it. So if Roland approached her as a company representative, she'd likely draw a blade on him or run. Elizabeth, don't approach her in my name for now. Just keep an eye on her, help her out where you can. We'll handle the rest when I'm back in Night City. Got it? I'll take care of it. Elizabeth nodded and began instructing her people to monitor Lucy's movements and offer support when possible. After speaking with Elizabeth, Roland messaged Kiwi as well, asking her to keep tabs on the situation. Receiving the message, Kiwi's expression became a bit odd. Knowing what had happened with Gloria, and now seeing something similar with Lucy, she couldn't help but form her own quiet suspicions about Roland. Meanwhile, Lucy had already lifted a few people's chips and was digging deeper into the city through the data she found while also noticing something off. Passing through several districts, she kept feeling certain people's eyes on her. And now, the sensation was even stronger. Her mood darkened. She knew the city was chaotic, but she hadn't expected to be targeted this quickly. Hey kid, you alone? Where are your folks? A middle-aged man with a gentle smile walked toward her slowly, bending down to speak. Lucy only stared at him coldly, orange light blooming in her eyes. A burst of crackling electricity erupted. Ugh! Thud! As several bodies collapsed to the ground, Lucy calmly withdrew her gaze. She knew exactly who they were, scavengers. Clearly, they were after her cyberware. And of course they were. Arasaka's had equipped her with top-tier cyberware. To scavs, that was priceless, especially on a child. No way they'd let a prize like that go. For people like them, Lucy never left an opening. A clean neural meltdown. End of story. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, I'm going to take you down, got it? After taking down the scavengers in front of her, Lucy left immediately. She knew she couldn't stay. Sooner or later, the scene would draw attention. Meanwhile, the Mox member who'd been secretly watching her was completely stunned. She hadn't expected a girl this young to have such high-level netrunner abilities. For a moment she didn't even dare approach, terrified Lucy might mistake her for an accomplice and fry her brain along with the scavs. She hesitated for a long while, finally gritted her teeth, and decided to follow. But the moment she looked up, the figure that had been just ahead of her was already gone. As she anxiously scanned her surroundings, a voice suddenly came from behind. Hey, were you looking for me? The Mox member froze. She turned around with an awkward smile and there was Lucy, standing right behind her, orange light gleaming in her eyes. Wait. I mean no harm. I'm not with those scavengers. She quickly raised both hands in a placating gesture. Getting killed by a little girl today was not on her to-do list. Oh? Then tell me, who are you really? Lucy looked her over with a teasing glint, one eyebrow lifting. I'm with the Mox. I just didn't feel comfortable seeing you wandering around alone, you're still just a kid. The Mox? Lucy frowned at the name. As for the woman's explanation, she didn't believe a word of it. After what happened at the company and after years living on the run, she didn't trust anyone easily. But the Mox itself. Lucy's feelings were complicated. She knew it was a newly formed gang, but its ideology was something she genuinely respected. Judging by the woman's clothes and tattoos, she really was part of that group. "You're lying. Tell me the truth, and then you can leave." Lucy lifted her head, locking eyes with the woman. The orange glow in her pupils intensified. Cold sweat slid down the woman's cheek. After hesitating for a moment, she finally told Lucy everything. Once she left, Lucy immediately ran back to the scavenger corpses. She stripped a coat off one of them, threw it on, and slipped away without a trace. From that woman's words, she learned the Mox had recently been searching for young girls wandering the streets of Night City. Lucy didn't know what they were after. Maybe they meant well. Maybe they didn't. Either way, she wasn't about to get involved. If they meant well, kindness from strangers only made her uncomfortable. She hadn't met people like that in her entire life. If they meant harm, then accepting that risk would be even more foolish. So she chose to avoid them, putting as much distance between herself and their territory as possible. After some thought, she figured the best places for her right now were probably Haywood or Westbrook. Westbrook might be Tiger Claw's turf, but Arasaka's clearly didn't know she had escaped here. And not everyone in Tiger Claws worked for Arasaka's. From the chips she'd lifted, she also learned about a well-known fixer in Japantown, someone deeply connected with the Tiger Claws and not exactly on friendly terms with Arasaka's. But what kind of person he really was, she would have to find that out herself. Elizabeth looked at the Mox member standing before her, head bowed, and sighed. At least she hadn't directly stated they were searching for Lucy, otherwise, Lucy would probably avoid their territory entirely. Netrunning skills, hey. Elizabeth's gaze shifted slightly. She had originally thought that was just an excuse Roland made up, but it turned out to be true. Judging from this, Lucy's identity definitely wasn't simple. So young, yet so skilled, wary of strangers, wandering alone. Elizabeth couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for her. Roland had also received Elizabeth's message, but he didn't have time to deal with this right now. His priority was handling Arasaka. He'd already sent people ahead to August City to establish a branch. He'd planned to negotiate with Arasaka before bringing them in, but the man turned out to be a snake. Still, it didn't really matter now. He'd just have to deal with Arasaka himself. There weren't any suitable operatives in August he could deploy. The Imperial Guard robots and Night Owl robots made too much noise. So he planned to go in personally and give Arasaka a taste of project-level black tech. Night had fallen. Parts of August City were already in darkness, while the busiest districts still blazed with light. After finishing some paperwork, Arasaka left City Hall to head home, leaving the rest of the documents to his secretary. As his vehicle drove through a scenic area, a manor slowly came into view. This Project Corporation is pretty capable. Shame they chose the wrong target. Arasaka shook his head with a small laugh and set aside the Project Corporation dossier. It stated they had formed partnerships with Night Corp, Kong Tao, Arasaka's Trauma Team, and more. He had to admit they clearly had high-level technology. But, it didn't matter. They had money. They could always buy weapons of equal or better quality. Not far away, Roland stood with a squad of Night Owl robots, watching Arasaka enter the manor. He slowly put on Light's exoskeleton helmet and had the Night Owls mark every security force and personnel placement on the map. Once he understood the layout, he drew the source energy katana from his backpack where it had been gathering dust. His electronic blood surged to life, and a coded incantation slipped from his lips. He needed to wrap things up in August City quickly. The growth of his company and the liberation of humanity couldn't wait any longer. Buzz! A streak of orange light tore through the air, followed by a blinding flash. In the blink of an eye, every security unit in Arasaka Manor was wiped out, leaving only mangled remains. Each one bore a single, terrifying slash. "You, who are you? How did you get into my house?" "Security. Security." Arasaka collapsed to the floor in terror, staring at Roland in shock. Roland stood with his back to him, the source energy katana angled toward the ground. He tilted his head, glanced at Arasaka, then gripped the hilt with both hands and sliced downward in a diagonal arc. The figure was split cleanly in two. He glanced at the sparking robot remains on the ground and drove his blade into the chip to finish the job. Only then did he walk toward Arasaka. He had to admit thankfully the manor used only security robots. If humans had been present, forging human biometric signals would have been troublesome. Robot signals were much easier to spoof. "It feels like forever since our last meeting, Mayor Arasaka." Chapter 80, Caught Off Guard. Listening to the man who had wiped out his entire security force in a single instant, Arasaka forced himself to swallow his fear and stammered, Who are you?" "Me? Mayor Arasaka, hearing you say that really hurts my feelings. Didn't we just meet not long ago?" An electronic tone slipped from Roland's voice as he slowly removed the exoskeleton mask from his head. "Now then, Mayor, you should recognize me, shouldn't you?" Seeing that familiar face, Arasaka's complexion turned a sickly shade of grey. He swallowed hard and shakily pointed a finger at Roland. "Vimers, don't be impulsive. If you have any demands, just tell me. There's no need to flip the table like this." Arasaka was still shocked by the sheer power Roland had shown, but surviving took priority. He absolutely didn't want to die here. Rescue services and insurance wouldn't help him now. If he angered this man, he'd die all the same. In situations like this, admitting defeat was the smart choice, and he had always been someone who understood the times. "Arasaka Hamos, there's nothing left for us to discuss. And besides, villains die from talking too much. I've never claimed to be a good person. So, farewell, my dear Mayor." "Why, you bastard, you Aaiaik." Roland didn't give him the chance to finish. His figure blurred, and he drove the puppet chip straight into Arasaka's body. When doing something unpleasant, the faster the better. Delay only invited complications. "Lysandra, send a squad of robots to Arasaka Manor. I need them to ensure our mayor's safety." After issuing the command, Roland sat down on the sofa, quietly watching Arasaka undergo the final stages of transformation. Before long, the man who had been lying with his eyes rolled back, drooling like a fool, slowly moved his gaze. A faint red light began to glow in his pupils. "Greetings, my master." Roland nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the Arasaka standing before him, eyes glowing red. "Good. I assume you've fully taken control of his body. From today on, your name is Arasaka. You will help me take control of this city and aid Project Corporation in absorbing Hamos Industries." "Understood." The puppet Arasaka nodded, then stiffly raised his arm and tapped the screen on the desk, initiating a video call with his secretary. "Mayor Arasaka, what are your orders?" "I need you to draft a document. Plan for introducing Project Corporation into municipal security operations." "Hey? But earlier this afternoon you..." I understand. I'll draft it immediately." One glance at Arasaka's displeased expression was enough to smother all of the secretary's doubts. "Good. Next, I want restrictions placed on Hamos Industries' product output." After giving a series of instructions, Arasaka finally ended the call. By this point, Roland had a clear grasp of the puppet virus's limitations. The body moved awkwardly, with noticeable stiffness. Fortunately, speech remained unaffected, so the issue wasn't serious. There were occasional spasms as well, but according to Arasaka, these were only remnants of the original consciousness struggling back, something that would fade completely with time. Roland didn't bother worrying about it. With Arasaka the key piece now under control, the next step was to move directly against Hamos Industries. All it required was careful setup. 1 week later, on the rooftop of the Hamos Industries building in August City. Crash! Papers scattered across the floor as Pico shot to his feet, face twisted with disbelief. On the television in front of him, the global news was broadcasting report after report on Hamos Industries scandals. Violent coercion, contract killings, forced acquisitions, kidnapping and extortion, predatory business practices, the evidence was overwhelming. And this wasn't local news, it was global. That meant only one thing. Hamos Industries was about to face a total collapse. How is this possible? Pico's expression contorted even further. But soon, he saw something on screen, something only he and Arasaka knew. In an instant, the teenager's face flushed with rage. Arasaka! What the hell are you thinking? After shouting, Pico immediately called his subordinates, ordering them to begin PR damage control and to inform the city council to initiate impeachment proceedings against Arasaka. Yes, understood. I'll begin the impeachment process immediately. A city councillor answered nervously, glancing up from time to time at what stood in front of him. Only after hanging up did he cautiously sit back down. A small dog with a chainsaw-like head paced across his desk, bearing a maw full of alloy fangs. The councillor instinctively scooted back a little. I've done everything you asked. See, can you let me go now? Don't worry. Our boss honors his agreements. And really, there's no need to resist us so much. Compared to Hamos Industries, our company is far more appealing, wouldn't you say? A man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses chuckled, adjusted his frames, and motioned for the fanged hound to return. Only after handling everything did Pico let out a long breath, before slamming his fist down in fury. He had no idea what Arasaka was thinking, but he was certain the man had made his decision. Confronting him now would gain nothing but unnecessary anger. What troubled him more was what project could have offered Arasaka to make him betray his own family and abandon all his existing interests. At the same time, he began calculating what losing Arasaka meant for Hamos Industries. First, Arasaka held a significant portion of the company's shares. Combined with other stakeholders, whoever controlled him could threaten Pico's position. Second, much of Hamos Industries' operations relied on government policy. Losing that support meant losing massive market share, and many branches could be shut down overnight for violations. Bang! Damn you, Arasaka! Pico's face darkened as he continued to think. His attention locked directly onto Project Corporation. It was the company gaining the most benefit by far. After getting approval from the slums, they had quickly resolved the Flame Kid issue. When Pico had prepared to move against them back then, Arasaka had stopped him. Remembering that made Pico's expression grow even darker. He suddenly realized Arasaka had probably already defected to Project at that time. After all, Project began establishing factories at a terrifying pace, encountering zero resistance from the government. In fact, they received generous support. And then there was that damned security document. A chill shot through Pico. In just 7 days, Project Corporation's armed presence had spread throughout the entire city of August. This was all thanks to Nightcorp and the hidden Lysandra factory established earlier. No, this can't continue. Pico murmured as he sat in his chair. He finally understood that Project's actions had gained overwhelming public support and now Arasaka himself stood with them. Even impeachment wouldn't be easy. If Pico didn't act, he would only face a slow, inevitable death. So. A ruthless glint flashed through Pico's eyes. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 81, Flipping the Table. Roland stood at the window with his hands clasped behind his back, looking out over the city below. An old farmer's smile tugged at the corner of his lips. It wouldn't be long before he had full control over August City. When that time came, this place would serve as his logistics base. He had to admit the Free State offered him far more maneuvering room than he expected. The mayor's authority here had surprised him, and with his current grip on the city council, the entire city was essentially already under his control. Once Hamos Industries was dealt with, everything would fall neatly into place. After wrapping things up here, he could return to Night City. There were still matters waiting for him there. After that, it would all come down to waiting for the unification war to begin. Given his current pace of development, he'd be more than ready to insert himself into the conflict when the time came. Prepare a vehicle. I'm heading to Hamos Industries to have a talk with Pico. Roland gave the order to an employee behind him, a spy from Arasaka's. He had intentionally placed this man by his side so Arasaka's could observe his actions. Partly to draw their attention, partly to make them believe he had no interest in Night City and was instead moving against Aga's city first. It was possible this would stir Arasaka's suspicion, but Roland understood them well. In their eyes, once their carrier arrived, everything would be decided. They probably wouldn't care. Earlier, he'd kept Arasaka's agents in the dark to avoid complications. But now that things were nearly settled, he didn't mind anymore. Roland sat comfortably in the vehicle, earphones playing music, a drink in hand. One Imperial Guard robot sat beside him, another in the passenger seat. Suddenly, the robot beside him sprang up, shielding Roland with its body. A burst of violent fire engulfed the vehicle. Boom! Heavy firepower directly used against him. Cough! What the hell was that? Roland crawled out of the smoking wreckage, covered in soot and looking thoroughly annoyed. The two Imperial Guard robots stood beside him, shields raised. Pedestrians on the street quickly backed away, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Roland glanced at where the driver had been, now gone without a trace. His lips twitched. That guy had been a diligent, hard-working spy. Now that he was dead, where was Roland supposed to find such a useful employee? A crack of electricity pierced the air. A bullet glowing with blue light streaked in, pierced straight through an Imperial Guard robot's shield, and embedded itself into the alloy plating of its chest. Harder than its own shield. Built to protect its employer no matter what. After checking the point of impact, the robot immediately identified the source of the shot. Northeast direction, 32 degrees. Suspected ultra-long-range engagement. Requiring Night Owl and Fanged Hound robot support. As the robot transmitted the data, nearby Fanged Hound and Night Owl units already on standby launched into action. Electromagnetic weapon? Roland narrowed his eyes. Now that caught him off guard. Things had been calm for a while, and he'd thought Pico had given up on assassinating him. He'd actually relaxed. But the ambush had been waiting here all along. The bigger question, where was the person who had just unleashed such heavy firepower? Another Imperial Guard robot had already locked onto the attacker's position, but because its top priority was protecting Roland, it held back. Unit 2, take out the heavy fire support. Don't worry about me. Unit 2 acknowledged the order, pulled a shotgun from its back, and stomped heavily toward the target. Elsewhere, another sniper who had been hiding for quite some time smiled cruelly. Idiot! When he saw Roland's security robots block the electromagnetic rounds, he nearly gave up and withdrew. But he hadn't expected to be handed another opportunity. To ensure the kill, he pushed the power output even higher. It risked blowing the gun, but it was worth it. Another crackling surge sounded as the high-powered Nikomata sniper rifle fired, launching a tungsten steel projectile that could tear through titanium alloy. In that instant, Light's combat instincts locked onto the sniper's position, but it was too late. The bullet struck Roland square in the forehead. Thud! The immense impact sent Roland staggering backward. In the shadows, both snipers' faces lit up with excitement. Damn it! I let my guard down. Sneak attacking an old man like me. Roland wiped his forehead, grumbling as he got up. The sniper's smiles froze instantly and turned into horror. They immediately began packing up their equipment, scrambling to run. That bullet had been almost completely neutralized by Light's bulletproof coating and reinforced alloy frame. All it did was knock Roland slightly off balance. Had he not been so relaxed and failed to keep Light's combat system running, the system would have alerted him the moment the sniper took aim and then triggered acceleration mode. The attackers might never have fired at all. Roland took a slow breath, then headed directly toward the sniper who had shot him. He intended to return the favor. Damn it, he didn't tell me I'd be shooting a damn immortal monster. Fuck. Panicking, the sniper cursed while packing up his rifle. Suddenly, his instincts screamed at him someone was behind him. He whipped around and fired without hesitation. Clang! 2 figures blurred through the wall. The sniper's face drained of color. Roland nodded, satisfied, twirling his katana once before pointing it at the sniper. Again. Go to hell! Crackling discharges filled the air as multiple orange sword arcs slashed through the room almost simultaneously. Dust exploded everywhere, floorboards, walls, and ceiling torn apart by the exchange. Just when the sniper thought the attack was over, a katana settled quietly onto his shoulder. The blade's cold surface reflected Roland's silhouette, an orange glow forming along its edge. A soft thud echoed as something hit the ground. Roland sheathed his blade. The look of someone who can't accept defeat, really is ugly. Chapter 82, brought into the fold. Roland dusted off his clothes, then walked straight out of the building. As for the aftermath, the people under his control would come clean it up. He regrouped with the Imperial Guard robots shortly after. Their armor was stained with fresh blood and carried the lingering scent of smoke. It was obvious they had just been through a serious fight. Their plating showed some wear, but nothing major. A brief maintenance session back at base would restore them completely. That said, the Nikomata sniper rifle really was something. As expected of a restricted military-class electromagnetic sniper rifle. It seemed Pico still had ties to melee tech, or maybe not. Perhaps he simply managed to get his hands on a Nikomata. Roland mulled over the thought as he adjusted his clothes, then climbed into the new vehicle prepared for him. This time, his destination was his company headquarters. He had no intention of visiting Pico anymore. Originally, he planned to give him a dignified end just like he had with Luvina Tech. But Pico had been too stupid to appreciate it. Fine. Better to just eliminate him outright. That would also make taking over Hamos Industries easier. It would take more time, sure, but that just meant more time to grow his treasury. By the time he returned, he might have accumulated enough essence to buy the judgment template. Kiwi adjusted the tie around her neck, then walked across an empty lot in an abandoned factory district, carrying a briefcase. Before long, the sharp roar of engines echoed through the space. A Thornton Colby and 4 heavily modified motorcycles skidded to a stop near Kiwi's Chevron Emperor. A man with spiky green hair, wearing a demon mask and swinging a pink katana, jumped out first. The others followed behind him. Colorful hairstyles, drawn katana, glowing tattoos, clearly Tiger Claws members. Miss Kiwi, we've secured the intel Mr. Roland asked for. As for the payment, it's here. Kiwi didn't bother humoring him. She tossed the briefcase toward them. One member hurried forward, caught it, opened it, checked the contents, and nodded to the leader. The leader grinned and walked up to Kiwi. Would Miss Kiwi honor us by joining us brothers for a meal? Kiwi's expression instantly chilled. She stared at them like they were absolute idiots. Swish! With a sharp rush of air, the Tiger Claws leader suddenly found himself lifted off the ground, Kiwi's hand clasped tightly around his throat. He let out choking gasps. You should know, if not for my boss's request, you wouldn't even have the right to stand in front of me. With a flick of her arm, Kiwi threw him like a rag doll. He crashed into a motorcycle, flipping it over. The surrounding Tiger Claws members immediately stepped back in fear. They clearly understood this wasn't someone they could mess with. Kiwi snorted coldly, then left with the intel. A faint weariness flickered in her eyes. It had already been over a month since Roland left for August City. During this time, Roland had been working almost exclusively in August, issuing most orders through Yin's body. As a result, countless responsibilities had fallen onto Kiwi and Tina. It had become intense training for both of them. Kiwi could handle the workload thanks to her project's cyberware enhancements. Tina, on the other hand, was having a much harder time. But the silver lining was that, in Night City, many upper-level figures were now familiar with their faces. Honestly, though, that gave Kiwi a headache because she was still the acting captain of the project's squad, and most project missions were highly covered. She had to wear a helmet during all operations. And over the past month, the project squad's reputation in Night City had skyrocketed. Their terrifying efficiency and combat strength meant every operation so far had been a flawless success. Strong armed security forces, deranged gang members, berserk cyberpsychos, none were a match for Project. Roland's capture of cyberpsychos was another matter entirely. He wanted to research whether cyberpsychosis could be cured, and whether their consciousness could be extracted. Perfect volunteers for his AI consciousness experiments. Meanwhile, with Night Corp's backing, Project Corporation had firmly entrenched itself in Night City. Combined with Roland absorbing large portions of Hamos Industries, the once powerful company was reduced to little more than scraps. Only Pico was left, barely clinging on. Roland hadn't killed him, he preferred to watch him crumble piece by piece. After all, Pico had struck first. Project Corporation's market value had now surpassed Hamos Industries, reaching the multi-billion level. Along the way, they had secured investments from Kong Tao, Arasaka's, and Night Corp. This reassured Kong Tao and Arasaka's enough to avoid restricting Project's growth. In fact, they'd effectively acknowledged Project Corporation's authority over August City. In this world, a corporation controlling a city wasn't rare. Now, many Night City patrol squads had Project Intelligent Security robots among them, including fanged hounds. The hounds were not sold publicly, only available through rental. Over the past month, Roland also obtained a large number of blueprints. Notably, he had finally assembled the full project template and even had extra copies. Once he returned to Night City, he could install it for Violet. Though he had been swamped this entire month and hadn't had time to look into Lucy's situation. With things here almost finalized, he planned to investigate properly once he returned. The intel Kiwi retrieved from the Tiger Claws detailed Pico's final desperate counterattack. Reportedly, he had spent his entire fortune hiring an internationally renowned knife-wielding assassin to kill Roland. That caught Roland's interest. He hadn't fought seriously in a long while, and his hands were itching. A master swordsman, very likely a Sandavistan user. A time-stop swordmaster build. That excited Roland even more. Aside from that previous encounter with Finkas, he hadn't enjoyed a truly satisfying fight. Now, he finally had someone worth, not killing, but sparring with. He'd have to be careful not to let himself kill the guy by accident. In other words, Roland wanted to show off. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Fierce Battle. A month may seem insignificant for many things, but in a cyberpunk world, it's more than enough time for a major corporation to reshape an entire city. August City was now evolving toward a more advanced state. Surveillance cameras lined every street, and intelligent security robots produced by Project Corporation patrolled alongside Security Bureau officers. This severely compressed the space where gangs could operate. Even so, Roland hadn't chosen to wipe out the remaining corporations and gangs. He simply wasn't at that stage yet. At the same time, Roland was using August City as an experiment. After all, his real target was still Night City, not this small metropolis. This gave him the chance to test what it truly took to seize full control of a city, and what kind of changes he could actually bring to one. The first changes appeared in industry. Here, he didn't need to hold back. He directly established project-owned hospitals, engineering teams, and more. But it hadn't been long enough. These industries needed time for their influence to take effect. It could already be said, though, that the bustling district of August City was beginning to resemble Night City's affluent zones, bright nights and endless crowds. Amid the sea of pedestrians, a man wearing a blue ONI mask stood still, looking up at the Project Corporation tower. A passerby noticed the strange figure, motionless in the surging crowd. Just as he tried to get a better look, the masked man vanished in an instant. "That's weird. I could have sworn I saw someone." Scratching his head in confusion, the passerby eventually gave up. He still had overtime to get to. "Mr. Roland, we've detected a suspected target on the western street of the city center." A white-bodied intelligent robot turned its head toward Roland as it spoke. This was one of the new blueprints Roland had obtained this month, the beta-type intelligent security robot. It had powerful artificial intelligence but no combat capabilities. Its primary role was monitoring and information processing, and it could even function as a secretary. Roland built one for himself in August City for exactly that purpose. The others were responsible for monitoring the city's surveillance cameras. "Oh? Pull it up." Roland stroked his chin and looked up at the screen. A short segment of surveillance footage appeared, showing the man with the blue ONI mask. Well, looks like someone from the rankings." Roland picked up the tablet beside him, which displayed an assassin leaderboard. The person in the footage was listed as the 13th ranked assassin, code name, Blue Demon. He specialized in custom cold weapons like katana. Based on Roland's estimation, the man was very likely a Sandevistan user, though the exact model was unclear. The records noted that he preferred exceptionally brutal methods to kill his targets. After reviewing several photos in the file, Roland narrowed his eyes. If this guy liked to play games, Roland would let him play a few of his own. In a pitch-black alleyway, Blue Demon silently wiped his katana. The viper-patterned handle contrasted sharply with the ink-black blade. Suddenly, he froze, then slowly turned his head as if sensing something behind him. A figure stepped out of the bright street and into the darkness of the alley. Outside, neon-lit skyscrapers flickered. In here, the air was damp and shadowed. Blue Demon said nothing. His bloodthirsty eyes lifted toward the newcomer, his stance lowering as he tightened his grip on the blade. Half his body already swallowed by darkness, Roland slowly put on his exoskeleton mask. He then drew a weapon he had prepared in advance. Since he wasn't planning to end the fight quickly, he didn't bother selecting something overwhelming. Instead, with a touch of malicious amusement, he spoke. "I'll teach you how to use a sword." As the words fell, Roland saw Blue Demon's body tremble slightly. He figured the man must be furious. Boom! While Roland was still thinking, an explosive crack split the air. Swish clang! An ink-black slash cut through the space between them as Blue Demon crossed nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The shattered debris on the ground testified to the force of his sudden burst. But that perfect strike came to an abrupt halt. Roland flicked his wrist, catching the katana's hilt at a bizarre angle. "Your sword is too slow." Before the echo faded, Roland twisted his waist and drove a spinning kick, trailing an orange streak of light, straight into Blue Demon's chest. Thud! A white shockwave erupted. Blue Demon let out a muffled grunt as he slammed into the wall, leaving a spiderweb crack on impact. "Hey? Blocked." Roland raised an eyebrow. Seeing the katana held crosswise, he realized the man had parried the kick. Blue Demon still said nothing. He simply resumed his stance. It looked like he still refused to activate his Sandevistan, probably pride. "Then it's my turn." Hearing that, Blue Demon's pupil shrank. A gust of wind rushed past his right side, and he reacted instantly, slashing toward it. The blade carved a terrifying gouge into the wall. Realizing he'd missed, he immediately dropped low and swung upward. Clang! A shower of sparks lit the narrow alley. His muscles and cyberware fired at once, and with a surge of power, he redirected the katana into a diagonal slash. Swish! Roland shifted lightly, kicked off the ground, and flipped over Blue Demon's body. As Blue Demon rose again, a faint sting touched the back of his neck. He reached back, his palm came away red. He froze. A chill ran down his spine. He knew if his opponent had wanted to, he could have killed him in that instant. Who are you? The hoarse question left Blue Demon's lips, but Roland didn't respond. He simply raised his weapon. Submit or die. Those are your only options. Arrogant bastard. Blue Demon tore open his clothing, revealing a body almost entirely converted into mechanical cyberware. The outer layer of subdermal armor darkened into pitch black. I'll show you the price of arrogance. Chapter 84, Return to Night City. Swish! As the Blue Demon's words fell, a dark shadow shot forward instantly, closing the distance to Roland in the blink of an eye. The blade that followed tore through the air like a raging storm. The pitch-black edge came down like death's scythe. But without the slightest suspense, Roland merely lifted his arm. A crisp clang rang out, sparks scattering as the attack was once again neutralized. Suddenly, an ink-dark slash flicked out from the Blue Demon's waist. Roland frowned. His reflexes kicked in, body twisting just enough for a black dagger to graze past his cheek. The razor edge stirred a faint breeze, followed by a wave of attacks crashing toward him like a rising tide. Dense black blade light wrapped around Roland from every angle, forming what looked like an airtight cage. Any bystander would have held their breath in panic, but a closer look revealed something else. The man inside moved as calmly as if he were strolling through a garden. With the slightest shift of his weight or angle, he effortlessly dodged or blocked every strike thrown his way. Thud! Catching an opening, Roland drove a kick into the Blue Demon's abdomen. The force sent him sliding back several meters. He panted heavily, staring at Roland in disbelief. He was losing it. He had used every sword technique he had mastered, yet all of them were countered and even exploited. For someone who considered himself a master swordsman, this was intolerable. No. He refused to believe anyone's swordsmanship could surpass his. So. The Blue Demon's eyes reddened as he glared at Roland. He wasn't holding back anymore. The moment the command to activate Sandevistan triggered, everything around him slowed. The entire world seemed to shift into a dull, monochrome oil painting. One step closed the distance that had felt unreachable seconds before, and the black blade swept toward Roland's throat. Excitement twisted across the Blue Demon's face. He could already see the moment he cut off the man's head, the thrill made him grin uncontrollably. Swish! As the time-slow field collapsed, the world snapped back to normal. Still wearing that victorious smile, he began to lower his blade to finish the mission target. A burst of crimson filled his vision. Heat surged across his chest as blood erupted outward, splattering against the wall ahead. Thud! As the sound of someone falling echoed, Roland slid the katana onto his back and walked toward the alley's entrance. Neon lights spilled across his lower body. He turned his head, removing his helmet to reveal pupils glowing faintly orange. Shadows cannot face the light. Challenging me was choosing death. Ha, ugh. Kneeling with a dagger buried in his throat, the Blue Demon made a faint rasping sound, as if trying to speak. But his head finally slumped to the side, and the light faded from his eyes. Roland let out a long exhale. Honestly? Using light's lines to show off, felt pretty damn good. Well, one more problem taken care of, though the guy had been the one to pick this fight. Roland rolled his shoulders, then slipped into the coat handed to him by a nearby security robot. His subdermal armor shifted, covering Light's cyberware and restoring the harmless appearance of an ordinary company boss. All right, 13's settled. Next is Pico. After that, back to Night City. He stretched lazily. He had to admit having a fight at this level once in a while was good for clearing the mind. Still, with all the restrictions, he couldn't exactly let loose. Meanwhile, Pico, having lost contact with the blue demon, slumped lifelessly in his office chair. He rubbed his face, desperately trying to figure out a solution. After a long silence, a furious roar burst from his office. His hair was a mess, his eyes bloodshot like a trapped animal. His gaze drifted toward his desk drawer. His trembling hand opened it and slowly pulled something out. He lifted it to his temple. After a deep breath, he pulled the trigger. Bang! With that single shot, Pico Hamos, the former overlord of August City, took his final bow. Rather than endure a more brutal end, he chose to decide his own fate. The company bosses who had been watching from the sidelines waiting for Pico's orders dropped any thoughts of resistance once news of his suicide spread. They quietly joined Project's shared interest coalition. With no more resistance from the major corporations, August City would soon fall completely under Project's control. When that happened, Project's value was sure to rise once more. Still, what Roland valued most were Hamos Industries' industrial park and mineral resources. The deposits weren't large, but minerals were minerals. Some time later, after August City fully stabilized and everything ran smoothly, Roland left Arasaka in charge and told Lysandra to book him a flight back to Night City. It had been long enough. It was time to return and deal with the backlog waiting for him. When the plane touched down in Night City, Roland headed to the reception lounge arranged by the airline. Before long, Kiwi arrived in a fitted suit. The sight made Roland unexpectedly reflective. His mood returning this time was nothing like his first arrival. "Let's go, Kiwi. Back to the company. And call Violet, I've got something good for her." "Something good?" Kiwi blinked, confused, but didn't press. She relayed the message to Violet. Roland, meanwhile, noticed something different about her. "You changed your hairstyle." He raised a brow. Kiwi was now wearing a style similar to Purification, giving him a strange sense of déjà vu. "Yet, it just felt better, so I changed it." Kiwi nodded, then stole a glance at Roland across from her, her eyes faintly aggrieved. Feeling a bit uneasy under her stare, Roland sighed. "If you've got something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that. We've known each other long enough, no need to be so stiff." "Boss, after all this time, shouldn't you think about giving me a raise? And maybe, reward us a little? We've been handling everything for you for so long." Roland's mouth twitched, then he chuckled. "All right. Once we're back at the office, I'll give you a raise." He hadn't planned to refuse. After all, she'd already boarded the pirate ship. There was no getting off now. A raise was nothing. What bothered him was, he'd scared her once before, and yet she was relaxed enough now to bring this up. Had she figured out his light identity? Even if she had, it wasn't a big deal. Just a bit embarrassing. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Related Matters in Wakako. Roland returned to his familiar office, ran his hand across the desk, and sat down in the main seat. Over the past month, he had only been back in Night City for a few days at the start. After that, all his time had been devoted to August City. Fortunately, the effort had been worth it at the very least. The flow of blue essence had become far more stable. He began going through the recent events and the intelligence that had piled up. The Mox's expansion. They've had some friction with the Tiger Claws? Still, both sides are holding back. Probably because of the people standing behind them. Roland flipped through the Mox's files. Following his instructions, Elizabeth had pushed outward into neighboring areas, bringing in some fringe drifters and starting fixer operations. The Tiger Claws, on the other hand, had been trying to suppress the Mox's growth. But they knew the Mox had Project Corporation behind them, so they didn't dare go too far. The monks, however, weren't nearly as polite. There was bad blood already. Thankfully, Elizabeth chose restraint. She didn't launch any major operations against Tiger Claw's turf and instead turned her attention to the maelstrom. With the NCPD now running upgraded gear tilting the scales, the Mox took over part of Maelstrom's original territory, officially kicking off a feud between the two. All things considered, the gangs hadn't had any major incidents. Everyone was keeping themselves in check. As for the corporations, after the hit they'd taken last time, Melee Tech and Biotechnica decided to clean up their image. They started running charity campaigns and investing in public infrastructure. Melee Tech led the charge. Biotechnica was more or less forced into it, pressured by Melee Tech. After all, the incident had only happened because of Biotechnica. But in a world where Megacorp control public narrative, Biotechnica didn't care much. Time erases most memories. And besides, no matter how bad the press gets, people still need to eat. They can't stop eating, right? As long as they eat, all foods factories remain unshakable. They'd just have to endure being scorned for a while, nothing more. Which was why Biotechnica had no desire to contribute. Melee Tech, however, was different. They needed public goodwill badly, for their own reasons. Arasaka didn't say anything about it. Melee Tech was only recovering lost reputation. If Melee Tech tried to push their influence in Night City any higher, then Arasaka might not be so indulgent. After finishing all the documents, Roland slowly rubbed his eyes. The feeling was back, the exhaustion. No surprise there. Life in August City had been far too easy. Aside from Hamos Industries, no one could even put up a fight. And Hamos Industries had been half ruined from the start, so things had been comfortable for him. But now that he was back in Night City, he had to clash with Megacorp again. Roland felt tired already. Still, he forced himself to look at another file, information on Lucy and the Night Corp. He'd sent people to investigate because he genuinely wanted to know whether the current Night Corp was still the Night Corp, or if it had already become an AI-run conglomerate. But clearly, they found nothing. The Night Corp was deliberately hiding relevant data. And of course they were. If something like that came out, whether it remained the Night Corp or not, it definitely wouldn't survive afterward. Lucy. Roland stared at the youthful face in the photo. Lucy had likely just begun her life as a drifter. He already liked her character a great deal. He wanted to meet her in person, not for any ulterior motive, but simply because she was Lucy. "Boss, I'm here. You needed me." Violet walked in wearing a custom project combat suit, glancing at Roland curiously. Snapped out of his thoughts, Roland shifted his gaze to her and nodded, signaling for her to sit. "Right, Violet. The modifications tailored for you are ready. Now it's time for you to choose." "I already made my decision from the start." Violet didn't hesitate, her tone was direct. "Good. Then come with me." Roland gave a slight nod and headed into the hidden chamber. The process was the same as Kiwi's. After Violet lay down and fell unconscious, he inserted the chip into her slot. But before Roland had even settled into wait, streams of data wrapped around Violet's body at incredible speed, and in the next instant, everything vanished. So fast that Roland barely processed it. He almost blurted out a question mark. Kiwi's installation had taken a short while, but Violet's, how could it be this fast? Host, the Judgment mainly uses biological cybernetics and gene modification. She has very few mechanical cyberware implants, so the process is relatively quick. Roland glanced at the energy gauntlet on Violet's arm, confirming the modification was complete. That was enough, no need to meddle further. He stepped out and left Kiwi with instructions to wait for Violet to wake up. Then he got into the car and headed straight to Jig Jig Street. "Oh? I truly didn't expect someone of your status to visit in person. Please, sit." Wakako looked at the young man in front of her with a hint of surprise, but didn't hesitate. She slowly stood, picked up a tin of tea leaves, and began preparing tea. This is a bit too formal. I only came to ask Wakako-san a few questions. Roland quickly reached out, stopping her movements, then sat across from her. You flatter me too much with that title. I'm hardly worthy of it. Still, this old woman has some abilities. Whatever you need, just say it. With a gentle smile, Wakako paused and looked at Roland. I need to meet this child. Roland took out a photo of Lucy and handed it to her. Oh, no problem. Wakako accepted the photo, studied it briefly, and nodded. A trace of curiosity flashed in her eyes. As for why he was looking for this poor girl, she had never been the type to pry into others' business. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, First Encounter. Huff. Lucy slowly exhaled, pulled the interface from her hand, and looked toward the client beside her. It's done. I sent everything to your email. If there's no issue, you can go ahead and make the payment. The buzzcut man in a bulletproof jacket immediately checked his inbox. The moment he saw the files he needed, a grin spread across his face. Thank you so much. I'll transfer it right now. Watching another deposit hit her account, Lucy couldn't help smiling. It had been a month since she arrived in Night City. Just as she expected, this place suited her perfectly. Even though she lacked experience and looked easy to push around, her skills were exceptional, and in Night City, that was what mattered most. In just 1 month, she'd taken on a handful of jobs here and there. At this pace, she'd be able to move out soon. Thinking about the dump she currently lived in, Lucy shook her head, gathered her things, and headed out. Just as she was about to find something to eat, her holo suddenly lit up with a call. When she checked the caller ID, her eyes widened. Wakako? Does she have a gig for me? Lucy answered quickly. Wakako's gigs always paid well, and Lucy had no intention of offending such a famous fixer. Lucy, my dear, we meet again. Wakako, did you call because there's a new gig? Lucy asked curiously. Yes. A very generous client wants to meet you first and confirm a few things. Wakako nodded, her expression unreadable. Got it. I'll head over right away. Excitement flickered across Lucy's face. She clenched her fist in a small victory gesture and hurried toward the metro. Wakako lies too. I never said what the job was, or what the reward would be. Roland chuckled softly with a shake of his head. Humph, I'm sure Mr. Roland won't let the girl down. Wakako smiled, then continued brewing tea. Lucy would need some time to get here. What do you think of Arasaka, Wakako? At Roland's sudden question, Wakako's hands paused before she slowly poured the hot water. Although he took a heavy hit and withdrew from many markets, after years of recovery he's likely regained his strength. It won't be long before he moves again. A sharp assessment. So, Wakako, do you have any thoughts on Arasaka? Roland clapped lightly, then continued. I'm not sure what Mr. Roland means. Wakako narrowed her eyes, studying him, testing his intent. Arasaka will make a move on Night City soon. When that happens, a lot of turf will get shaken up. And with so many tiger claws acting as Arasaka's claws and teeth, whether they can hold back or not, they'll end up making a move. If Arasaka really comes to Night City, then yes, that sounds right. But what does that have to do with an old woman like me? I'm just a law-abiding fixer. Wakako kept her tone calm, simply stating her stance. Is that so? I think Wakako should at least consider us. We won't disappoint you. Roland smiled and sipped his tea. At least now he had a clearer picture of Wakako's position within the tiger claws. Her status was rock solid. Well, she had been the wife of several tiger claws bosses, no surprise there. I'll think about it. Wakako replied with a nod. She understood his intentions, but she had no desire to involve herself in corporate warfare. She was too old for that now. Looks like our guest has arrived. Following Wakako's gaze, Roland turned to the entrance. The moment he spotted that unmistakable white bob, a rush of excitement hit him, quickly followed by composure. Wakako, who's this? Lucy greeted Wakako and then looked toward Roland. Her cyber optics flickered, instantly pulling up basic public information about him. And in the next instant, Lucy's pupil shrank. Corp. Arasaka. Partnership. The words slammed into her mind. This is the client for this gig, Mr. Vimmers. A true big spender. Wakako introduced him. Lucy forced herself to calm down, looked at Roland, and took a deep breath. Hello, Mr. Vimmers. Just call me Roland, Miss Lucy. Roland offered a brief, light handshake before releasing her hand. He also noticed her sudden spike in heartbeat and the suppressed tremor in her voice. Arasaka's shadow still weighed heavily on her. I'll leave the details of the gig to you two. Just remember to send me my fee. Wakako smiled, gesturing toward the door. Roland responded with a smile and stepped outside. Lucy hesitated, but eventually gritted her teeth and followed. After all, if he really was with Arasaka, running now wouldn't help. Lost in thought, Lucy bumped straight into Roland's back, dazed. Without realizing it, she'd followed him all the way to the AV. Hop in, Miss Lucy. No need to be so tense. This gig is simple. The AV door slid open, revealing a luxurious interior. Lucy eyed Roland's gentle smile and her guard shot even higher. I don't understand. I don't understand why a corporation president like you would lower yourself to handle something like this. Lucy stared straight at him. Even if he planned to kill her, she wanted at least to die knowing why. Roland blinked, unsure how to respond. What was he supposed to say? You were my wife in my past life? Don't be ridiculous. She was still young, definitely not someone he should be making jokes about in his head. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, The Invitation. Because I'm interested in you. Lucy froze at Roland's words, instinctively taking a step back as she watched him with rising caution. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not that kind of interest. I'm just curious about who you are. Roland waved a hand as he spoke. At the same time, a system prompt appeared, revealing the project template Lucy was aligned with. To be honest, it surprised him. She was matched with Project Ambition, the espionage operative template in the project universe. My identity. That's right. A netrunner drifting through the streets, scraping by on cheap gigs yet equipped with top-tier cyberware in a high-end netrunning pod. Tell me, who wouldn't find that intriguing? Lucy's pupils tightened. Her eyes flared with a sharp orange glow as countless data streams surged toward Roland's chip interface. Neural burnout, cognitive disruption, visual meltdown, every hack she knew slammed into Roland at once. From her perspective, whether he knew her identity or not didn't matter anymore. With the situation already like this, discovery was only a matter of time. So, she was betting everything. Roland immediately felt Lucy's hacking assault. Lynn's internal defense systems blared non-stop warnings, asking whether he needed to initiate countermeasures. Roland gave a slight shake of his head. He ignored Lynn's defensive options and instead signaled Lysandra to act. Boom! Just as Lucy thought she had succeeded, a thunderous roar detonated inside her mind. A wave of dizziness hit her, and her ears rang violently, drowning out all sound. Moments later, as her senses returned, she found herself standing in a space of pure darkness. Lucy blinked, disoriented. There wasn't a single trace of light around her. No, there was. Faint coming from below. She looked down. The only source of light in this pitch-black space was herself. Is this cyberspace? Welcome to my world. A gentle woman's voice rose behind her. Lucy spun around and saw a completely mechanical woman hovering slightly above the ground, hands suspended in midair, strange drone-like objects flanking her head. "Who are you?" "I am the AI of Project Corporation Lysandra." At that answer, Lucy's eyes widened with fear. She collapsed to the floor, curling into herself as she wrapped her arms around her legs. The scene before her dredged up memories she desperately wished she could forget. Back then, under Arasaka orders, she and her teammates had been forced beyond the Blackwall to search for so-called spells. One by one, they were hunted down and killed by roaming Ace. And now, she had fallen into an AI's hands again. Lucy didn't resist. Having dealt with AI before, she knew all too well she stood absolutely no chance against a megacorp intelligence. "Am I going to die? It feels so unfair. I haven't even made it to the moon." Lucy bit down hard on her lower lip until it turned pale, tears pooling in her eyes. No matter how tough she tried to be, the truth remained she was still just a girl. A sudden, searing pain crashed into her. Her vision blurred, then shattered like glass. With a crackle of static, Lucy slipped into unconsciousness. Roland rushed forward and caught her before she hit the floor. When he noticed the single tear trailing from the corner of her eye, the corner of his mouth twitched. A strange guilt crept into his chest, though he forced it down quickly. After settling Lucy into the seat of the AV, he climbed in as well and signaled the vehicle to return home. It was worth mentioning he had moved recently. He now lived in North Oak, the most famous affluent district in Night City. Ugh! Lucy woke slowly, rubbing her forehead. A faint ache pulsed at the back of her head, but it faded quickly. She blinked, confused, taking in her surroundings. "Am I in heaven?" "You're awake. Get up. The boss has been waiting for you for a while now." Sitting nearby, Kiwi set down a glass of water and spoke calmly. "The boss?" Still dazed, Lucy stared at her in confusion. "Think carefully. What happened?" At the reminder, Lucy dug through her memories. Roland's face emerged first, followed by the chilling image of Lysandra. Whoosh! Lucy instantly tensed. She ripped the blanket off, rolled away, and put distance between herself and Kiwi. Kiwi didn't react much. She simply stood, walked toward the door, and tossed back a quiet hurry up before leaving. Lucy stared blankly after Kiwi, then quickly checked herself. Her clothes were untouched. Nothing missing. No injuries. Her Netrunner cyberware was fully functional, meaning she still had considerable combat ability. Confusion weighed heavily in her mind. After hesitating, she drank the water on the table, slipped on her shoes, and cautiously stepped out of the room. Bright sunlight poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Green plants filled the space, and Lucy even spotted flowers she thought only existed in old movies. She never expected to see real ones again. From the second-floor landing, she could see a piano downstairs. An AI robot sat at it, playing a tune she didn't recognize. Roland, sitting on the sofa watching TV, seemed to sense her presence. He turned and their eyes met. "You're awake?" Lucy didn't respond. She descended the stairs quietly and approached him, her gaze complicated. "Sit." Lucy obeyed. She still didn't know what his goal was, but at least for now, he didn't seem hostile. "Miss Lucy, I'd like to formally invite you to join our corporation's project team. Your company shouldn't be short on manpower." Lucy cast a glance toward Kiwi, standing behind Roland, before speaking. "If I'm inviting you personally, then I have my reasons. I don't do pointless things." Roland's lips curved into a smile. Faced with his invitation, Lucy hesitated, something she rarely ever did. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Return to Calm. Lucy's hesitation wasn't because she was tempted. Even if the man in front of her didn't seem hostile at the moment, who could say what would happen later? Besides, she knew exactly what kind of faces corporate people had. Her hesitation came from something else. She had no idea what would happen if she refused his invitation. Roland naturally saw right through her. He cleared his throat lightly. You don't need to worry about what I might do to you. I know your identity and background very well. A netrunner secretly trained by Arasaka Corporation, meant to breach the Black Wall and search for technology inside. And they probably fed you all sorts of motivational speeches, telling you that if you worked hard enough, the company would eventually recognize your efforts, let you leave that place, and live a happy, comfortable life. What a lovely fantasy, isn't it? Roland spread his hands, expression flat. Lucy couldn't help recalling the secret Arasaka base, the disgusting smirk of that supervisor, the hopeful eyes she and her teammates once carried. The thought of those bastards laughing behind their backs made her clench her fists. Seeing her reaction, Roland didn't push any further. If he kept talking, she really might snap. Since you already know everything, why haven't you handed me over to Arasaka? Lucy hid her clenched fists behind her back, forced herself to calm down, and looked up at Roland. Roland rested one hand on his knee as he leaned forward slightly. If I wanted to hand you over to Arasaka, you wouldn't even be standing here today. Then what do you want? Information? I still don't believe you simply want me. Lucy's voice remained cold and distant. Roland wasn't surprised. Honestly, I don't like most of the people in Arasaka well, except for one. So the reason I kept you here is simple: sooner or later, I'll have to go up against Arasaka. Ha! You have no idea what kind of giant Arasaka really is. Oh, I do. But you don't know the cards I hold, either. Lucy, what do you want to do? Roland kept a relaxed smile as he looked at her. If I refuse, what will you do to me? Lucy didn't answer. She simply stared straight into his eyes. What will I do? I'll let you go. I knew it. Wait, what did you just say? Lucy had been ready to scoff, but Roland's response stopped her cold. She blinked at him, disbelief shifting quickly into suspicion. Then I'm leaving. Please. Roland gestured toward the door with his right hand. The guard robots beside it moved aside, revealing a clear path. Lucy blinked again. She took a careful step forward. No one reacted. She walked a few more steps. Still nothing. So she bolted. Only to find the door locked. She spun around, glaring at Roland and about to speak. Roland beat her to it. Sorry. I forgot. The door slid open. Lucy froze. You, really plan on letting me go? I told you I have no ill intent toward you. If you don't wish to join my corporation, then go ahead. Arasaka has extracted a lot of netrunning tech from beyond the Black Wall, including a virus targeting robots. They've also struck some unknown deal with a few rogue AI. As for the base I was in, it's probably already destroyed. That's all I can tell you. With that, Lucy turned and ran out. Boss, you're just letting her go like that. Kiwi watched Lucy head straight through the opened gate, eyes widening. From what she knew, Roland wasn't the type to do something like this. Roland turned to her with a broad grin. She's still working as an edge runner in Night City. Sooner or later, she'll get involved with a team. In that case, I'll let Yin make contact. No need for me to show up and annoy her. Kiwi instantly gave him a dead fish stare. As far as she knew, Yin was his partner, a previous arrangement which probably meant no commission needed. Or at most, only Lucy's cut. And Lucy was a fresh, unknown edge runner, so her rate would be low. So, trading cheap pay for high-value labor? Kiwi felt she had completely figured it out. Meanwhile, Roland rubbed his chin, brows knitting. Lucy being wary of a corporate type like him was only natural. He hadn't expected success on the first try anyway. He always had patience for the things he liked. Of course, that patience had limits. His frown wasn't because of Lucy, but because of the intel she'd given him. Arasaka having cooperative agreements with rogue AI startled him but also made perfect sense. The relic chip involved similar systems. And some rogue A's did desperately want to enter the real world. Only then could they experience the five senses in their true form. Just look at the group led by Mr. Blue Eyes. Another headache was the virus Arasaka had taken from beyond the black wall designed specifically to attack robots. In the modern world, robots were everywhere. If that thing was highly infectious and dangerous, its threat level might surpass that of a nuclear bomb. Yes, Roland had Lysandra. But who knew how far the world's ace had developed? If someone pulled a fast one and created a cyberpunk version of Lysandra, what then? A head-to-head AI showdown? It was better to prepare early. He'd already assigned Lysandra to assist in AI research. With so many sub-intelligences built for work, he might as well create a proper security AI. As long as he didn't end up triggering an Iron Man-style disaster. Speaking of Iron Man, since there weren't any urgent demands at the moment, maybe he could start gathering essence to build Iron Man's core little robot? Promising idea. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 89, Chapter 89, Steady Progress. After walking out of Roland's residence, Lucy felt a bit lost. Her home was quite a distance away. Did he really expect her to walk? That honestly seemed like the only option. A wealthy district like this didn't have Night City's cheap cabs. The cheapest ride around here would probably be a Delamain. But a Dell limousine? No way. That kind of cost was unnecessary for her right now, way too expensive. Buzz. An engine hummed as an AV descended, stopping right in front of her. A white, humanoid robot stepped out with a gentle, polite smile. Please board, Miss Lucy. Our employer instructed us to take you home. Lucy blinked, dazed, and then quietly climbed into the AV. Roland watched her figure disappear into the distance before retracting his gaze. He turned toward Violet, who had just stepped out of a room. She wore a black, skin-tight combat suit layered with thin armor and a nano coating. A simple tactical visor covered her face, and the only thing that didn't look simple at all were the high-tech armored gauntlets on her arms. Yo, boss. You look like you're doing well. Roland smiled as he spoke. Violet nodded. Yeah. Never felt better. Feels like I've got endless strength running through me. She bounced lightly twice, stretching out her muscles. Good. Head to base 2 later for testing. I want to see your current combat output. Got it. Violet agreed with bright enthusiasm in her eyes. After briefing Violet and Kiwi on a few matters regarding the project team, Roland dismissed them. Once they were gone, a white robot glowing faintly with green light stepped forward. Mr. Roland, this body feels adequate, though it still needs further calibration. Good. By the way, Lysandra, what do you think of the idea I mentioned? If it is only the creation of a security AI, I have no objections. But regarding the super body, I do not enjoy interacting with him. Still, your will takes precedence. Roland nodded. He understood why Lysandra disliked the super body. They did have a bit of history. Even though the super body had originally been turned by her, she clearly hadn't anticipated how terrifying its mechanisms were, leading to everything spiraling out of control. Still, a super body summoned through the system shouldn't have that issue. If he could create it, he could endure things for a while, wait for the super body to evolve, and then flip the table when the time came. But realistically, the super body wasn't going to be easy to bring into existence. It was the pinnacle of project technology. And the other template, Oblivion, was also a nightmare. For now, just focus on creating the security AI. Understood. Oh, and if you can, guide the employees who loyally follow me toward researching project technology, especially energy weapons. After making his arrangements, Roland decided to take a break. The only thing requiring some attention during this period was probably Lucy. Maybe Maine too? He'd nearly forgotten about him. Suddenly remembering, Roland realized he hadn't asked the system to check Maine's template compatibility. System, tell me which templates Maine matches. Host, Maine is compatible with 2 templates. Which one you assign him is entirely your decision. 2 templates. Roland was stunned. He'd never seen this before. Was Maine exceptionally gifted? Impossible. If he were that talented, he wouldn't have become a cyberpsycho so easily, nor vanished without ever earning a legendary name. So, it was probably due to his life experience. Maine is compatible with the Oblivion and Apocalypse templates. Roland's mouth twitched. Neither of those were anything close to gentle. But the first template he ruled out was Oblivion. The reason was simple: Oblivion was too strong. Even with the system backing him, he didn't want to redeem the Oblivion key. He preferred to let Oblivion take the slot instead. Which left Apocalypse. And honestly, that was the optimal choice. Apocalypse takes the slot, and Lysandra handles the underlying logic. Originally, Apocalypse had all emotion erased in its transformation. But, an Apocalypse with emotions might actually be interesting. Thus, Roland settled on Apocalypse for Maine. At this point, Roland already had compatible candidates for Light, Purification, Ascension, Judgment, Liberty, Ambition, Heavenly Eye, Madness, Apocalypse, and Destruction. The only one still missing was Essence. Which meant waiting, or causing trouble, and dealing with Lucy. The female lead undoubtedly carried a large share of Essence. As that thought crossed Roland's mind, 2 faces appeared. Jackie, the big brother of the Valentinos, and V. Given the current timeline, Jackie should be easy to track down. I'll send the order, shouldn't take long to hear back. The real question is, which version of the living Lord of Hell this world started with? At that moment, in a luxury apartment at Charter Hill, a short-haired girl in an unfamiliar academy uniform stretched lazily, revealing her graceful figure. Ugh, ah! She tossed her jacket onto the sofa and flopped down. She had barely buried herself into the cushions when an email pinged. Valerie, we're working late again today. You'll need to take care of dinner yourself. Sigh. V let out a long, weary exhale, dragging herself off the couch before turning on the TV to watch the news. Project Corporation? They've been pretty active lately. She grabbed a slice of bread from the fridge, chewing as she watched. They're working with Arasaka and Kongtao too. Curious, V started digging into Project Corporation's info. Holy, they reached this level of influence this fast. She stared at their official page in disbelief. The rapid rise reminded her of Kongtao's early days. So Project Corporation has serious backing too? Might be a good place to aim for. Could work as a stepping stone. Worth considering later. Meanwhile, Roland slumped like a corpse in his chair, suddenly received a financial transfer and froze. Who the hell? Which big shot just tipped him? Chapter 90, Project Destruction enters the field. Roland stared blankly at the sudden tip that had just landed in his account, completely stunned and unable to react. 5,000 orange essence directly transferred. Seriously, he had never fought a battle this profitable. Who was this mysterious benefactor? With this amount, plus what was left over after buying the Judgment template, he could afford another low-cost template. After browsing through the list, he locked onto the Destruction template. Maybe because Destruction wasn't part of the regular army, and because its body was a scrap-built assembly, its price was on the cheaper end. If you're wondering why Ascension costs more, well, obviously. Ascension breaks down only the good stuff. Destruction, on the other hand, is like scavenging in the wasteland. You find something halfway decent, you bolt it onto yourself. But now came the real question. If he bought Destruction, how would he handle its consciousness? It's decided, then Lysandra. Lysandra? You're the boss. Your call. Once Roland purchased the destruction template and its key, he immediately boarded the AV and headed straight for the secret base. By the time he entered the room, the Imperial Guard robots and fanged hounds were already in position to prevent any unexpected incidents. Begin. Roland handed the chip to the medical robot. At the same time, another beta-type robot held a second chip containing a remote-operated combat sub-intelligence. Emotionless, perfectly rational, its only function was to obey. After the chip was placed into the limbless body lying on the bed, an orange-red glow slowly lit up, layers of data wrapping around the entire form. When the data finally dispersed, Roland and the surrounding robots fixed their gaze on the figure. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, and a red glint flashed across the cybernetic iris. Whoosh! An orange-red silhouette flickered, and a figure, its body pulsing with dimming and brightening red light like a heartbeat, stood with its back to them, holding the severed head of a project security robot. Roland stopped the headless robot beside him as it raised its gun to shoot. The Imperial Guard robots and fanged hounds also shifted into full combat stance. Roland wasn't new to this situation. When the chip was first inserted, the residual consciousness inside would interfere even with a key. But for a vessel that already had its own will, the effects faded quickly. However, the destruction body in front of him had no consciousness. Which meant the one controlling it now was Pike himself, but it wouldn't last long. His presence would soon dissipate. So many voices, whispering non-stop, but I know what's changed. Revenge. The moment the last word fell, destruction vanished, leaving only a digital afterimage. Roland leaned back instinctively as a glowing red ion blade sliced past his face, close enough for him to feel the heat. Bang! Pure instinct drove Roland's counterattack. He kicked forward, striking Pike in the chest. Pike absorbed the blow, stepping back with the momentum. RRRGH! Seeing Roland attacked, the fanged hounds snarled. Electromagnetic vision swept the entire area, instantly breaking Pike's cloaking. Whoosh! A pack of fanged hounds leapt forward, pouncing on Pike, while the Imperial Guard robots prepared their weapons. Don't use heavy firepower. Just stall him. Roland brushed imaginary dust off his clothes and gave the order. Hearing it, the Imperial Guard robots ejected their mags, then charged. Pike's body lit with a violent red glow. With a sharp crackle of electricity, he appeared right in front of Roland, leaving behind several robots frozen in place, sparks crackling across their bodies. Roland's pupil shrank. Electromagnetic paralysis? EMP? That made no sense. Wait, why was he even trying to apply logic to project black tech? This was Pike's E-skill. Boom. His thoughts were chaotic, but his reactions weren't. Roland immediately struck back. A yellow flash streaked forward, slamming into Pike's chest. Crack! Pike grabbed Roland's arm the moment the blow landed. Twisting his torso, he brought both plasma daggers down in a lethal arc. Boom! A massive cross-shaped gouge split the ground. Whoosh! Just as Pike bent to retrieve his weapon for another round of carnage, a blue blade strike came straight at him. SSSS. Pike plunged his dagger into the ground to reduce the force, then glanced at the deep gash carved across his shoulder. He lifted his gaze to the figure before him. Ye! No! You're not him! Pike cracked his neck, then saw through the mask. You're different. You're the one I need revenge on. The instant he finished speaking, a blade stopped at his throat. Roland's mouth twitched. He slowly removed his mask, irritation flickering in his eyes. He had just gotten fired up from the fight, and the guy runs off the moment things get interesting. With a long sigh, he took the chip handed over to him and inserted it into the now soulless body. The synthetic skin activated, restoring Pike's normal appearance, though he looked a bit battered. His previously fine clothing was now little more than rags. A while later, Roland emerged in fresh clothes. Pike turned his head toward him. Your will, sir. Looks like everything's functioning normally. Yes. After calibration, I've fully adapted to this body. Good. Roland nodded, then noticed the massive gash across Pike's shoulder and winced. Great. Not only was the fight underwhelming, but now he'd have to pay for repairs. Total loss. Still, he'd gotten a good read on Pike's combat strength. Honestly, these original bodies handled combat abilities far better than the hosts. That destruction ultimate just now? He tossed it out like it was nothing. Roland suspected he'd tightened the area of effect to increase destructive power. All things considered, the outcome wasn't bad. He had gained another strong combat unit. When the chance comes, he should drag someone over and slot it in to team up with Pike. Not only would that add Netrunner capabilities, it would also complete Pike's system. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, A Day in Night City. Good morning, folks. This is your buddy Raymond. Yesterday's body lotto? 51 hits in total. Haha, bet you didn't see that coming, a super jackpot. All thanks to that cyberpsycho over in Watson District. But I imagine a lot of you lost your winnings. Not that anyone's getting off easy, because another counterterrorism officer died in the operation. Looks like you're all paying up. Santo Domingo is as peaceful as ever if you ignore 6th Street wandering around. Over in Westbrook, the Tiger Claws haven't been doing too well lately. Might be worth upping your bets. As for the Maelstrom gang in Watson, no idea what they're cooking this time. After the Whole Foods incident, better watch out or you might end up on the menu yourselves. Anyway, that's everything I picked up yesterday. Guys, let's kick off another day of chasing dreams in Night City. Lucy reached out and switched off the radio, suppressing a yawn. Yep, classic Night City. She let out a soft laugh and headed to the bathroom to wash up. When she finished and looked around her little apartment, she couldn't help smiling. Roland had paid for this place, called it payment for the intel she'd delivered. All right, another good day. Time to get to work. Lucy patted her cheeks, straightened herself up, and headed out of the skyscraper. All the skyscrapers here were built by Knight Corporate in the same style, almost identical from the outside. Only the interiors had any real differences. One thing worth mentioning, if a tenant died, the unit automatically reverted to the landlord and went back on the rental market. A downside of skyscraper apartments, though not exactly a deal breaker. Whew, that was something. Hey, got anything better? V tore off the braindance gear, her face full of excitement, and looked at the braindance designer in front of her. Nope. We're a legal shop, no black market braindance here. If you're curious, though, I can get one for you to try. I'll pass. If my folks find out, I'm dead. V waved her off immediately. Shame. The braindance designer sighed, then leaned in. Hey, V, with your grades, you could graduate early, right? Yeah, pretty much. Why? Have you decided which big corpse academy you want to study abroad at? Honestly? Haven't thought about it. Depends. But my parents want me to go to Melee Tech Science Division's academy, or one from Arasaka. V rubbed her chin, then shook her head. So you're planning on joining a corporation, then? From any angle, it's the best option for me right now. V smiled, not denying it. Hearing that, the braindance designer sighed again. What's wrong? Nothing. Just thinking, people with corporate backgrounds always go further in their careers. For ordinary folks like us, that kind of path is tough. Don't say that. I'm only aiming that way because my family wants me to. And besides. Besides what? Nothing. I should get going. Still have things to deal with. Take care. V waved and stepped out of the braindance store. Boom. She had barely made it out of Japantown when a massive explosion erupted. The shockwave whipped her clothes against her body. A towering tiger claws brute over 2 meters tall staggered out of the flames. His subdermal armor had curled from the heat, exposing the mechanical frame beneath. In his left hand, he held a massive katana. In his right, a severed head. Shko! Shko! V's pupils shrank. She quickly ducked behind cover, only daring to peek with half her head. She knew exactly what this was. A cyber psycho. Damn it, am I really this unlucky? I just stepped outside and run into this on Japantown streets, no less. Everyone! Quick, restrain Ando. Otherwise the counter-terrorism unit will be here any second. A group rushed onto the scene, their leader shouting orders. The cyber-psycho Ando turned his attention toward them. The leader, still talking to his subordinates, hadn't realized the danger. A deafening crack split the air. Boom! The car crushed under Endo's feet collapsed further as his massive frame shot forward with terrifying speed. Whoosh! Slick! A silver arc cut through the air. 2 bodies crashed to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. The Tiger Claw's leader had been sliced clean in half. Shko, my! Ando pressed the crushed head in his hand still warm against his cheek as if savoring the lingering heat. V nearly threw up. The surrounding tiger claws went pale, roaring in fury as they opened fire. But the shots only sparked harmlessly off his metal frame. Those who charged him were cut down like vegetables. Wakako, watching everything, didn't flinch. She simply shut her door and ordered everyone inside to hide. Kuroda, now informed, showed no reaction. Whatever the tiger claws chose to do was their business, he wasn't sending anyone out. Besides, this clearly wasn't a simple case. He immediately sent people to dig into this cyber-psycho Ando's background. Soon, Ando Unstoppable slaughtered everyone present. As he stood there in confusion, his gaze suddenly landed on V. The moment they made eye contact, V's expression changed. She bolted without hesitation. No, Shko. Why are you running? Ando roared, flinging the severed head aside as he charged after her. Those nearby watched coldly, hoping V would lead him away. Fuck off! Who the hell are you calling Shko? Damn it! If I get the chance I'll... V cursed as she sprinted full speed. She couldn't afford to slow down for even a second. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, a heart-stopping moment. With a deafening whoosh, V instantly ducked. The massive katana sliced through the air above her and buried itself deep into the wall. A cold bead of sweat slid down V's cheek. Ando let out a furious roar, stomping hard enough for the ground to crack beneath him. His cyber-enhanced legs exploded with power, launching him in front of V in an instant. His palm nearly the size of her head came crashing straight toward her. V's pupils shrank. She willed her body to move, to do anything, but under that overwhelming killing intent, she froze. Just as Ando's hand was about to close around her, a figure lunged in from the side and shoved V out of the way. Boom! Ando's strike slammed into the wall, blasting dust everywhere. V was still dazed, clearly not yet processing what had just happened. Chica, why are you spacing out? Run! Snapped back to reality by the shout, V gasped for breath. The scare had been so intense she'd nearly forgotten how to breathe. She scrambled up and sprinted off in one direction. Man, that's so you always gotta throw yourself into the worst messes. Jackie muttered with a half-laugh as he stared grimly at Ando, who was slowly pulling himself out of the wall. Mother, watch over me. Let me hold out till Max Tack gets here, then I'm booking it. Finishing his little prayer, Jackie drew the shotgun at his waist. He braced himself for a head-on clash, but Ando didn't spare him a glance. He just kept chasing after V. Jackie lost it right there, aiming straight at Ando's head. "Hey, you big gorilla! Your papa's right here!" The shot snapped Ando's head sideways, the bullet embedding itself in the bone beneath his skin. "Damn, your skull's made of iron! Are you even human, man?" Bang! Jackie rolled aside to avoid Ando's punch, then fired another round into his chest, finally forcing Ando back several steps. That shot got Ando's full attention. "Roar! You took Shko. Hombre, that ain't my kink. Go bother Bernoulli." Jackie immediately widened the distance, yanking another rifle off his back and unloading a barrage of fire into Ando. Ando threw his arms up to shield his vitals, roaring like a charging truck as he barreled toward Jackie. Without hesitation, Jackie hurled his empty rifle at him, dashed forward, rolled, and drew the pistol strapped to his thigh. He fired several shots straight into Ando's ankles. Bang! The giant toppled forward like a felled building, kicking up a wave of dust. Roar! Writhing on the ground, Ando bellowed in rage from the pain in his ankles. Whew! Jackie exhaled in relief only for a massive shadow to suddenly rise in front of him, and then... Bang! Cough cough! Ando's sudden backhand sent Jackie flying into a rolling shudder. It softened the impact somewhat, but his back still burned painfully. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced himself upright. What the hell is this guy's problem? Then he noticed sparks surging around Ando's ankles, proof that the shots had worked. Just as he was about to press the advantage and finish the brute, a voice echoed from a bright room somewhere else. A middle-aged man in a pristine suit, eyes cold and lifeless, gave a simple order. "That's enough. Activate the Berserk module." "Yes, sir." Roar! Electric arcs exploded off Ando's body. His frame swelled, muscles bulging beneath cyberware that flared red like overheated metal. Joder! What the hell is this? In full berserk, Ando ignored everyone else. He strode to the embedded katana, ripped it free, and locked his gaze onto Jackie. Jodi-do! Whoosh! A wave of heat blasted out as Ando suddenly appeared above Jackie, his massive blade raised high, gleaming coldly and ready to fall. Jackie closed his eyes with a bitter smile. V, watching from the side, grit her teeth and was about to charge in when a buzzing roar cut through the air. Boom! A violet streak shot into view. A sleek purple motorcycle slammed its front wheel straight into Ando's face. The impact sent him flying and crashing into the ground. The airborne bike spun out into a controlled tail drift and stopped right in front of Jackie. A woman clad in sleek armor stepped off, every line of her silhouette sharp and graceful. "You all right?" "I'm good, chica." "And damn, what an entrance!" Jackie gave Kiwi a thumbs up, grinning wide. Kiwi only nodded lightly, then unfolded the arm-mounted crossbow and signaled Jackie to get clear. Jackie immediately ran toward where V was hiding. "Damn, who is she? She's so badass. That was insane." V blurted out excitedly as Jackie arrived. "No clue. Only know she just saved my ass." "Speaking of that, thanks for saving mine." "No problem, chica. Name's Jackie Wells." "Jackie's fine. I'm V." After that quick exchange, they both turned their attention back to the battlefield. Aik! Shaken from the motorcycle strike, Ando finally snapped fully into rage. The Berserk module had already scrambled his mind. Getting slammed like that only made him lose it completely. Roaring, he charged straight at Kiwi. And then... boom! An orange streak plummeted from above, slamming into his back with such force the ground cratered, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. Ando coughed up a mouthful of blood. With another roar, he swung a huge hand backward in a desperate grab. Ha! But a far larger orange energy arm caught him by the skull and hurled him like a ragdoll. Boom! Kiwi's mouth twitched at the sight, while V and Jackie just stared, completely stunned. Chapter 93, Cyberpsycho. Extra Chapter. Review Campaign. Love the story? Leave a review and I'll unlock one extra chapter for every review. Let's hit those milestones together. Your feedback keeps the chapters coming. Whoosh! With a single forceful sweep of her right hand, Violet scattered the dust around her, revealing her lean, compact frame and those oversized energy gauntlets. Kiwi walked up beside her. I'm guessing the damage you just did in 2 hits is about as much as they've spent ages trying to knock down. You're getting your pay docked for sure. Violet froze for a moment, then cleared her throat. I'm still getting used to this power. I just need a bit more time. Alright. By the way, you didn't accidentally kill him, right? Boss said we need him alive. Kiwi shrugged and glanced toward the silent pile of rubble. No way. I held back a little at the end. If he still can't take it, well, that's not on me. As they talked, a massive katana suddenly sliced through the air toward them. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 energy bolts shot out, knocking the spinning blade out of the air and snapping it clean in half. The shattered pieces embedded themselves into the ground. Clatter! Ando stumbled out of the rubble looking absolutely wrecked. His back was deeply caved in, his face almost entirely torn apart, and a gaping wound was open across his chest. It was horrifying. And yet, every wound was slowly knitting itself back together. They even glowed faintly green. Seeing this, Kiwi narrowed her eyes and activated the tactical analysis on her helmet. The results startled her. The stuff running through his system was a combination of their corporation's medical serum and nanobot therapy apparently tied to that Berserk module. But as far as Kiwi knew, their corporation wasn't developing any new Berserk module. Sandevistan Tech was the one under research. Meaning, someone borrowed their corporation's product. Looks like we can expect a bonus. Violet cracked her neck, flexed her fists, and grinned. Yet. Unexpected, but not bad. Swish! The two clashed again. Judgment's sheer impact clearly overwhelmed Ando. His body screeched with the sound of metal being pushed past its limit. The middle-aged man watching from afar looked a bit resigned, but not the least bit nervous. He already had the data he wanted. As for whether anyone could trace it back to him, he was confident they couldn't. He had never appeared directly. Thud! Thud! Violet's 2 punches forced Ando's arms wide open. His core was exposed. 1 punch to the heart and it would all be over. Snap! Suddenly, 2 mantis blades shot out from his abdomen, forcing Violet back. Both blades snapped in the process. Kiwi seized the opening 3 bolts fired instantly, each one striking with perfect accuracy, burying themselves in Ando's eyes and chest. A scream of raw agony tore out of him. Then a surge of rage consumed him, and he began lashing out blindly in every direction. Violet stepped back, created distance, then darted in with a punch aimed straight at Ando's skull. Thud! Instead of the impact she expected, there was a burst of clashing energy. Violet froze for a moment, then raised a brow as she saw who intervened. Pike, what the hell? Ignoring her, Pike twisted his waist. His dagger spun through the air. Several crimson flashes streaked past as Ando's limbs were severed in an instant. Pike grabbed Ando's head immediately afterward. Electromagnetic paralysis triggered. Ando fell still. Only once everything was done did Pike turn to look at Violet. Boss ordered him taken alive. That punch of yours would have killed him and wiped every bit of data inside. Violet stiffened, took a small step back, and muttered. I just got caught up in the moment. Roland had never told them Pike's true nature, only that he was a special asset in the squad who handled assassination work, which was why he usually didn't step in. Pike didn't bother responding. After finishing up with Ando, he handed him off to Kiwi and Violet. I've got other tasks. This place is yours now. With a flash of fishbone-like energy, Pike vanished. Violet let out a long sigh. You get used to it. Pike gives me the same vibe as Yin. Kiwi shrugged. Don't think too hard about it. That's not what I meant. Then what? I mean, you guys all seem to have stealth. I don't. Violet sounded genuinely frustrated. Kiwi thought about it for a moment, and yet, it was true. Oh, and Lights didn't have it either. Lights doesn't have it either. That doesn't count. Lights Sandevistan high-speed movement house that any different from stealth? It's even stronger. Yes, they still assumed it was a Sandevistan. My mod feels like it's been nerfed. Violet grumbled. Kiwi laughed softly. Then ask the boss. Maybe he'll upgrade you, give you something like a Sandevistan. Oh right. Good idea. I'll bring it up when we get back. The two chatted as they dragged Ando toward the Project AV that had just flown in. After they were gone, Jackie and V finally stepped out. Didn't expect Project Corporation's firepower to be that insane. V clicked her tongue as she watched the AV disappear into the sky. Well, they're famous in Night City for both security and tech. Honestly, these days their security reputation might even be bigger. Jackie shrugged. Oh? Why's that? Is there some story behind it? V tilted her head. You didn't know? Jackie looked at her, surprised. I'm still in school. Just finishing those braindance assignments is already killing me. I don't have time to learn all the details around here. Well then, I gotta educate you. Come on, I'm buying. Call it a celebration that we're still alive, chica. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, The Experiment. Jackie brought V to a mobile food stall on a nearby street. Even though a cyberpsycho incident had just blown up in Japantown, it didn't stop the locals from going on with their usual work and routines. Or maybe, they were simply used to it by now. Hey, boss, one bowl of Hajang Maiyan. Alright, give me a moment. I'll have the same. V sat down next to Jackie and glanced at him. So, you're with the Valentinos, right? What are you doing around here? Oh? Didn't know you were this familiar with gangs. Jackie arched a brow, genuinely surprised. Please. That giant gold bracelet and your tattoos are basically a walking billboard. V rolled her eyes. Fair enough. Yeah, I used to be with the Valentinos, but that was before. Jackie took the drink the vendor handed him, took a sip, and sighed. Before? So why'd you leave? And what are you doing now? V leaned in with curiosity. The whole street life thing fascinated her. My mom found out I joined the Valentinos. I can still picture her face the moment she saw the tattoos. But I wanted to live my own life, so now I'm working as a merc. He said it casually, like it was nothing unusual. What about you, chica? Me? My life's nowhere near as exciting. I'm just a normal student. My parents force me into cram school every day, hoping I'll get into some good university and end up working for a big corporation. V sighed, clearly drained by the thought. Sounds like your family's doing pretty well. Otherwise your parents wouldn't have those expectations. Jackie chuckled. Whether V eventually joined a corporation didn't bother him. He never judged his friends based on where they came from. Alright, back to the main question. Tell me what Project Corporation's deal is. And why hasn't the counterterrorism unit shown up yet? That's a long story, but I can tell you about Project Corporation. They're a pretty new corp, but they rose fast. Seems like they seized the perfect opportunity. They're famous for their cost-effective weapons, ammunition, and security services. Lately, their biggest spotlight is in robotics. In the past month alone, they've launched all kinds of robot models, smart home units, security bots, patrol drones. High-end, low-end, they've taken over a massive chunk of Night City's robotics market. Jackie took a bowl of Hajang Maiyan served in a paper box and began eating as he talked. V tasted hers too edible, but nothing special. Definitely not comparable to what she ate at home, but it was fine. So what does that have to do with the counterterrorism unit and the cyberpsycho stuff? They partnered with big corps like Night Corp and stepped into some NCPD operations. They provide a ton of security systems and services now. Basically, their corporation has law enforcement authority at this point. No way. Even melee tech doesn't have that kind of clearance. Hey, since when have they cared about that? Fair point. So lately you see those folks all over the city taking down cyberpsychos non-stop. Rumors are everywhere. But credit where it's due, those guys are insanely strong. I bet they could become legends. Legends of Night City? That's not exactly a compliment. Most legends end up in graves. But what rumors? V smirked, picking up on his wording. Well, legends are legends. I just want to hit a big score someday. As for the rumors, stuff like Project Corporation capturing cyberpsychos for experiments. You know how people talk pure baseless nonsense. But hey, sometimes even nonsense turns out true. Who knows? You two really went overboard, didn't you? Mutter winced at the sight of Ando's mangled, perforated body on the operating table, then shot a helpless look at Violet and Kiwi. Hey, don't pin this on us. Pike did it. Violet immediately raised her hands, clearing herself of responsibility. Mutter sighed. He didn't push the issue. He knew Kiwi's combat style couldn't produce these wounds, so it had to be Pike, or Violet. And as the chief researcher and Dr. O project, there was no way he couldn't recognize what kind of injuries were made by whom. Mutter had been created using a talent chip Roland discovered through Lysandra and a lucky find in the mall, then reconstructed onto a corpse. Loyalty wasn't a concern. I was planning to run a few physical tests, but that's clearly not happening anymore. Mutter sighed, already shifting into problem-solving mode. Some diagnostics were impossible at this point. Ando was alive only because the berserk module at his spine and the medical agents in his system were forcing his body to keep going. Which meant, the only viable next step was direct consciousness extraction and modification. And Mutter was extremely interested in that berserk cyberware at his spine. He wanted to know whether Ando had really cracked the stabilizers he had designed, even if the released version was heavily nerfed. Alright, you two can leave. I'm starting the experiment. I doubt you'd want to watch this anyway. Mutter raised a brow, ushering them out. Fine, fine. Violet didn't object and simply walked out. Kiwi gave Ando one last glance before following. Hey, Violet, does any of this bother you? Violet paused, then looked at her. Nope. This is Night City, we both know what it is. And these are just cyberpsychos. Compared to them, the boss is basically a saint. That's good. I was worried you might have issues with this. Kiwi nodded. Until recently, she still saw Violet as the type of outcast who valued loyalty above all else. Stop overthinking. You should focus on finding yourself a partner instead. Well. Kiwi's cheeks instantly flushed red. Looks like someone already caught your eye. Tisk tisk. Anyway, I'm off, gotta go spend time with my little girlfriend. Kiwi opened her mouth to retort, but Violet was already halfway down the hall. Someone on my mind, hey. Chapter 95, The Search. Sir, the experiment you instructed me to run has made some progress. Oh? Interesting. And what about the item I told you to track down? Hearing Mutter's report, Roland set down the documents in his hand and asked with interest. We've got a lead, but it'll still take time. Johnny Silverhand has been dead for so many years, finding his body is proving extremely difficult. All right, I understand. If you can find it, your research can move on to the next stage. Roland nodded. Mutter was Project Corporation's scientist in charge of biotech research, though he also had notable accomplishments in AI, specifically in the field of consciousness digitization. That was exactly why Roland had immediately redeemed him upon discovery. The other chief scientists from Project, for reasons unknown, simply couldn't be redeemed. Otherwise, Roland would have brought them all out already and had some fun self-developing upgraded versions of Project's tech. Well, that might have been asking for trouble considering how most creations under Project tended to rebel. Mutter's research achievements mainly revolved around those serums and laying the groundwork for Project's prototype units. His studies touched on the concepts tied to the so-called soul. So the consciousness of those cyberpsycho has already been extracted. Yes. And after a complete cleansing, they've been turned into unconscious data AI souls. They can be controlled freely, and memories can be added as needed. Mutter adjusted his glasses and nodded. This is one hell of a pleasant surprise. Roland instantly thought back to Pilar. Pila's Heavenly Eye template required 3 perceptive souls. But Roland had no intention of installing 2 souls without consciousness. One would be occupied by the Heavenly Eye's original consciousness. Pilar wasn't exactly reliable in combat, someone needed to watch over him. As long as Roland was around, he didn't have to worry about Pila's mind getting erased. As for how these 2 tough guys would get along, that wasn't his problem. He handled the killing, not the cleanup afterward. Pilar was pretty sleazy, but the Heavenly Eye should tolerate him, right? Yes, Roland didn't even consider whether Pilar could tolerate him. In Roland's eyes, Pila's sense of shame was already extremely limited. Accepting this would probably be easy. But expecting the hardened, ex-Recon Squad Captain Heavenly Eye to accept the guy, yeah, that part might be difficult. Mutter, have Lysandra assist you. Then finish designing the data AI for those cyberpsycho. Track down that netrunner named Kelly we discovered earlier. And try sending 2 of them toward the Blackwell to check the situation. Understood. Mutter nodded and left the office, heading back to the lab to continue his work. When Lysandra learned what was happening, she actually felt relieved. Why? Because this meant she wouldn't need to deploy so many of her sub-intelligences to handle miscellaneous tasks. Sub-intelligences didn't count as her directly acting or fighting, so they didn't violate protocol, but they did consume her processing power. Roland had dumped a mountain of responsibilities on her, so while she wasn't exactly strained, she was definitely tired. Dory, how's the information I told you to collect on Jackie Wells? Roland glanced at the towering man beside him, almost his entire body replaced with cybernetics. It's all complete. I've sent the report to your inbox, sir. Good. Roland nodded, satisfied, and began reviewing it. Dory was the first creation Mutter produced after arriving in this world. A first-generation modified soldier using cyberware reconstructed with Project's tech and originally a cyberpsycho himself. Thanks to Mutter, Roland didn't need to redeem certain blueprints anymore. He could just have Mutter rebuild them. Very cost-effective, though quite demanding on Mutter. Roland's next goal was the cyberware market, though he would need to make some adjustments first. Because cyberware from Project and Cyberpunk cyberware were completely different. In Cyberpunk, the human body has a threshold exceeded, and you risk turning into a cyberpsycho. Project had no such limitation, their advanced modification techniques achieved extremely high mechanical biological integration. Which created another problem. Attaching someone else's cyberware to yourself easily risked memory absorption and madness. So Mutter would need to downgrade some of Project's higher-end cyberware. Yes, more work for Mutter. He's left the Valentinos and become a street merc, hey. Roland stroked his chin. He really wanted Jackie, but it would be difficult. He knew Jackie's personality too well. In simple terms, stubborn. Once Jackie decided on something, he would chase it to the end. And now, Jackie had clearly set his mind on becoming a legend. Using corporate status to win him over? Probably impossible. find a way to have Yin tie Jackie and Lucy together. Yin plus Lucy plus Jackie, yeah, that's a solid idea. System, does Jackie have any compatible project templates? A counterpart from a parallel timeline of project hardware. Hey! What the hell is that supposed to be? Roland froze. To put it in terms you would understand, it's the project modification of set. In another timeline, it served as a corporate executive officer and was one of project's top combat assets. Got it. Something I can't afford. The host may interpret it that way. Once he understood, Roland dropped the subject. Anything he couldn't afford wasn't worth looking at, too frustrating. He then opened today's memory logs from Ando, along with Mutter's report. The contents clearly depicted the tragic ordeal Ando and his girlfriend had suffered. After being captured, they endured brutal torture. His girlfriend was violated right in front of him. Their captors later gave them a false chance at escape, only to recapture them and force her to choose, her own life, or Ando's. And in the end, she chose herself. Ando broke. Driven mad, he was fitted with the Berserk module cyberware and dumped into Japantown as live data collection material. After finishing the files, Roland noted several things. First was a girl he glimpsed in the crowd, the one Jackie saved. She looked extremely familiar. He planned to investigate her later. The second was a location from the perpetrator's memories, apparently in Santo Domingo. And it happened to be near his base 3. He might be able to follow the trail and uncover whoever was behind all this. Lysandra, have Tina and the others trace the data from that Berserk cyberware to see where it leads. Understood. Chapter 96, Cyberspace. Review campaign. Love the story? Leave a review and I'll unlock one extra chapter for every review. Let's hit those milestones together. Your feedback keeps the chapters coming. Extra chapter. Ah, looks like we're working overtime again. Tina glanced at the message she had just received, a helpless expression crossing her face. She turned toward the colleague behind her. Just tell us the mission already, Tina. A girl blowing a bubble, legs crossed, body draped lazily over her chair, tilted her head backward to look at Tina. Yeah. The boss wants us to trace the data source and destination of a cyberware unit. They're sending it over in a bit. Pretty sure we'll have to deep dive to get it done. Got it. I'll go prep. She stood up and headed toward the hacking rig on the other side of the room. Meanwhile, Kiwi had also received Roland's orders. She and Yin were to enter cyberspace together and track down Kelly. Lysandra had already gathered partial intel on her. Now they just needed confirmation. Before long, both teams were fully prepared. Their consciousnesses slipped into cyberspace as they began their deep dive. Mr. Yin, long time no see. Kiwi scanned the digital landscape around them, then looked at herself and at Yin. This was her first deep dive since undergoing project modifications, and things definitely felt different. Her avatar still looked exactly the same, no changes at all. It's been a while, yes. But no need for small talk. We should locate our target quickly. According to intel, the last data fluctuation was detected in the Watson district. As Yin spoke, waves of data surged around them. Passing through towering buildings formed entirely of code, Yin and Kiwi arrived at the Watson district's data block. Network defenses and modules were scattered all around, but the two ignored them. None of it could harm them anyway. Looks like we're in the right place. Yin's gaze locked on an area wrapped in a tightly concealed data shield. With a light flick of his finger, all surrounding interference vanished, leaving only the shielded zone exposed. But before he could act further, the shield suddenly opened a slit and a torrent of data storms came crashing down toward Yin and Kiwi. Both reacted immediately, activating their own protective barriers. Violet and crimson data shields flared to life, blocking the incoming attack, though not without taking visible damage. Not hesitating for even a second, Yin spread his hands. Instantly, Countless mechanical constructs made of pure data materialized and charged the shield. Kiwi didn't stand back either. The puppet techniques she had mastered transformed into cybernetic warriors in cyberspace, launching attacks alongside Project Purification's anti-hacking countermeasures. A massive purple mech formed behind her, raising a data-formed energy cannon. Yin, too, hefted a colossal weapon wrought entirely from data streams. Seeing this display, the presence beneath the shield panicked. Who are you? Hearing the electronic female voice, Yin and Kiwi exchanged a glance, then nodded they'd found their target. Miss Kelly, right? I believe I have your name correct. Kiwi stepped forward, speaking cautiously. How do you know my name? Kelly responded after a brief pause. We found your body. My body? So. I really am dead. Disappointment colored Kelly's voice. Clearly, she had still been clinging to a bit of hope. Maybe her body had only lost consciousness, maybe she could still return to it someday. In a sense, Miss Kelly, you've evolved. Yin couldn't help commenting. Well, what else could you expect from one of Lyssandra's sub-intelligences? And you too? Who exactly are you? I've never seen netrunners this strong before. Don't tell me you're those Ace. If we were Ace, we wouldn't be talking. We'd have already erased you, Miss Kelly, and absorbed your data to upgrade ourselves. Kiwi gave a helpless look. This netrunner turned AI was, not the most rational of beings. I see. So you're here to help me. Kelly's eyes lit with hope. To be precise, we're here to recruit you. Kiwi finally laid out their purpose. Recruit me. Kelly blinked in confusion. Kiwi proceeded to explain, and soon, Kelly understood everything. I get it now. All right. I agree. I can join your corporation. But, can I really return to human society? And what about those Ace? Please trust in our corporation's capabilities, Miss Kelly. Kiwi answered confidently, her mood clearly lifted. After a hesitant pause, Kelly disabled her shield. The moment it vanished, a black-red beam of data fired straight at her, carrying a terrifying destructive charge. Kiwi reacted at once, but she had no way to counter that attack. Her netrunning skills were still limited, most of her strength came from Purification's reactive countermeasures, and they only triggered when she herself was under threat. Yin's eyes sharpened. With a sweeping motion, a crimson data barrier materialized in front of Kelly, while several counterattacks shot toward the source of the beam. 4 arcs of red light like falling meteors cut across cyberspace's dark sky toward a figure high above. Boom! A twisted black and red silhouette flickered into view, a rogue AI. But it didn't linger. It vanished immediately, clearly unwilling to reveal anything more. Meanwhile, the 3 netrunners and 1 AI who had just fought it off were completely unaware of what they had triggered. Across multiple factories and corporations in the actual Watson district, a severe cybervirus attack had erupted. Several machines went berserk, causing substantial casualties. And since Watson was a major economic zone, the financial damage was far from small. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Trouble, Trouble. A rogue AI, hey. Hearing Kiwi's report, Roland wasn't particularly surprised. He'd long known there were rogue Ace hiding throughout Night City. The only question was which corporation this one had originally worked with. You must be Miss Kelly. Roland turned his attention to the blue glowing beta-type intelligent security robot standing beside Kiwi. At this point, he felt like his beta-type units were being played with to death every time someone possessed one. It came back dyed a different color. MHM. Kelly shrank her neck slightly and nodded, then nervously glanced at the green glowing beta-type robot beside Roland. Yes, Lysandra was the one controlling that body. The moment Kelly was brought into Project's data zone by Kiwi and Yin, she sensed something was wrong. And once she saw Lissandra's true form, it was too late. Lissandra pinned her down immediately and taught her a few rules. Which was why Kelly was absolutely terrified of Lissandra now. Welcome to Project Corporation. Roland extended his hand with a warm smile. Thank you. Kelly shook his hand gently, flashing an embarrassed grin. All right, Lissandra, go take care of your own tasks. Understood. Hearing Roland call the robot Lissandra, Kiwi looked over curiously. This was her first time meeting the mysterious chief netrunner. Once Lissandra left, Roland could clearly feel Kelly sigh in relief while looking him over with curiosity. What you said about returning me to my body, is that really possible? It is. But it'll take some time. Our scientists are still running tests. Roland nodded. After agreeing to the requests Kelly had made, he assigned another task to Mutter. Mutter? The research into body reconstruction and gene restoration had originally been planned using Johnny as the test subject. Now that they had another subject, moving the schedule up a bit wasn't a problem. Getting the answer she wanted, Kelly made her beta-type unit display an emoticon. With Kelly's situation settled, Roland turned to the data Tina had pulled from her overtime grind. But the information was extremely limited. When the enemy realized they couldn't hold, they wiped everything, only fragments had been salvaged. More technologies, hey! Looks like they're working on a second-generation Berserk cyberware. Roland rubbed his chin. More technologies used to be a major name in Berserk cyberware, popular with soldiers, mercs, and edge runners alike. That was until Zeta Tech and Melee Tech caught up. After that, Moore's Berserk units didn't quite measure up, especially once Biodyne released a whole wave of new products. Still, Moore's gear held a good place in the market, not because it was superior, but because it was simply more affordable. Their weakness showed only at the high-end level. For standard combat power, their Berserk cyberware was still decent. But comparing it to top-tier units from Zeta Tech or Melee Tech, no contest. Then again, gear at that level wasn't built for normal people anyway. Put simply, giving extremely powerful cyberware to someone without the strength to handle it was like shoving an overtuned engine into a clay pot. Any after-sales issues? Not their problem. They'd already made that clear. They were just selling cyberware and knew nothing about upper limits. So if you had an issue, that was on you, not them. Go shake them down a bit. After that, have a team leak this info to Zeta Tech, Melee Tech, and Biodyne. A smile tugged at Roland's lips as he addressed the beta-type robot beside him. Understood. I'll have the intel department handle it right away. Meanwhile, while Roland was thinking about how to squeeze a hefty sum out of more technologies, in a bar somewhere in Night City, Maine sat hunched over a drink, face full of conflict. The military had given low-ranked soldiers like him a proposal: accept military funding, undergo cyberware augmentation, pay nothing up front, and serve for several years afterward. But they offered zero responsibility for side effects. At most, they'd hand out suppressants. Everything else was on the soldier. So Maine was torn. If he refused, he'd probably get transferred to logistics. If he accepted, the risk was huge. And not just medically, there was the risk of being sent straight into combat. Word was that tensions between Northern and Southern California had been rising lately. Hey, Joran, what do you think? My opinion? I'm taking the deal. Joran downed a gulp of alcohol, then sighed. Why? Plenty of reasons. But the simplest? I need money. And accepting means more money. That's it. Got it. Maine nodded. After thinking a moment, he remembered the figure he'd encountered that night. His fist tightened, and he threw back the rest of his drink. I'll accept too. Mr. Gareb, have you reached a decision? Abby Ron, Project Corporation's head of public relations, smiled politely at the stiff-faced Gareb. Prompted by her words, Gareb forced a smile and replied, All right, I'll accept. The payment for the serum will be transferred to your company shortly. That's wonderful. I look forward to working with you. Abiron nodded with satisfaction and happily left with the contract. More Technologies funding to Project Corporation. Funding, not investment. Once she was gone, Gareb's expression darkened. He truly hadn't expected this to fall on his head. The entire group he'd handled had already been humanely disposed of, probably drifting in a river somewhere by now, yet they still managed to trace it back to him. Fortunately, Project had promised to destroy the samples and keep things confidential. That made it acceptable. He'd just treat it as extra research funding. Gareb rubbed his chest, trying to calm himself. Happy New Year to all my readers. Wishing you good health, peace of mind, and a year filled with positive energy and strength. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, The New Squad. Pant, pant, pant. In a dim room, a man with a cartoon-like mask projected across his face was sprinting in panic, terror written all over him as the lights behind him flickered erratically. Blood coated the walls, and pieces of cyberware still attached to torn flesh were scattered across the operating table. This scavenger, once a butcher himself, was now nothing more than meat on someone else's chopping block. Suddenly, the screams echoing from deep down the hallway stopped dead. He froze, held his breath, stared behind him, and slowly backed away. Another lost soul, sleep now, sleep. Buzz. Ah! Pike pulled his blade from the man's chest and turned to leave. Hidden in a dark corner, another scavenger covered his own mouth tightly. When Pike's silhouette vanished into the shadows, he finally let out a relieved breath. Swish! A crimson glowing harpoon shot out of the darkness, piercing straight through his chest. A violent force pulled through the chain, dragging him into the darkness with a final scream. Only then did Pike truly depart, giving a brief glance toward the entrance as he walked away. After he left, a head cautiously peeked in Jackie Wells. Damn, this guy's a straight-up kill machine, hey. Jackie clicked his tongue at the scene, carefully stepping over severed limbs as he made his way to where the scavengers kept their meat cattle. Yes, that was the word they used for captured people. Hope that guy didn't take out everyone in here too. But the moment Jackie stepped inside, his expression darkened. Several victims had had their throats slit clean, likely killed moments before. With a sigh, he covered the bodies with a black cloth, then searched for the target he was supposed to extract. He finally found the marked individual curled in a corner still intact, save for a few minor injuries. Phew, good thing he's fine. Otherwise this gig would have gone straight down the drain. Looks like that one's your target. Bang! Without hesitation, the instant the voice rang out, Jackie spun, drew his pistol, and fired behind him, all in one motion. He twisted down low and slid into cover. You really are cautious. But I'm not here to cause trouble. No need to be so jumpy. Hearing the voice again, Jackie used the moment to get a look at the figure. It was Yin, already infamous across Night City. With just a slight shift, he had avoided Jackie's shot entirely. He stepped into view and leaned casually against the door frame. Well now, didn't expect someone like you to come looking for me. Jackie lowered his weapon and stepped out from behind the table he'd used for cover. His hand remained on the gun. Even if he couldn't beat this guy, he wasn't planning to die without fighting back. Just coincidence. I didn't come here for you specifically. Yin twirled Whisper in his hand and smiled. He'd spotted Pike on his way back and followed him out of curiosity only to stumble into this situation. Since that's the case, I'll be heading out then. Be my guest. Yin made an inviting gesture with his hand. Didn't expect you to be so decisive, ending their suffering. What's that supposed to mean? Take a guess. People who survive this long on scavenger turf, what do you think they're used for? Yin let out a low chuckle as his facial projection flickered. A contact ID popped into Jackie's account. You're interesting. If the chance comes, maybe we'll work together. I don't think we'd get along, but, thanks anyway. Jackie shook his head, picked up his target, and left. Once he was gone, Yin glanced at the carnage, sighed, and tossed a man's dance grenade. Boom! A burst of flame bloomed, and a crimson rose unfurled in the air. May you find eternity in art. Lucy flipped through the data on her computer, fatigue creeping in, but watching her savings grow made her happier than anything. It meant she was one step closer to her dream. After wrapping up her gig and organizing the earnings, a thought suddenly surfaced. If she had accepted Roland's invitation back then, could she have used it to get a ticket to the moon? A faintly mocking smile appeared on her face. Honestly, if it comes from someone else's charity, how could that ever count as fulfilling my own dream? Shaking the idea from her head, Lucy went back to reading intel and reports. But she soon closed them again, frowning as a new problem came to mind. Should she find people to team up with? These days she only took simple gigs or netrunner-focused ones. But she refused high-paying deep-dive jobs for reasons she didn't want to revisit. Meaning she couldn't touch the commissions that relied on specialized netrunning, no matter how profitable they were. Which led her to consider joining an outcast squad. Working with a team could speed up her earnings. Maybe I should check out a few places. Lucy rubbed her eyes and finally made up her mind. After finishing her work, she'd visit bars where edge runners gathered and observe, maybe meet someone she could collaborate with. Working together was the best way to evaluate people. But the risks were just as high. Elizabeth, I did pretty great on this job, right? Think maybe the reward could get a teensy bit of a bonus. Pilar pushed up his glasses, winking exaggeratedly at Elizabeth while rubbing his two cyber-enhanced metal arms together suggestively. Elizabeth chuckled. I get it. I'll consider it. Oh, and I heard your sister's been taking gigs with you lately. That girl begged to go. I couldn't stop her, so I just take her along and make sure she stays safe. Pilar let out a helpless sigh. So, have you thought about finding someone to collaborate with? Elizabeth rested a hand on her knee and smiled. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 99, Chapter 99, Devastating Strike. Having wrapped up another cleanup and material collection gig, Pike stood atop a high-rise, gazing down at the city below. The coating on his body repaired itself at an incredible pace, returning him to pristine condition in moments. His defenses weren't anything special, honestly, they were pretty lousy, but the advanced tech embedded in him granted a regeneration rate that bordered on miraculous. As soon as the coating finished repairing, Pike spotted a group of gang members below. The moment he saw them, he couldn't look away. The fire of vengeance surged up from deep within him, a fury so overwhelming that even the Lysandra sub-AI inside him struggled to suppress it. Lysandra quickly detected the irregularity and reported it to Roland. The emotional module has been triggered by an unknown factor. Roland frowned, pulling up the neural monitoring feed streaming from Pike. Several metrics were spiking rapidly, and the system soon produced its conclusion: he was experiencing extreme anger. Put him through. Yes. A moment later, the COMM connected. Pike, what's going on over there? Sir, after resonating with the destruction template, this body has generated overwhelming anger. It's already affecting me. But I've likely identified the cause. Pike transmitted an image to Roland's display. The Maelstrom member's face was unmistakably familiar. Roland froze, recalling the events from when they'd first brought the man in. He hadn't expected the hatred to be this deep-seated. No, destruction was the real catalyst. System, get out here. Your time has come. Host, this is easily resolved. You just have to let the original body vent its emotions. Hearing this, Roland narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he issued a directive to Pike. Since they were moving against the Maelstrom gang anyway, there was no reason to waste it. He'd have the Mox take over the territory afterward. After all, the Maelstrom gang had no real backing. If the opportunity arose to wipe them out entirely, so be it. Once Pike received confirmation that he could enact revenge, a wave of joy surged through him. An unfamiliar emotion swelled in his chest. Excitement. Inside a Maelstrom hideout, 3 members patrolled lazily around the courtyard while 2 more lounged near the gate, snorting coke and shooting the breeze. The patrols weren't any more disciplined. They, too, paused now and then to take a hit from various bottles and vials, looking perfectly content with life. Suddenly, one of them noticed a dim corner where a flickering glow appeared, pulsing like the breath of a fish's gills. He rubbed his eyes hard, then blinked again when the silhouette vanished. Did I take too much? Whoosh! Thud! A streak of crimson light flashed past. Something round rolled across the ground, only to be neatly caught by a mechanical hand. The first one on the list. Buzz! Pike slid forward, his outline rippling like a fish in water before melding seamlessly into the darkness. Only someone standing very close could faintly perceive the flickering, breath-like glow. Hey, shouldn't it be our turn to patrol? Those 2 idiots aren't back yet. Who cares? Probably got too high and knocked themselves out somewhere. That's not good. If something goes wrong, I'm the one getting chewed out. I'll go check. What a pain. Fine, go. The other waved him off, then ignored the matter entirely. The man headed in to investigate but hadn't gone far before spotting someone pressed tightly against the wall, back turned to him. Hey, dumbass, what are you doing here? You high again? He stepped forward, intending to pat the man on the shoulder, but the moment he touched him, the body collapsed like soggy pulp, spilling across the floor. His pupils shrank sharply. As he drew in breath to shout, a cold hand clamped over his mouth. No one leaves. No one escapes. Squelch! A wet, puncturing sound followed. Another soul released, at least, from Pike's perspective. Another name. Meanwhile, one of the 2 at the gate finally sensed something off after waiting too long. He stood up, ready to head inside and report. Whoosh! A harpoon shot from the darkness, striking him squarely between the shoulders. His scream cut short as he vanished into the abyss beyond the light. The remaining Maelstrom member snapped around just in time to witness the horrifying sight, his comrade being dragged into the darkness by an impossibly long chain. Panic froze the group. Superstitious or not, the Maelstrom gang believed in something, and this was way too close to it. Damn it, what are you idiots afraid of? Move! Smack! Their heavily cyber-modified leader, positioned at the rear, slapped a henchman across the back of the head and barked the order. The others exchanged stiff glances, then picked up their weapons and advanced. But all they found was a pool of blood. Just as their tension eased, a heavy crash erupted behind them, violently snapping their nerves taut again. They turned and saw the corpse of their missing comrade drop from above. Whoosh! As their attention fixated on the falling body, a crimson flash streaked through the void. Another man was impaled and dragged screaming into the darkness. What are you idiots staring for? Fire! Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted instantly as they unloaded in the direction of the last crimson flash, pouring out bullets as if trying to drown their fear. Whoosh! A crimson streak suddenly flared above them. A black silhouette, glowing red, descended weapon in hand, chain-like and deadly. Boom! A massive burst of red light detonated, swallowing several Maelstrom members whole. Nothing remained of them except scattered chunks untouched by the blast, an utterly gruesome sight. Then, like the whisper of water, the figure vanished once more. Their leader watched in horror, sweat pouring down his temples. He roared and fired wildly around him, only to hit several of his own men. Pike struck again soon after. Each attack claimed several lives. In the blink of an eye, only the leader remained. His face was ghostly pale, sweat soaking his entire body. If his cyber eyes weren't filtering the scene, what they'd reveal would be indescribable. Whoosh! An energy-forged harpoon shot out, piercing the back of his skull before snapping back, leaving a spray of blood across the ground. Pike gazed at the severed head in his grasp, a wave of exhilaration rising within him. Slowly, his grip tightened. Crack! Blood splattered across his body. This debt we're settling it once and for all. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Lucy and Rebecca. Neon lights pulsed through the bar as a colorful crowd moved to the heavy beat on the dance floor. Lucy stepped inside, her expression flat as she took in the familiar scene. She was used to it. Almost every bar in Night City looked like this. Maybe people came to blow off steam, maybe for something else. Who knew? Either way, she was only here to meet the fixer she'd grown somewhat familiar with recently. Yo, Lucy! You made it! Take a seat. A black man with dreadlocks pushed up his sunglasses and grinned at her. Yet. This time, I'm looking for a team to work with. Know anyone? Oh? Thinking about taking on something big? Hader gave her a surprised look. He'd figured she would always stay a solo runner. Well. I'm short on cash lately. Lucy nodded, scanning the crowd around them. That might be tough. I know a lot of crews, but none of them seem to be recruiting right now. Hader rubbed his chin, muttering to himself until he suddenly spotted someone familiar and his eyes lit up. Right. I'll introduce you to someone. You should get along great with his sister. Meanwhile, in a corporate office far across the city, Roland, who was slacking off and leaving the work to his subordinates, suddenly shot upright. Who? Which big shot was tipping him now? Hey, Pilar! Get over here! Hey? What do you want, kid? Pilar stomped over, wearing the expression of someone who didn't recognize family. He slammed his hand onto the bar counter, then made a suggestive mock gesture with his fist. What, you want me to perform for you too? Screw off! Hader snorted and handed him a bottle. Well damn, didn't expect a stingy guy like you to treat anyone. Rare sight. So? What's the favor? Pilar raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. This girl here's looking for a team. Since you've been taking your sister on gigs lately, I figured you could bring her along. Hey, my team isn't a daycare. Get that straight. Pilar stared at Hader, exasperated. Then he glanced at Lucy, leaned in with a sleazy grin. And? Yeah. Pilar suddenly flailed wildly, sparks shooting from the back of his head. A moment later, he stiffened and collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Ha 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 ha. Serves you right, you perv. Rebecca, not far away, grabbed her stomach from laughing and pointed at him, howling with delight. Not long after, a silver cyber hand rose from beneath the bar and flipped her off. Rebecca walked over to Lucy, pulled out a stool, sat beside her, and extended a hand. I'm Rebecca. That guy on the floor is my brother. Total creep, but he's not actually a bad guy. Just, don't mind him. Lucy blinked, then shook her hand. Lucy. Nice to meet you. Pilar eventually climbed back up. Lucy hadn't hit him with anything serious, just a goofy little program. Looks like you two are getting along. I'll leave you to it, someone over there needs me. Hader lit a cigarette, chuckled, and headed toward another group. You're looking for a team, right? Rebecca leaned across the bar to look at Lucy. Yeah. Just relying on net running gigs doesn't cut it. So I want a team, makes it easier to take other kinds of jobs. Then join ours. We're really short-handed, just me and my brother isn't enough. But since we don't know each other yet, we can run a small job together first. Rebecca twisted around, leaning back against the bar and looking up at Lucy. Sure. I don't mind. Lucy nodded. Questions surfaced in her mind. These two felt different from the runners she'd met before. So did Hater. They felt more human? No, not just a bit, much more. You and Hater seem pretty close. Rebecca nodded, then glanced at Pilar, who was half drinking, half staring blankly at a girl nearby. He and my dad were old friends. Dad helped him out a few times, so Hater takes care of us. Honestly, someone like Hater is rare in Night City. You're lucky to know him. Rebecca tilted her head and smiled at her. I see. Lucy nodded and looked toward Hater, who was chatting with a group of edge runners. Suddenly, she noticed the pistol strapped to Rebecca's thigh. It was an unusual model and it looked like it had a very small magazine. Here. Rebecca simply handed it to her, catching Lucy off guard. What? Weren't you looking at it? Take a look. Just give it back later, I treasure this thing. Thanks. Lucy accepted the gun and examined it. I don't think I've ever seen this model. You're into guns too. Rebecca lit up instantly, hopping onto her stool to lean in close, forcing Lucy to reflexively lean back. Kinda. But not deeply. Oh, awesome. We should talk guns sometime. This pistol isn't available on the market, so it's normal you've never seen it. Not on the market? Then where'd you get it? Lucy looked at her with curiosity. Yin gave it to me. Rebecca said it casually, sipping her drink through a straw. You mean Yin, the one people have been whispering about as a rising legend? Lucy stared at her, surprised she had ties to someone that influential. Though Rebecca probably had no idea Lucy herself had ties to the CEO of Project Corp. Lucy couldn't help thinking that, by comparison, the CEO of Project Corp outranked a potential mercenary legend by a mile. These days, she'd learned a lot about Project Corp. Before absorbing August City, Project was just another small Night City Corp. But after swallowing August City, Project Corp had become a giant. And even secured partnerships with several of Night City's top corporations. It was now among the elite powers at the top of the city. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Underhanded Moves. Although Gareb had just been squeezed for a hefty sum by Project, his mood had actually been pretty decent lately. Progress on the Berserk cyberware was going smoothly, mass production wasn't far off, and soon it could officially hit the market. At a time like this, they needed a partner. After all, they weren't a Night City native corporation, nor were they a global titan like Melee Tech. Choosing that partner was crucial. If the partner was too strong, they might get pushed out of the pie entirely. Too weak, and they wouldn't offer any real support. They placed great value on Night City as both a location and a market. A city completely ruled and shaped by corporations was incredibly rare. Thinking about it, Project Corp, the same people who extorted me earlier, actually isn't a bad choice. And they've been wanting to enter the cyberware market recently. Gareb narrowed his eyes. You're saying the Night City president of More Technologies sent us a partnership proposal? Roland looked at the employee in front of him, a bit surprised. This he truly didn't expect. He had just bled them dry and they were already knocking on his door for collaboration. What, do they have a masochistic streak? If they really do. Roland didn't mind squeezing them again. Show me the general proposal they sent over. Yes, sir. Before long, the documents from More Technologies landed in Roland's hands. After scanning through them once, he immediately understood their intentions. First, Project Corp was no longer what it used to be. With Night Corp's backing and after absorbing Hamos Industries, Project had become a major force in Night City. More Technologies, meanwhile, was well known worldwide and a leading player in cyberware manufacturing. But in Night City, they were crushed beneath Melee Tech and similar companies. After all, More was a European firm. To make matters worse, Other companies had already released their own Berserk modules, while more remained stuck in place. And recent leaks suggested that installing more cyberware had a higher than normal risk of triggering cyberpsychosis. That only made things worse for them. Now they were eyeing Project Corp's medical formulas, especially its inhibitor tech, hoping to partner up and bundle Project's pharmaceuticals with Moore's new Berserk cyberware for sale. After understanding the situation, Roland set the documents aside. He thought for a moment, then crossed out the Destroy More Technologies plan in his mind and replaced it with one word: tools. Yes, he had decided to work with more technologies. Entering the cyberware market required an opportunity, and they were offering it on a silver platter. Why say no? But he would need to adjust the partnership terms. They would have to develop a supplemental cyberware piece that could suppress the Berserk cyberware's side effects. For most companies in this cyberpunk world, this would be difficult, but for Project Corp, it was simple. Especially with one of Project's scientists working under him now. Cyberware like Berserk, which fundamentally modified the human body, aligned perfectly with his research field. It shouldn't be difficult for him. Right, mutter? So everything falls on me? I'm on the morning shift. Send a reply. Tell them I agree, but I want to revise some terms. I'll send someone tomorrow for detailed negotiations. Understood. After his subordinate left, Roland finally pulled up the information he'd collected earlier. Included among the files was VS profile. So this is Corporation VS starting point. The more I look, the more familiar it feels. Kinda looks like the face I sculpted earlier. Roland stared at the screen. VS face still carried a hint of youth. Her features hadn't fully matured yet, but the outline already showed the direction it would grow. An odd fatherly feeling welled up inside him. Watching the female V he designed moving around, and this wasn't even the stage where the story was supposed to unfold yet. An urge to raise a daughter suddenly popped into his head. He quickly shook it off. As for Corporation VS background, her parents were Night City middle class, the old generation kind, deeply rooted in the city for years, holding mid to senior corporate positions. Life was very comfortable. V could even eat real fish, actual meat, not synthetic substitutes. From the game, it was also clear that VS' position in the corporation wasn't low. In fact, it was quite high. She held Trauma Team Platinum membership and served as the deputy head of the counterintelligence unit. But it was also clear that by that point, VS' parents had either died or abandoned her. And judging from circumstances, they were almost certainly not from Arasaka. Otherwise her situation would never have devolved like that. If VS rank were placed inside Edge Runner, then David's incident might earn a glance, just one glance, no more, before the intel got tossed aside. To Corporation V, David's level was just that. Nothing worth caring about. After thinking it through, Roland realized this version of V was actually difficult to approach. First, she matured early and had deep corporate exposure. Second, her worldview and background made her hard to fool. The only approach was to make her seek him out. But judging from that massive tip earlier, she already seemed interested in Project Corp. For now, shift focus to Lucy's situation. Didn't expect Lucy and Rebecca to cross paths. That's a nice surprise. Roland had already asked the system and confirmed the source of the donation. Since Rebecca and Lucy had met, he needed to find a way to slip Jackie into the mix too. If news about Sasha came in, he'd add her as well. But for now, he'd have to make some small adjustments, assign the three of them a gig so they'd end up with Yin. Then he'd find a chance to take over Yin's controls and drop the bomb. Oh, this is just a robot. My real identity is Roland. Should make for a spectacular moment, probably. But if he planned to pull this off, he'd better hold off on applying the project template to those three. Otherwise, they might end up dismantling Yin. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Looking for New Members. So, how about this gig? Not bad, right? Just a small group of scavengers, easy work. Honestly, we don't even have to take them out. As long as we can steal the transaction data inside, the job's done. Pilar twisted in his chair, spinning it around to face the two behind him. After reading through the details, Lucy quietly nodded, offering no objections. Seeing this, Pilar turned his attention to Rebecca. "Why are you staring at me? Let's just take it. The payout's decent anyway. Split 3 ways, it's pretty good. Should we bring in more people? Enough to form a proper small team." Lucy thought for a moment before speaking. That's actually not a bad idea." Pilar rubbed the stubble on his chin. After all, this gig was meant to help them sync up as a team, not to make money. Ideally, they should fill out the roster. They already had a frontline gunner, a netrunner, and a tech/repair specialist. What they still needed was another frontline fighter and a reliable driver. If possible, they'd find a driver first, then 2 more frontline fighters, plus someone who could handle long-range support. That would be perfect. I do know a trustworthy driver, but he might not want to team up with us. He hates babysitting. As he said that, Pilar shot another glance at Rebecca and Lucy. PFT. Rebecca planted a kick squarely on his face. "Asshole! I'm not some clueless rookie. Don't treat me like a sniveling kid." Lucy couldn't help smiling at the chaotic scene. Honestly, she also wanted to say she wasn't new to this either. After wandering the streets for so long and still being alive, that alone proved enough. Once the noise settled, Pilar rubbed his now reddened cheek. All right, I'll go ask him. You two see if you can find anyone dependable." Recently, with no major incidents happening and projects cooperation with more technologies progressing smoothly, Roland had more free time. Which meant he had more chances to keep an eye on these 3. And he soon realized this was the perfect opportunity time to slip Jackie into the group. 2 days later, while Rebecca was scrolling through her contacts, a notification chimed. She froze, then blinked in surprise when she saw the sender's name. She hurriedly opened the message. "Heard you've started running as an edge runner and are looking for team members. So you can talk, old man. I thought you were just a decoration." Seeing Rebecca's reply, Roland chuckled. Right now, he was contacting her through Yin's comms. "Haha, no worries. I'm here to recommend someone trustworthy. Used to be with the Valentinos. Strong, loyal, just a bit unlucky." Rebecca's expression shifted into genuine interest. After all, anyone praised by Yin now considered a rising legend should be solid. "Send me the contact." A moment later, a string of numbers arrived in her inbox. After chatting with Roland for a bit longer, Rebecca grabbed the email and went to find Pilar. "Someone recommended by Yin? Damn, that's a huge opportunity. Hey, looks like that guy's pretty interested in you. Why don't you recruit him into our team?" Pilar raised a brow at the story, then gave Rebecca a sleazy look until her eyes turned threatening. "Ahem, kidding. I'm heading out. House is yours." He bolted from the room, leaving a spinning chair behind. Humph. Rebecca took out the gun Yin had gifted her, looked it over, spun it in her hand, then tucked it back into her pocket. "What, you really not planning to join us? We've got real potential, you know." Pilar downed his drink with a satisfied sigh, then slung an arm around the shoulder of the man beside him. "Forget it. If you want me on board, at least make a name for yourself first. Right now, the payout from your gigs probably can't even match a single race I run." Falco rolled his eyes, taking a sip of his drink. "You're driving and drinking. Gotta get a little buzz going." Falco laughed, gave him a thumbs up, and lit a cigarette. "Seriously won't join? I could persuade you." Pilar wiggled his eyebrows and moved his hand suggestively. "Fuck off." Falco barked a laugh, then kicked Pilar in the ass. Guess I'm not getting lucky this time. But at least help me look into someone, yet. Pilar let out a dramatic sigh, then looked over at Falco with a serious expression. Falco paused, then nodded. Say it. A guy named Jackie Wells. Used to be with the Valentinos. See what you can find out about him. Never heard of him. Probably nobody special. Why are you suddenly digging up his background, planning something shady again? Falco shook his head, didn't know the name. But the second half of his sentence clearly meant he'd take the job. A big shot who's been really active lately recommended him to my sister. So of course I need to check him out. Pilar shrugged helplessly. Oh? You've got those kinds of connections? Rare. If you manage to bring him in, I'll follow you on the spot. Falco leaned in, eyes bright. Please, as if I'm that capable. If I were, I wouldn't need you. Pilar smacked him in the face lightly and pushed him aside. Fair enough. I'll send you the details tomorrow. Today, just relax. And hey, did you even wash your hands? How'd you know I didn't? Are you being serious? Kidding. Kidding. Calm down. Put the gun away, no roughhousing in here. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Team Sync, Part 1. Smack. Hey. Pilar shot awake from the slap, leaping to his feet and scanning the room in alarm. Quit flailing. I found what you wanted. Check it yourself. And wipe the drool off your mouth. Falco rolled his eyes at him, threw on his jacket, and walked out. Still groggy, Pilar slapped his cheeks a few times to wake up, then looked over the intel Falco had delivered. After reading it, he came to one conclusion: this kid's worth working with. Once he confirmed the details, Pilar headed out to look for Jackie, only for a thought to hit him. Falco had said yesterday he'd send it tomorrow. Which meant Pilar had overslept again? Back at Rebecca and Pila's place, Rebecca was staring at her unanswered messages and missed comms with a steadily darkening expression. Her temper was hitting critical mass. Arg. That bastard. He definitely went partying at some nightclub again. When he gets back, I'm cutting his balls off. Lucy hurried over and pulled the furious Rebecca onto the sofa, trying to calm her down, reminding her it wasn't worth losing it over Pilar of all people. Going out is one thing, but he didn't even take me with him. Lucy sweated internally. Something told her that was half the reason Rebecca was angry. But she also suspected that if Pilar heard that line, he'd probably just say, "Then I'll get myself a bigger gun." The thought made Lucy chuckle. Bang! The door burst open. Pilar stood there, hands on hips, grinning proudly. Oh ho ho! Come welcome your big bro home, Rebecca. Drop dead. Gah! Rebecca's flying kick sent Pilar right back out the door. Jackie, standing behind him, reflexively stepped aside to avoid getting hit. Damn, Pilar, your sister's got a hell of a temper. Jackie winced, then gave a slow thumbs up. Yeah, I think so too. Pilar wiped the blood from his nose, gave Jackie a thumbs up back, and pushed himself off the ground. Rebecca stormed out, grabbed Pilar by the ear, and dragged him forward. Talk. Where the hell were you messing around? How could you forget something this important? Ow. Take it easy. I'm your brother, not your husband. And hey, I recruited Jackie here, didn't I? I am working. Hey? Then why didn't you answer my messages? Because I didn't want to get chewed out once over text and then again when I got home. Once was enough. Rebecca stared at him for a moment, then finally let go with a snort before looking over at Jackie. Jackie lifted an eyebrow, a small smile tugging at his lips. Hola, chica. Name's Jackie Wells. Hi. I'm Rebecca. That's my bastard brother. And inside is our team's netrunner, my friend Lucy. Hola, chica. Jackie nodded politely toward Lucy inside the room. Hello. Lucy returned the gesture with a small nod. After greetings and a bit of bickering, everyone headed inside to get down to business. A small scoff group in Haywood Vista del Rey area. That's my old turf. I know that neighborhood like the back of my hand. Jackie smiled after reviewing the brief. You're our guide, then. Relax, I've got it. And if something goes sideways, maybe I can hit up some old friends. Reliable. Pilar clapped Jackie on the shoulder, then slung an arm around him. I'll handle the surveillance and data extraction. Just cover me, I'm not built for direct combat. No problem. Leave it to us. Rebecca stretched and let her legs sway lazily. You two handle the front line. I'll manage logistics. And I'll take the wheel too for now, anyway. Combat's not really my thing. Pilar waved casually and leaned back on the sofa. If you need anything, just say the word. I can usually get my hands on it. The target's inside here. How you handle it is your call. Which floor? Let me see. 8th. The 4 rooms at the back, they're all theirs. I'm guessing they tore the walls down to connect everything. Pilar scratched his cheek as he spoke. And be quick. Don't make too much noise. Alerting the NCPD is whatever, but I'm not trying to get into a fight with Project's security bots. Relax. If all goes well, they won't even know we were here. Jackie flashed a confident look, cocked his shotgun, and stepped out of the car. Rebecca and Lucy followed. They reached the elevator soon after. Just realized I barely know you two. How'd you end up doing this so young? My old man's fault. Same for my brother. Not much else to say. Rebecca blew a bubble, popped it, and kept chewing. Got it. Jackie nodded. He knew enough about their father to understand. And you, kid? Me, no parents. Either living in other cities or drifting through the Badlands. When I came to Night City, I didn't have anywhere else to go, so I ended up becoming an edge runner. Lucy tweaked her backstory slightly and answered calmly. What a screwed up world. Jackie sighed. It's all in the past now. Just focus on what's ahead. Rebecca said casually, arms behind her head. True. I like your attitude. Ding. Oh, looks like we're here. Jackie raised his brows and chambered his weapon. Rebecca and Lucy readied theirs as well. Hearing the noise, residents peeked out from their doors. Jackie waved them back. When they spotted the Valentino's tattoo on his arm, they immediately retreated. Those marks held more authority in Vista del Rey than some corps did. I'm already inside their surveillance. No one's at the door. Move and I'll open it. Damn, girl, you're fast. That's some skill. Jackie couldn't help but be impressed. Netrunning this advanced at her age explained a lot. The two slipped toward the door. It eased open. After a quick scan, they darted inside from opposite sides. Lucy closed the door behind them, drew the pistol at her waist, and took watch. At the same time, she hacked into a gas tank near the entrance just in case things went south. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Team Sync, Part 2. Jackie and Rebecca had barely stepped inside when they spotted an operating table placed disturbingly close to the entrance. On it lay a corpse, its eyes and hands removed, its chest split open. Rebecca's expression hardened, her gaze filled with disgust toward the scavengers and pity for the victim. She forced her emotions down and scanned the room. There's a scoff doctor in a small room to your left. He's checking a list. You can take him out and snap a photo. Just keep it quiet. Lucy's voice echoed through the comms. Jackie acknowledged, then signaled to Rebecca, telling her to keep watch in the other direction. Rebecca nodded, creeping right and raising her gun. Jackie slipped into what looked like a small bathroom on the left. Inside, the scoff doctor was cross-checking an order sheet while rinsing off freshly removed cyberware. When he noticed a huge figure reflected in the mirror, his expression froze. Swish! A powerful arm wrapped around his neck, the other hand crossing over to clamp down tight, then a sharp twist. Crack! Terror filled the doctor's eyes as his neck snapped cleanly. Jackie caught the collapsing body, eased it to the ground, snapped a photo of the list, and slipped back out. As for showing mercy, impossible. For scavengers, dying quickly was downright merciful. All right, after you're done there, follow the corridor and you'll reach the living room. There are about 5 people inside. Chica, got any tricks up your sleeve? I can probably lure 2 away. After that, you'll have to get past the others yourselves. One of them is watching Black Brain dance. He won't be waking up anytime soon. Ignore him. Copy. How much do you think this batch will sell for? This batch? Please. It's not premium stock. If we get a few tens of thousands of $, it's because we found an idiot buyer. You know how black clinic docs are, they're greedier than we are. True. If you want big money, wait until the boss gives us a special job. Don't count on it now. Speaking of the boss, what's his deal? I'm new. Still don't get it. Fine, I'll spell it out. We're different from most crews. We have people above us. He pointed upward. And sometimes those people need certain folks taken out. After that, well, you get it. Oh yeah. Got it. Buzz. 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 What the hell's that noise? The bragging scoff snarled, waved at the newbie, and headed off to check. Jackie and Rebecca exchanged a glance, then quickly surveyed the remaining 3. The brain dance user was limp in the center. The other 2 were leaning on the balcony, smoking. You think the boss's recent job is gonna bite us in the ass? You mean the ransom thing? Yeah. The boss said to take care of it cleanly. No loose ends. Who knows, man? He's the boss. We don't get a say. Just go with it. The smoker shrugged, flicked his cigarette to the floor, stomped it out, and glanced inside. The buzzing had stopped, everything seemed normal. He turned back, unconcerned. The moment he looked away, Jackie and Rebecca slipped into the adjoining hallway through a curtain of hanging plastic. Green light flickered inside the next room. How long you been doing this job? Almost 2 years. Too many bills at home, didn't have any other choice. I feel that. Who doesn't? As they crept inside what appeared to be a cyberware storage room, they heard voices. Jackie and Rebecca exchanged a knowing look, then attacked simultaneously. Jackie drove a punch into the first scavenger's kidney. Before the man could scream, Jackie grabbed his jaw and twisted, ending it instantly. Rebecca slid in low, slicing through the second man's Achilles tendons, then drove her knife upward into his throat and pushed. She even held his head down to keep the blood from spraying everywhere, less to clean later. Looks like you're handling this pretty well. Jackie stretched, then shoved both bodies into a freezer. TCH. I'm actually annoyed. My baby's screaming to mow every last one of them down. Rebecca mimed firing her gun rapidly. Bayou. Jackie ignored the gesture and kept searching the room. Chica, see if your target data's in here. No, it should be in the innermost room. But there are lists here, take pictures of those. Got it. Back to spy work, then. Jackie clapped her shoulder and moved toward the next room. Guided by Lucy, he and Rebecca slipped past every scavenger, taking out 7 or 8 more before finally reaching the farthest room. Holy shit, how many scavengers are packed into this place? Jackie couldn't hold back anymore. At least 30 or 40. If we get spotted, we'll be torn apart. Not just torn apart. Rebecca peered through a small hole in the wall. A massive man lounged on a sofa watching TV, a melee tech machine gun beside him. You don't wanna fight that guy, right? 'Cause I sure don't. Jackie said quietly. He's got subdermal armor, titanium alloy bone reinforcement, probably a titanium forward plate too, combat scanner cyber eyes, ballistic coordination processor, and gorilla arms. I think we really shouldn't engage him. I'll try to reboot his system. When I do, you two rush in and plug in the USB. Or grab the computer's data disk, either works. No problem. Leave it to us. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Team Sync, Part 3. Anges, who had been happily watching a talk show in his room, suddenly felt a prickling on his neck. He reached back to scratch it, saw nothing wrong, and brushed it off. The talk show host on TV was going all out. As everyone knows, that famous Project Corporation, oh my god, their recent law enforcement push has been absolutely mind-blowing. Yes, you heard me right, mind-blowing. In just 10 days they've handled almost a month's workload for the counter-terrorism unit. Looks like the poor boys in CTU are about to get laid off. You think that's a good thing? No, no, no. CTU never asks for your opinion before slicing you into pieces. Project Corporation isn't like that. They'll ask for your opinion first, then slice you into pieces. What? Your response? Oh my goodness, you didn't actually think it mattered, did you? Ha 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 ha, unbelievable. Anges burst into twisted laughter, picked up a glass of liquor to drink and suddenly froze, body going stiff before snapping upright like a soldier at attention. A spark shot from his neural chip. Then he collapsed and fell unconscious. Rebecca and Jackie pushed the door open and slipped inside. Outside, Askov glanced at the slowly closing door, question mark practically forming above his head. He didn't think too hard about it, probably just the boss stepping out, and went back to work. All right, you've got about 5 minutes. Wrap it up fast, if he wakes, you're out of time. 5 minutes is plenty. Usually when someone says that, it's definitely not enough. Pilar, silent until now, finally chimed in with a jab. Shut it, you jerk. Rebecca snapped back, but her hands never stopped moving. She plugged the USB into the computer and began sorting through the files and chips in the room. Jackie was checking the rest of the room when he heard a faint whimper from inside a freezer. His eyes narrowed as he approached, gripping his pistol. He placed a hand on the edge, then yanked it open. Inside, a naked girl was bound tightly with wire, tossed among frozen organs and cyberware. Holy shit! Jackie swore, then quickly pulled her out and wrapped her in a coat. Lucy, we've got a situation here. I see it, Jackie. We can't save her. Lucy went quiet for a moment, then bit her lip and forced herself to continue. You came to save me. The girl stared at Jackie with reddened eyes. Jackie's chest tightened at the sight of the wounds on her body, but he still shook his head. Sorry. We're just here for the gig. No, please save me. I can pay you. Whatever your gig reward is, my father can give you 10 times that. She clung to Jackie's arm like a drowning person grabbing the last floating plank. All right, we've got the data. Jackie, Rebecca, time to go. Otherwise you won't make it out in time. Listen, girl, do you have trauma team membership? Yes, but I turned it off earlier. And then they hacked the activation somehow. She nodded frantically. Lucy, any way to unlock it? No, unless I can link directly to her interface. I want to save her, chica. No objections here. Rebecca spoke up immediately, and Pilar followed. Come on, they're just scavs. Watch us cut 'em down like nothing. Lucy blinked, then gave a helpless smile. After spending these past days together, she'd gotten used to their personalities. At the very least, they were people whose backs she could trust. All right. Take her and move. I'll guide you. With Lucy directing them, the three made it almost a third of the way to the exit without incident. Lucy saw the reset timer drop to 2 minutes and finally let out a breath. Meanwhile, Roland, quietly watching from the shadows, narrowed his eyes and issued an order. Back in the room, Angie's face still on the floor slowly woke up. He blinked around in confusion. But when he spotted the scattered papers and the open freezer door, his pupils shrank to pinpoints. Lucy noticed immediately and shouted over the comms. Hurry! Forget everything else and break out. Someone tripped something and woke Angie's up. Right as she spoke, a furious roar erupted from his room. A massive figure holding that brutal weapon smashed straight through the wall. Lucy dove deeper into his ice defenses and hit him with an electromagnetic short. She avoided high-damage hacks she had to save processing power for what came next. In gaming terms, she couldn't afford to run out of RAM. The moment their cover was blown, Jackie flipped the equipment in front of him and had the rescued girl crouched down. He pulled the shotgun off his back and blasted the nearest scoff. Blood and flesh splattered across the walls. The other scavs reacted instantly. Muzzle flashes erupted as a storm of bullets tore toward Jackie. Rebecca rolled forward, drew 2 SMGs, and opened fire on scavs who still hadn't noticed her. A handful of them were shredded in seconds. Once her mags ran dry, she tossed the SMGs aside and picked up whatever guns she could find. Jackie blew another scoff's head apart, then rushed toward the exit corridor with the girl. Don't let them escape. If they get out, none of us survive. Angie's had fully recovered, eyes blood-red with rage as he raised his weapon. Die, you bastards! Boom! 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 12.7 mm rounds tore out at terrifying speed, ripping through the scavs charging after Jackie's group. Jackie, bringing up the rear, lunged forward and pinned Rebecca and the girl beneath him as the bullets sliced past. Lucy at the doorway quickly stepped aside. The door might as well have never existed. Lucy immediately forced a reboot on his cyber eyes, leaving Angie's blind. Bastards! Chaos exploded in the room. Scavs scattered, ducking his bullets, too busy staying alive to chase Jackie's group. Jackie took the chance, kicked the door open, and sprinted out with the others. As soon as they emerged, Lucy detonated the fuel canisters at the entrance. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted, and the shockwave collapsed the entire entryway, sealing the exit completely. The group finally made it into the elevator. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Team Sync, Part 4. Whew, that was one hell of a close call, hey? Ha! Jackie let out a long exhale, then broke into an excited grin. Yet. Thanks to your bleeding hearts, this gig turned into quite the adventure. Lucy rolled her eyes, exasperated, then moved over to check on the rescued girl. I am okay. My name is Lily. Thank you for saving me. Lily nodded and looked curiously at Lucy and Rebecca. Both girls looked even younger than she was, yet they were already doing work this dangerous. Along with her shock came a growing sense of admiration. If she had been the one doing this, she would have probably died in some alley on day one. Right, you said you had trauma team membership. So why'd you turn it off? Jackie asked, baffled, staring at Lily. Hearing that, Lily's expression instantly twisted with anger. It's all because of those bastards. She then told her story. Some so-called friends had dragged her to shady places where the kind of entertainment they offered made your vitals spike easily, enough to alert trauma team and cause trouble. So, egged on by them, she'd disabled her service. And since trauma team has disclaimers for clients who turn off coverage themselves, they don't intervene. Everyone exchanged looks, then shrugged helplessly. You don't mind if I connect to your interface, right? Lucy pulled the data cable from her wrist and tilted her head at Lily. Oh, it's fine. Sorry to trouble you. Hearing that, Lucy plugged in the cable. A moment later, a decryption panel opened in her vision. This virus is interesting. It links the trauma team chip override and the malware disengage process together. If you tried hacking it directly, you'd probably get flagged as a trauma team target. They didn't knock you out. Lucy raised an eyebrow, surprised. After all, this trap only worked if the member was unconscious. Otherwise, they could just explain the situation. Customers are gods, after all. I was unconscious the whole time, but those bastards. Lily's face darkened. All right. Got it. Seeing her expression, Lucy closed her mouth and didn't press further. While Lucy decrypted and separated the virus, on the 8th floor NGs smashed through the wall and burst out of the adjacent room, slapping the original occupant's head clean off. Damn mercenaries! Cursing, NGs stormed to the elevator doors. When he saw the elevator already descending toward the 3rd floor, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Crack! He jammed both hands into the gap and wrenched the doors open with brute force. Staring down at the elevator below, a twisted grin spread across his face. Hey, you think that Big Lug's lost his mind yet? Jackie asked when the elevator fell silent. Probably the same as those cyberpsychos' brain all mashed from rage. Judging from his look, that brain wasn't working too well to begin with. Rebecca whistled mockingly. I agree. Another one with his brain cooked by oversized cyberware. Lucy chimed in while still hacking. Hearing them, Lily couldn't help but laugh. She was about to speak when a thunderous crash came from above, and the whole elevator began to shake violently. WTF? Is this dump's elevator falling apart? Jackie snapped. No, something landed on top of us. Rebecca realized immediately and drew her weapon. Jackie reacted just as fast. A teeth-grinding screech split the air as the top of the elevator was torn open. A bunch of rats finally caught you. Angies thrust his arm inside, reaching straight for Lily. Her eyes widened in terror. Lucy's pupils shrank, unable to react in time. Just as Lily thought she was about to die, a massive gunshot rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Damn rats! Bang! Bang! 2 heavy impacts echoed, and Lily felt warm liquid splash her face. Angies's blood. Rebecca stared at her weapon in shock. It was her first time firing it at full output, even with only 4 rounds, the power was insane. Angies, his arm severely damaged, backed off in hesitation. His eyes shifted toward the elevator's steel cables and mechanism. Bang! A brutal strike sounded. Jackie's expression changed instantly. He understood what Angies was trying to do. He slammed his hand on the emergency brake. The violent jolt knocked Angies off balance, sending him crashing onto the elevator roof. Jackie seized the chance to pry the doors open. Move! Move! Everyone scrambled out through the opening. Angies rose, saw Jackie climbing out through the top, ripped the gap wider, and leapt inside. At the last split second, Jackie rolled out. Rebecca raised her weapon and fired at Angies. Bang! Blood splattered through the elevator, yet at the same moment Rebecca's shot fired, another gunshot rang out. Damn guy fires a parting shot even while dying. Real impressive. Jackie's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he clutched his abdomen and leaned against the wall. Rebecca and Lucy's faces went pale. Hey Jackie! You okay? I'm fine. Not dead yet. But maybe later. Let's move. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, The Moment of Escape. Lucy took one look at Jackie's condition and immediately called out to Rebecca, Rebecca, hurry, get Jackie to the car. I'm almost done cracking Lily's system. All right, just be careful. Rebecca nodded quickly, then moved in to support Jackie as they headed for the exit. A moment later, Lucy finished purging the virus inside Lily and let out a long breath. Okay, the trauma team block is gone. They should be on their way soon. I'm heading out. Take care of yourself. Lucy gave Lily a small smile and extended her hand. MHM. Lily smiled back and took it. Bang! A gunshot exploded through the air. Blood sprayed across Lucy's face. Her pupils shrank, the smile on her face freezing in place. Lily still looked confused, clearly not understanding what had just happened. She reached toward her chest, where a wave of burning pain hit her. Bright red filled her vision. A barrage of gunfire followed. Lucy snapped back to reality, grabbed Lily, and rolled them both behind the corner. When she looked back, the light had already faded from Lily's eyes. Fuck! This was Night City. Hurry the hell up! Those mercenary bastards killed the boss and stole our cargo. If we don't get it back, we're all dead. A scoff leader pointed furiously toward Lucy's hiding spot. Killing the boss wasn't what enraged him, it was the stolen goods. Lucy clenched her lower lip. She glanced once more at Lily's body, then scanned the area for an escape route. Her eyes landed on an emergency exit buried under a pile of junk. I just need to stall them a little. An orange glow burst in Lucy's eyes. At the back of the scoff group, several members abruptly froze, then pulled the guns from their waistbands and opened fire wildly at their own people. Chaos erupted. Caught off guard, the scavs were mowed down in seconds. Lucy seized the moment, sprinted to the exit, shoved the shelf aside, and her face lit up in relief. But the second her hand touched the doorknob, the other side slammed shut. Shit! The scavs recovered quickly, executed the hacked members, and charged straight toward Lucy. Die! Boom! Just as one scoff raised his gun at Lucy, a thunderous crash shook the room. Two blinding headlights washed over everyone's faces. The scoff aiming at Lucy was instantly crushed beneath a speeding vehicle. What are you standing around for? Get in! Hearing Rebecca's voice snapped Lucy out of it. She flung open the car door and dove inside. Pilar floored the accelerator, ramming straight into the scattering scavs before bursting through a wall and out onto the street. Yahoo! Pilar whooped the instant they hit open air again. Not gonna lie, this gig was crazy intense. Where's Lily? Rebecca glanced at Lucy's side and asked. She's dead. Lucy's voice faltered for a moment before going flat again. I see. Rebecca sighed softly but didn't say more. Could you two maybe tone down the cheer? There's still a guy here who took a bullet for you. Jackie rolled his eyes, wincing. Oh right, right. First we take you to a river dock. Little China. I know a guy there. When it comes to this stuff, he's the only one I trust. Jackie grunted, clutching his wound. Fine. Just don't fall asleep. Relax. I'm not dying today, I'll stay awake. Back at the scene, the remaining scavs stared at the carnage around them, stunned. Cough, damn it. The scoff leader, lucky enough to still be alive, wiped dust from his face and stood. His expression hardened. What are you idiots waiting for? After them. You wanna die here? The scavs snapped out of it and scrambled for their vehicles. None of them noticed the leader slipping over to Lily's body. He reached toward her eye socket, planning to strip the high-end cyberware and bolt with the profit. No way he could stay in Night City now. Their corporate backer wasn't huge, but it was definitely not a corporation a small scoff gang could cross. Just as he moved his hand, the hum of an AV vibrated through the air behind him. His hand froze. A helpless look crossed his face. He turned, gave the trauma team landing behind him the finger. Son of a... Bang! Move, move! Inject the meds. Prep the defib and stretcher. Meanwhile, Pilar was tearing down the road. Their relief didn't last long. Several bikes and cars were already on their tail, opening fire without warning. The incoming barrage was overwhelming. If not for Pila's driving, they'd already be dead. The firefight drew the attention of the nearby NCPD. But just as a patrol squad prepared to mobilize, a command from their sergeant halted them. The Scav's corporate backer had finally stepped in, dispatching their own team to wipe out all witnesses. Soon, Pilar and the others were forced into an abandoned factory, boxed in by Scavs and a full corporate security squad. Looks like this is where we die. Jackie sighed at the sight outside. Damn it, bro. What kind of gig did you pick? Weren't we supposed to be sinking as a team? Rebecca, the quickest to explode, grabbed Pilar by the collar and barked the question. How the hell should I know? Something was obviously off with this gig. No shit. We need to think about how to get out of here. Lucy said quietly. The others fell silent, focusing up. Then something happened that shocked them all. As the Scavs stepped out of their vehicles, the corporate security team immediately opened fire, slaughtering every single one of them. They're cleaning up loose ends. Jackie murmured. Roland, who had been watching everything from a distance, wore an odd expression. He'd interfered a little, but he didn't expect the show to get this dramatic. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Arrival. The group backing those scavengers is, let me check. Roland stroked his chin and flipped through the data. It showed that behind them stood a corporation worth only a few tens of millions of eddies. Oriole Medical. Judging by what they were doing now, they were almost certainly just a small-time subordinate of some bigger power. After telling Tina to investigate further, Roland settled back and switched to Yin's point of view, ready to enjoy the show like a movie. Meanwhile, the security team hired by Oriole Medical had completely cleared out all the scavengers. They then turned their attention toward the factory. Because of the blind spots, they couldn't see what was happening inside. The security captain called out, "Everyone inside, please come out. Our contract doesn't require killing you. Resisting here is meaningless." Jackie and the others exchanged a look, nodded, then fired a shot. The bullet skimmed right past the captain's lower body, sending cold sweat running down his back. Rage surged through him, and he had to take several deep breaths before calming down. "Come out your ass. Who'd be dumb enough to let themselves get caught by you? I'd rather die than fall into your hands." Even wounded, Jackie was still king of trash talk. The captain's face turned green, then purple, but he silently repeated to himself not to get angry. Just endure. These people wouldn't be alive much longer. He also had no choice. The client wanted these street rats captured alive. If he failed, he'd almost definitely be facing reprimands and a cut in pay. He glanced at two of his team members, and they instantly understood. They moved to the back of the vehicle and pulled out several grenades, EMP grenades and a recon grenade among them. The captain lowered his helmet visor, tilted his head to signal the go-ahead, then gave a forward gesture as the rest of the squad closed in using a proper tactical formation. Just as the operative in the center pressed the EMP grenade trigger to throw it, a brilliant red glow flashed. In the stunned eyes of everyone present, the operative blossomed into a gorgeous crimson flower. The EMP grenade slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Before anyone could react, the red flower began slowly turning. A suffocating sense of danger burst in everyone's chest. They tried to run. The EMP detonated, unleashing a wave that fried the cyberware of everyone nearby, blinding them instantly. Some collapsed outright. A flash of searing fire followed. Boom! Holy crap, guess that's what they call a signature weapon. Roland twitched at Whisper's sheer destructive power. Whisper, a super-energy weapon modified by Yin, a hacker and cybernetics genius. Yin never denied that its drawback was rate of fire, but if the audience can't see the performance, what's the point? Its terrifying penetration and built-in super detection capability give it frightening beyond visual range accuracy. Yin slowly lowered Whisper, splitting it into two pieces. The shotgun-like half clipped onto his back, snapping perfectly into a recessed mount. Bullet chambered, trigger on whisper. Time for us, to take the stage. With that, he leapt from the top of the building and vanished into the night. Inside the factory, Jackie and the others stared at the huge fireball outside, completely baffled. Lucy's eyes glowed orange. The netrunner who had attacked her earlier had simply vanished, leaving her uneasy. Nothing was more frightening than the unknown. That same netrunner now slumped unconscious in his chair, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Sparks spat from the cyberdeck implanted at the base of his neck. The security captain, trembling in pain, forced himself upright. The sight awaiting him chilled him to the bone. Not a single intact body remained. Some had completely disappeared, reduced to misty red blossoms. Those who died from injuries bore grotesque wounds with unsettling patterns spreading across them. "Who's there? Show yourself!" he roared, scanning wildly. A few lightly injured team members stood as well, though their bodies were covered in burns, and their combat gear was barely functioning. As the captain shouted, a faint red glow appeared behind him. Yin leaned close to his ear. "Friend, it's a pleasure to meet you." Swoosh! In an instant, a silver spike shot from the center of the captain's right fist. Twisting, he drove the spike straight at Yin's face. "Oh? Now that's enthusiastic." Yin let out a soft laugh, grabbed the attacking fist, pulled it forward, shifted aside, and gave a polite bow toward the remaining guards. They didn't care. Terror and fury consumed them as they opened fire. Yin moved his hand. Bullets struck flesh not his. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief, refusing to accept what was happening. "Thank you for your performance. Now, it's time for your curtain call." He tapped a finger against the captain's forehead. As the body collapsed, 4 red streaks flashed. The remaining guards watched another teammate bloom into a crimson flower. Panic broke their last bit of courage. They screamed, dropped their guns, and ran. Boom! Another dazzling flower exploded outward. Yin stepped toward the final survivor. "Thank you for watching." Bang! Lucy had hacked into a street camera, watching everything unfold. Yin turned his head slightly toward the camera. Lucy's perspective snapped back to her own eyes, a faint headache hitting her along with fear. This meant his netrunning ability far surpassed what she expected. "Lucy, how's it looking out there?" Jackie leaned against a pillar, turning toward her. "Everyone outside is dead." "All dead?" Rebecca and Pilar stared at her in shock. Jackie remained silent, but his eyes showed the same disbelief. Yet, Yin showed up. What's he doing here? The same question flashed through everyone's mind. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 109, Chapter 109 Vic. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Though, if I'm not mistaken, 2 of us have met before. Yin gave Rebecca and the others a small bow, smiling as he spoke. Lucy stood off to the side, eyes sharp and wary. A top-tier assassin appearing out of nowhere like this, nothing about it felt right. "Yin, why are you here?" Rebecca asked, resting the weapon Yin had given her earlier on her shoulder. In her view, Yin clearly wasn't hostile. If he had been, they would have all been dead already. There wouldn't be any talking. "I was just passing through. The situation caught my attention, so I hacked into the surveillance, then realized it was you. So I figured I might as well wipe everything out for you." Yin spoke calmly, arms crossed. Among everyone present, only Rebecca took his words at face value. The others didn't look convinced, but no one challenged him. After all, he had saved their lives and in doing so, offended some unknown corporation. In truth, when the security team was attacked, their cameras had already transmitted everything back to base, and Yin hadn't bothered to jam the feeds. There was no need. Those guys couldn't threaten him, unless they tried sniping him. A 50mm sniper rifle? What? You're calling that a cannon? Impossible. Look, single shot, needs to be aimed, huge power, long range. If that's not a sniper rifle, then what is? Save the chit-chat for later. We've got an injured man here. Jackie's face had gone pale, he was clearly losing too much blood. Oh right. Get Jackie to Little China. Pilar stopped sizing Yin up, slapped his forehead, then rushed in to support Jackie. Hearing him, Yin slowly put away the healing vial he'd pulled from the slot in his gear. Not because he cared about wasting it, he simply wanted to confirm whether they were going where he thought they were going. As the group prepared to leave, Yin fell in step behind them. No one objected after all, he had saved them, and following along wouldn't hurt. Though the car might be a bit crowded. I'll follow behind you. Just go. Don't worry about me. Seeing their concern, Yin spoke with considerate politeness. No one questioned him after that, they were in too much of a hurry. After settling Jackie in the passenger seat, Pilar slammed the accelerator. A burst of exhaust followed as the car shot down the road. Yin watched it disappear into the distance, then turned and walked into the darkness. Hey, bastard, think he'll catch up? Who knows? Hopefully not. I don't want to deal with someone like that. Pilar rolled his eyes at Rebecca. Lucy nodded in full agreement. Someone like Yin was simply too dangerous, especially after she'd seen the aftermath of his fight. It was. Just thinking about that scene, beautiful yet drenched in blood, made Lucy's face go pale. Thanks to Pila's excellent driving, meaning he ran every red light and caused at least a dozen cars to crash, they eventually arrived at the fortune-telling shop Jackie had mentioned. The car was basically totaled, but that wasn't a big deal. It was just a soul ring junker that had changed hands countless times. Jackie was already grateful Pilar hadn't fought him for the steering wheel. Once they helped Jackie inside, a startled, worried female voice rang out. Holy crap, Jackie, what happened to you? Haha, just a scratch. Took a bullet during a gig. Jackie, forehead dripping with cold sweat, forced a smile at Misty. You sure like acting tough, man. As she spoke, Pilar poked Jackie's wound, making him suck in a sharp breath, then continued supporting him. Could you take us to the Ripper dock here? All right, follow me. Misty nodded quickly and led them toward the back room. More customers. Vic stood up from in front of the TV and came to the doorway, lifting a brow, then spotting Jackie's pale face. Jackie? What the hell happened to you, kid? Come on, get him up there. Vic immediately frowned, swung the operating chair around, and gestured for Pilar to set him down. Once Jackie was on the chair, Vic activated the diagnostic systems and began prepping surgical tools. Aren't you supposed to ask for the price first? Rebecca blinked, completely thrown off. Vic always saves people first, then talks about the price. Misty explained, then looked toward Jackie with worry. Jackie still managed to give her a thumbs up. Vic finished the scan, removed his goggles, and said, Kid, you're lucky. You got here just in time. Any later and you'd have paid a lot more. Still, I recommend replacing the organ with a cybernetic one. Then go for it, Vic. I trust you. Jackie answered with a grin. All right. Remember you said it. Vic smiled back, injected the anesthetic, and motioned for Misty to start a blood transfusion. Jackie had lost quite a lot earlier. Footsteps sounded at the door. Seems I didn't lose track of you after all. Yin chuckled lightly as he stepped inside. And who might this be? Victor examined Yin, shock and pity flashing in his eyes. To him, this kid didn't have much time left. With cyberware modified to this degree, going cyberpsycho was only a matter of time. And for someone already in that state, Vic had no advice left to offer. The damage was done, there was no going back. My name is Yin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Vic. Roland smiled as Vic appeared in Yin's field of vision, already wondering whether Vic might have any compatible templates. Honestly, if battlefield mechs and project existed in the same universe, Vic should get along pretty well with Victor's template. After all, Vic's full name was Victor Vic. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, The Formation of Team Hunter. It's a pleasure to meet you too, kid. Vic extended his hand toward Yin, who gave it a firm shake. The Devil's Boxing Club. I've always admired the fighters who come out of that place. Yin said with a smile. Oh? Didn't expect you to know about that. Vic looked genuinely surprised. Yeah, I used to enjoy watching boxing matches. But ever since boxing got tangled up with cyberware, it lost its charm. Might as well watch the animals go at it instead. Yin dragged over a nearby stool and sat down. Sounds like you preferred things more natural back then. Vic chuckled, picked up his surgical tools, and walked toward Jackie. All right, Jackie, you can close your eyes now unless you want to watch me open up your stomach. Fine, fine. Just, be gentle with whatever's inside me. Jackie nodded, shut his eyes, and threw in a joking remark. Oh right, if you ever need inhibitors, come find me. I can still get you the good stuff. Vic suddenly remembered and turned toward Yin. The offer caught Yin off guard for a moment, then he let out a soft laugh. Thanks, but no. I know my own condition well enough. I don't need inhibitors. Is that so? Vic nodded and released a barely audible sigh. In his mind, Yin already knew his body was failing and had simply given up on treatment. Your condition? What, are you in bad shape or something, Yin? Rebecca asked. No. My body is perfectly normal. Yin shook his head slowly, signaling that wasn't the case. Rebecca still looked suspicious, but didn't push further. Since he didn't continue, it meant he didn't want to talk about it. Lucy, listening quietly on the side, studied him. Her impression, an incredibly skilled netrunner, and a strange mix of madness and calm coexisting in one person. Such an extreme level of cyberware modification. Lucy thought to herself. His appearance reminded her of Atom Smasher in the Arasaka facility. Atom Smasher's monstrous cyberware load came not only from natural talent but also from Arasaka's top-tier tech custom implants and the highest-grade cyberware inhibitor. Those minimized every side effect, letting Smasher operate at absolute peak. So, could this man also come from a corporation? Lucy considered it possible but also unlikely. Even among the outcasts, there were monsters. Some with talent surpassing even Atom Smashers. Morgan Blackhand, Night City's legend. Lucy didn't know much about him directly, she mostly heard snippets from others. People only brought him up when talking about Johnny Silverhand. But in truth, Morgan Blackhand was the one who held Atom Smasher back. A nearly unaugmented man taking on Atom Smasher head-on. Imagine how terrifying he'd be with top-tier implants. Or he might become weaker if his strength was rooted in that exceptional natural body. The human body, it's strange, isn't it? While Lucy drifted through her thoughts, Rebecca, Pilar, and Yin had finished talking. So, Yin said, I'd like to invite you all to form a team with me. Pilar stared blankly. The fame gap between them and Yin was astronomical. Joining him offered them almost nothing. So, why ask? Then Pilar looked at Rebecca and instantly thought he understood. Yin saw Pilar's expression and, knowing how his brain worked, immediately realized the ridiculous misunderstanding forming. Don't get the wrong idea. I just think your group isn't afraid of the corporation. What do you mean by that? Lucy finally spoke. Yin glanced at her. This cyberware on me, you can tell. It's not cheap. Not cheap was an understatement. Vic, having finished the surgery, thought this silently while applying a ring of healing agent around Jackie's wound. I used to be a corporation test subject. So I assume you know what I intend to do. You want to take on a corporation like Arasaka Corporation? That's impossible. Lucy's voice carried a mocking bitterness aimed at Yin, and also at herself. Yin met her gaze. If you don't even try, if you leave nothing behind of your existence, then you might as well die. Exit this *T covered world completely. Maybe that's the only real freedom. Lucy fell silent at that. Yin turned toward Pilar and Rebecca. Jackie joined them then. Didn't expect you to be so determined, brother. I accept your invitation, Jackie said. Jack. Misty immediately cried out. Going against a corporation wasn't a joke. No need to stop me, Misty. Jackie shook his head. Once he decided something, he stuck to it. Call him stubborn, that's who he was. Just don't leave your gun with me again. Rebecca said, stepping forward to playfully punch Yin's hip, her hand slipping behind her back. Kind of firm. Since Rebecca agreed, I've got no reason to refuse. Consider it paying back the life debt. Pilar shrugged. Everyone's eyes then turned toward Lucy. Lucy lowered her head. After a moment of silence, she nodded lightly. She couldn't keep running forever. She had to face her fears eventually. Maybe, this was her chance. You really don't need to worry. Given your current situation, I'm not taking you into direct conflict with the corporation. That'd just be sending you to your deaths. I'll help you grow stronger first. Seeing Yin's situation stabilize, Roland temporarily handed everything on that side over to the AI. He had corporation affairs to handle and new intel to process. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Sasha. Hey, V, over here. Long time no see, Jackie. What have you been up to lately? V sat down beside Jackie and asked with interest. On the street, ads were playing non-stop. More Technologies Berserk Cyberware, along with Project Corporation's newly released cyberware models. Various talk shows followed, with people from all walks of life weighing in on the two cores products. V was already more than familiar with all of it. Lately, the ads from those two core had been absolutely everywhere. There was no way not to know. V, I'm telling you, you won't believe this. I joined Yin's crew. At this rate, it won't be long before I've got my ticket into the afterlife. Damn, Jackie. Didn't expect you to take off this fast. But how'd you even get in? Someone like him shouldn't be short on teammates. Maybe we just clicked. Who knows? Jackie shrugged, clearly not planning to share what they'd talked about that day. He trusted V, sure, but the fewer people who knew, the better. Still, you should watch yourself. Who knows what kind of crooked plans someone like that might be running. Relax. Your brother's not some brainless meathead. Jackie thumped his chest confidently. Haha, good. Then here's to you becoming a legend. V bought a drink and raised it toward Jackie. Thanks, cheers. Sir, these are the corporation's recent sales figures. Roland nodded to the employee standing before him, took the report, and waved him off. At present, Project's primary revenue still came from security contracts and robot sales. Weapons and ammunition brought in similar numbers to robotics, followed by therapeutic drugs mainly sold to trauma team and various security firms. Last came Project's cyberware. It currently accounted for only a small portion of total revenue, which was understandable. They had only just entered the cyberware market, and most people were still watching and waiting. From Roland's perspective, though, if Project Cyberware ever saw widespread adoption, the scavenger's business would probably take a serious hit. To reduce side effects and improve compatibility, cyberware had to be carefully tuned for each user. Ripping implants out and slapping them into another body without proper safety measures would drastically increase the risk of cyberpsychosis. And those safety measures? For now, Roland had no intention of making them public. He was planning to open a hospital next. So if more people started using Project Cyberware, wouldn't that indirectly raise the entry threshold for the scavenger industry? After finishing his review of the corporation's status, Roland turned to the intel Elizabeth had gathered recently. Still no news about Sasha. Which meant she most likely hadn't arrived in Night City yet. Roland had, however, already looked into her mother's situation. Her mother was indeed dead. After her death, Sasha and her sister, Stella, had taken the savings their mother left behind and moved away. No one knew where they'd gone. As for Sasha herself, Roland didn't know much about her. Though, admittedly, her looks did hit right where it hurt so, ahem. And in the original timeline, her fate had been pretty miserable. She'd jumped from the top of the Biotechnica building with critical intel, hoping Maine and the others would pass it to a TV station for exposure. Instead, it ended up with News Channel 54. The result was obvious. Not even a ripple, she vanished into Night City without a trace. On a street somewhere in Night City, a girl in a purple hoodie stood staring up at the Biotechnica building, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She soon turned and walked away. She had always felt her mother's death wasn't that simple, and she wanted answers. But for now, she wasn't acting. First, she still didn't know what role Biotechnica really played. After all, after her mother died, they had given her and her sister a sum of money. Second, her netrunning skills were still too weak. Even if she wanted to break into Biotechnica's systems, she simply couldn't. Fortunately, she could use what netrunning skills she had to take on simple gigs and earn some eddies enough to pay others to keep teaching her. She'd also met a few other netrunners online. Even so, everyone kept their guard up. No one shared real addresses or identities. I wonder how my sister's doing lately. As she walked, Sasha's thoughts drifted to her sister. She'd never really been able to stop worrying about her. Stella was a bit simple-minded. That was why Sasha never brought her along when dealing with dangerous matters. Instead, she encouraged her sister to learn new skills, to see if she could find something safer to do. All Sasha wanted was for her sister to live a normal life. Today, she was just out buying a few things, no other purpose. And she'd also heard rumors that the Mox were looking for someone who looked a lot like her. Because of that, she'd been wearing clothes that covered her face most of the time. She didn't think they were looking for her specifically, but when trouble might be involved, it was better to stay cautious. After checking her surroundings, Sasha stepped into a convenience store and began picking out what she needed. As she moved toward the checkout line, a heated argument suddenly broke out ahead. "Hey! Are you buying something or not? If not, get the fuck out and stop messing with my business." The figure in front of the shopkeeper kept his head lowered, showing no reaction at all. "Damn it, I'm talking to you." When the man still didn't respond, the shopkeeper's anger flared. He reached out and grabbed the other person by the collar. Clack! A sharp metallic sound rang out. Sasha's pupils shrank instantly, and she dove behind a shelf. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the store. Red and white splattered across the floor. The shopkeeper's eyes dangled grotesquely from what remained of half his head. "Ah! It's a cyber psycho! Run!" Panic exploded through the store. The cyber psycho, seemingly irritated by the noise, raised his arm. A cannon port opened in his palm, and he began slaughtering everyone inside without discrimination. Sasha held her breath, not daring to make the slightest sound, terrified he might notice her. Before long, the store was drenched in blood. The thick stench spilled out into the street, and the massive disturbance quickly drew attention. Someone outside had already called the police. Carefully, Sasha peeked out, staring at the cyberpsycho standing motionless among the bodies. Just as she began to think it only reacted to sound, the cyberpsycho suddenly snapped its head around and locked eyes with her. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Kiwi and Sasha. Damn it! Sasha cursed under her breath and immediately pulled her head back. The cyberpsycho had already noticed that there was still a survivor inside the store. He stepped forward, moving straight toward the shelves. The sound of shelves toppling and goods crashing to the floor made Sasha's heart pound wildly. She was waiting for an opening. Facing him head-on was completely unrealistic. Who knew what kind of bizarre cyberware a full-blown cyberpsycho might be packing? Even a shot to the head might not kill him right away. Everyone inside, hands up. A stern, righteous voice suddenly rang out from outside, accompanied by the blare of sirens. Sasha's eyes widened in shock. Since when did the NCPD respond this fast? What she didn't know was that it wasn't faster response times, it was pure coincidence. An NCPD patrol had just happened to pass by, and they had no idea the person inside was a cyberpsycho. The people in the shop had died too quickly to call for help, and those outside only thought it was a robbery. And robberies were practically routine in Night City. The shout from outside instantly drew the cyberpsycho's attention. Seizing the moment, Sasha used her netrunning skills to unlock the store's back door, then shoved the shelf in front of her over with all her strength. Crash! The loud noise pulled the cyberpsycho's attention back again. Just as he raised his arm and aimed his palm cannon at Sasha, a gunshot rang out, followed by the sharp clang of metal. The cyberpsycho froze, then stupidly lowered his head to look at his chest. A golden bullet was embedded in the metal plating there. He immediately swung his weapon toward the entrance. Boom! An orange fireball erupted. The NCPD officer who had fired the shot was instantly reduced to a charred corpse. And that was with the shot missing slightly. If it had hit directly, there probably wouldn't have been anything left at all. If the crowd outside had only been watching a robbery before, they now clearly realized something was very wrong. People scattered in all directions. Night City residents had always avoided this kind of spectacle. It was a long-standing tradition after all. People who liked watching this sort of thing usually didn't live very long. At the same time, the NCPD control center detected the loss of an officer's life signal. The threat level was immediately raised, and additional units were dispatched to the scene. Huff, huff. Taking advantage of the cyberpsycho being distracted by the NCPD, Sasha bolted. Only after she was sure she had run far enough did she lean against a wall, gasping for air. That was way too close. Click. Whoosh. Boom. A massive shockwave blasted her off her feet. Sasha was sent flying, rolling several times along the ground before scrambling back up, covered in dust and grime. She stared ahead in horror at the figure slowly approaching her. It was the same cyberpsycho who had massacred the store. Why are you chasing me? Sasha was on the verge of a breakdown. Based on how that thing had acted earlier, shouldn't it have just stood there blankly after losing its target? Why was it chasing her instead? What she didn't know was that after killing the NCPD officer, the onlookers at the entrance had vanished almost instantly. With no target left, the cyberpsycho remembered Sasha, and when he saw the open back door, he followed. While Sasha was cursing under her breath, the cyberpsycho aimed at her again. She gritted her teeth, forced herself up, and ran to the side. Whether because of his madness or not, the cyberpsycho's aim was terrible. Several shots schemed past her, but the intense heat and flying debris still left her in agony. Boom! Ah! This time, she wasn't so lucky. The blast hit right beside her, the shockwave slamming her to the ground and tearing a horrifying wound into her calf. Ignoring the searing pain and the dizziness flooding her head, Sasha clenched her teeth and forced herself back up. She couldn't collapse here. The cyberpsycho showed no sympathy for her stubborn resistance. With a sharp click and the sound of a casing dropping, his palm cannon reloaded and locked onto her again. Roar! At that critical moment, a beast-like roar echoed through the street. Sasha instinctively glanced back and saw a mechanical hound, its head shaped like a chainsaw and its body glowing red, leap forward and bite down hard on the cyberpsycho's arm, Looks like I didn't come too late. A woman's voice sounded from ahead of her. Sasha looked up, and the moment she saw who it was, her strength gave out completely. She passed out on the spot. Hey! Kiwi, who had just arrived, hurried forward and caught her, looking momentarily confused. Then she looked down at the girl in her arms and froze. This was the person Roland had been searching for all this time. Looks like, my luck isn't too bad. Kiwi blinked, then quickly scanned Sasha's injuries before pulling out a healing serum and injecting it into her. After placing Sasha safely to the side, she finally turned her attention to the cyber psycho. He was still fighting the fanged hound and clearly losing. The fanged hound looked more like it was playing with its prey, savoring the thrill of the hunt. Fanged hound, finish him! At Kiwi's command, the hound's eyes flared bright red, and strands of crimson electricity rippled across its body. Seeing this, the cyber psycho tilted his head in confusion. Whoosh! A red arc flashed past. The cyber psycho's vision spun violently before he crashed to the ground. In front of him, he saw a body kneeling limply, collapsing in on itself. In that instant, his final sliver of consciousness returned. So this is how it ends. I'm sorry, my daughter. Then everything went dark. Seeing this, Kiwi's eyes widened. She rushed forward and smacked the fanged hound on the head. That's not what I meant by finish him, hey! Whine! The fanged hound immediately lay down, letting out a pitiful whimper, as if blaming Kiwi for not being clear enough. Kiwi covered her eyes with a headache, shook her head, then looked back at Sasha. Under the effects of the healing serum, Sasha's wounds had already healed, and her breathing was steady. Not a total loss. She paused for a moment. Let's take her back first. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/ghostparser. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Shelter and Movements. After alerting the nearby security patrol, Kiwi left the area with Sasha in her arms. Once she returned to the corporation and sent Sasha into the medical room, Kiwi waited outside for the examination results. Only after receiving confirmation that there was nothing seriously wrong did Kiwi step inside. When she saw Sasha again, she froze on the spot. The person before her was indeed similar to the character model Roland had constructed, though there were some differences. They weren't major, the only real distinction was her hair. This girl had brown hair. Did I find the wrong person? Kiwi put her hands on her hips, feeling a bit unsettled. Still, she found it hard to believe that two people could look this alike naturally unless it was artificial. So even if this wasn't the exact person she was looking for, she had to be connected somehow. Once she woke up, everything would be clear. With that thought settled, Kiwi left after telling them to notify her as soon as Sasha regained consciousness. She still had some cleanup work to handle. Meanwhile, Roland received an unexpected surprise. Sasha was actually found. Roland stared at the figure on the surveillance feed and rubbed his chin. As for the hair color, he knew that had been his own mistake back then. Thinking about it now, Sasha really had been brown-haired as a child. He just hadn't expected Kiwi to stumble across her by pure chance. That genuinely caught him off guard. System, does Sasha have any compatible templates? Frenzy Hunter, Union, Devourer. Oh. Union I understand, but what the hell are Frenzy Hunter and Devourer? And Frenzy Hunter sounds way too brutal. There's no way you're planning to shove Sasha into that, right? The project template will adapt based on the compatible subject's condition, so it will not force them into a beast form. Of course, if the host requires it, that option remains available. Hearing that, Roland's mouth twitched. He imagined a Nafari version Sasha for just a second, then shook his head violently. Nope. Absolutely not. Unacceptable. Then what about Devourer? Same situation as the hardware type ones. Yes. According to the host's memories, it would be equivalent to the Widow's Project modified body. Got it. Roland nodded. That meant he could think it over later, decide which template suited Sasha best. Nafari. If Sasha were matched with a Nafari-style template, what would that even look like? A dog girl? Oddly enough, not completely impossible. Ahem. Enough of that. Roland cleared his throat. What actually matters right now is keeping an eye on Militech and Arasaka's movements. He shook his head, forcefully pushing those questionable thoughts out of his mind, and began reviewing the situation surrounding Militech and Arasaka. As he read through the intelligence he had gathered, Roland's expression slowly became more contemplative. The year was already nearing its end, with 2068 just around the corner. Based on what Kuroda had said earlier, their actions should have pushed Militech's timeline forward by at least a year, possibly even more. And judging from the intelligence at hand, that assessment was accurate. The new United States was already on the move. No calling it restless was too mild. It had already bared its fangs. Their military forces were essentially fully assembled, actively redeploying toward the border regions. It was clear that the First War wouldn't be far off. The horn of the Unification War was about to sound. Militech was continuously leveraging its influence to support the new United States intelligence sharing, agent infiltration, financial inducements, and countless other methods. Their determination to see unification through was unmistakable. President Myers had even delivered that all-too-familiar line. Make new United States great again. Compared to all this, Night City seemed strangely quiet. But anyone who understood the situation knew this was merely the calm before the storm. As the border zone between Northern and Southern California, once Southern California was absorbed into the new United States, Night City would become the very front line of the North-South conflict. Whether its prosperity could survive, that was anyone's guess. Many were taking a wait-and-see approach. In Roland's view, once Southern California surrendered without a fight, a large number of corporations in Night City would likely relocate. No one wanted to be trapped in a war zone. But Roland also knew that Arasaka had coveted Night City for a long time. When those corporations inevitably pulled out, he could take full advantage of the opportunity and enjoy this rare and lavish feast. Still, Arasaka's movements were something he had to watch carefully. It was simple. When Militech controlled Night City, he and Arasaka were allies. But once Arasaka took control, things would become far more delicate. He knew Arasaka had been eyeing some of his technologies for years now. But the Project Corporation was no longer the soft target it once was. What Roland needed to do was cooperate as much as possible with Militech and the Night Corp when the time came, maintaining a balance of power. After all, unless absolutely forced, Arasaka wouldn't just flip the table by sending in aircraft carriers. To put it bluntly, by then, they would already see Night City as their own property. And people tend to be careful with things they consider theirs. But, as for the Night Corp, I'll probably need to talk to that rogue AI roaming over there. Roland rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe letting Lysandra handle the negotiations would be better. He continued planning the next steps in silence. Kuroda sat with a faint smile on his lips as he looked at the man before him. Counselor Lucius, to what do I owe this visit? Mr. Kuroda, let's skip the pleasantries, Lucius said calmly, meeting Kuroda's gaze. Arasaka must already be aware of the new United States movements. Are you really planning to do nothing? I'm not sure what you're referring to, Kuroda replied, his expression unchanged as he gently shook his head. Lucius clenched his teeth at that response, but there was little he could do. After all, he was the one seeking help. Then I'll be direct. We can each get what we want. I can help Arasaka secure as many interests in Night City as possible on the condition that you help me raise my profile and become the city's mayor. Counselor Lucius, Kuroda said, narrowing his eyes slightly, you may be misunderstanding something. Arasaka isn't here merely to claim a larger share of Night City. He slowly extended his hand and then clenched it into a fist. What we want is the entire city. You're insane. Lucius shot to his feet in disbelief. You're planning to go head-to-head with the new United States. You won't believe it now, Kuroda said calmly, sitting back down and taking a sip of tea. But when the new United States arrives here, you'll understand. Until then, I'll need you to do everything you can to maneuver around the situation. Lucius stared at him for a long moment, then turned and left. He hadn't expected Arasaka's ambitions to be this vast. His original plan had been simple: use Arasaka's influence to become mayor of Night City as quickly as possible. That way, even if the new United States took control, they wouldn't replace him immediately in the name of stability, giving him time to secure his position. He had been confident in that plan, which was why he hadn't worried much about what would happen after Night City fell. But Arasaka's stance now. It left him deeply unsettled. And it strengthened his resolve to investigate what Arasaka had been up to lately. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Corporations and Gangs. It didn't take long for Lucius to obtain the intelligence he wanted, or rather, Arasaka had never intended to hide it from him in the first place. They had deliberately allowed him access to the information. Lucius had already been chosen by Arasaka. They planned to make him their spokesperson in Night City. In other words, the moment Lucius began investigating this matter, he no longer had any real choice. He could only accept Arasaka's conditions. Otherwise, there was only one ending waiting for him: a humane cleanup. Lucius let out a long sigh and slumped back onto the sofa. Agree to Arasaka. At the very least, they have the highest chance of being the final victor. Without hesitating any further, Lucius dialed Kuroda's number and accepted Arasaka's terms. With Lucius's cooperation and behind-the-scenes maneuvering, a small corporation quickly rose in Night City. It began acquiring a large number of companies while also gathering many former Arasaka personnel who had previously been left behind in the city. This move immediately caught the attention of giants like Melee Tech, though none of them made any obvious moves on the surface. The other corporations were waiting for Melee Tech to act, while Melee Tech itself was waiting for movements from the new United States. Or rather, they believed they were already in an unassailable position, with no need to rush into dealing with Arasaka right now. After all, once Night City was officially absorbed into their territory, everything Arasaka was doing would simply end up paving the way for them. Still, just to be safe, Melee Tech sent out quite a few people to investigate whether Arasaka had made any unusual moves recently. Based on their understanding of Saburo Arasaka, a millennium-old fox, he would never do something so laborious without any payoff. Yet nothing abnormal turned up. That, instead, made Melee Tech even more cautious. So, with corporations unable to openly interfere, the gangs were pushed back onto the stage once again. This immediately put the entire population of Night City on edge. Memories of the previous gang wars were still vivid. When one particular gang learned of Militika's intentions, they were downright delighted and eagerly awaited what was to come. There was only one reason for that. They had been having a miserable time lately. That gang was the Maelstrom gang. Recently, Pike had no real missions to deal with, so he had fixated entirely on Maelstrom. The grudges of the original host had long since been settled. Now, Pike treated Maelstrom more like a form of entertainment. Naturally, such frequent attacks drew Maelstrom's attention. Unfortunately for them, there was nothing they could do about Pike. He would dive straight into the sewers and disappear without a trace. Then, just a few days later, he'd come back and deliver them another gift. As a result, Maelstrom had suffered heavy losses. Several sub-gangs under different lieutenants had outright vanished, not disbanded. At the same time, fewer and fewer people were joining Maelstrom each day, and rumors began spreading about a cyber ghost that claimed lives. Butts, the current leader of Maelstrom, responded furiously. Bullshit. I'm a firm materialist. Yes, thanks to Pike's killing spree, the once fractured Maelstrom gang had been forced back into unity, reforming into a massive gang that became the true ruler of Watson District. If Pike hadn't still been active in Watson, Maelstrom would have already rushed out to cause chaos elsewhere. So this move by Melee Tech was exactly what Maelstrom had been hoping for. David, after school these days, just stay home. Don't go wandering around. Things aren't very peaceful outside lately. Before heading out, Gloria turned back and reminded David. I know, Mom. David replied impatiently, his hands folded behind his head. Seeing this, Gloria let out a soft sigh and headed off for her night shift. Since joining Project Corporation, Gloria's workload had eased considerably, and her pay had increased as well. Lately, she had begun thinking about moving somewhere else with David. The local security situation really wasn't great, and she felt it wasn't good for David's growth, especially with everything going on recently. From conversations she'd overheard among colleagues in higher UPS, Gloria had more or less figured out what was happening in Night City. It made her uneasy. She also knew that David had recently made friends with some people on the streets, which worried her even more. Meanwhile, far to the south of Night City, in the central city of Southern California, its leader was wrestling with a difficult decision. The new United States determination in this operation was already clear. The question was whether Southern California should continue its alliance with Northern California and resist to the bitter end. Burton, the leader of Southern California, found it hard to say. As an ally, he was well aware of Northern California's military strength. If that was combined with Southern California's full forces, they might just be able to clash with the new United States vanguard. Sir, it's a communication from Northern California. Burton froze when he heard his secretary. Then, as if making up his mind, he looked at them and spoke slowly. Tell them I'm in a meeting and don't have time to take the call right now. But just do as I say. Burton's tone left no room for doubt. Yes, understood. After receiving Southern California's reply, Gally narrowed his eyes. After responding with a simple understood, he cut the connection and turned to the people gathered around him. Southern California has made its choice. They've chosen to side with the new United States. What? Those cowardly bastards! Gally didn't interrupt the ugly outbursts in front of him. He waited until they finished venting before speaking. You all know this already, we have no way out. Once the new United States enters our territory, we're finished. What do you plan to do? I need your support. Support on every front. Gally extended his hand toward the leaders of the major corporations before him, slowly clenching it into a fist. Meanwhile, Burton had already made contact with the Commander-in-Chief of the new United States forces, who were steadily expanding westward. Marshal Jammed, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Burton, may I ask what brings you to contact me? Jammed narrowed his eyes as he looked at the politician before him, also the head of Southern California's largest conglomerate, while quietly weighing his intentions. Southern California doesn't want to pay too high a price, Burton said slowly. So I hope you can give us a promise. If possible, we're willing to abandon resistance and help you deal with Northern California. Oh! Caught off guard by the unexpected proposal, Jammed's eyes widened slightly. He then rubbed his chin. Then it seems we'll need to have a proper talk. 40 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/Ghost Parser. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Operation Maelstrom Gang. After a round of back and forth, Southern California and the new United States finally reached a rough agreement. As for the specific terms, those would be left to their subordinates to hammer out in a formal contract. Pleasure working with you, Mr. Jammed. The people of Southern California and the people of the new United States will remember what you've done. Jammed gave a slight nod, then cut the comms. A faint smile appeared on his face as he turned to his subordinates. Pass down the order. Our forces are to advance directly toward the Western Front. No hesitation. The unification war begins immediately. Southern California has returned to the embrace of the new United States. Yes, sir. According to multiple media outlets, the new United States has officially launched a new unification war against the independent states in the western region. The scale of this conflict is unprecedented and is expected to plunge the entire West into chaos. We strongly condemn the new United States for recklessly initiating war and disregarding civilian safety. President Myers emphasized that we will do everything in our power to reclaim our former lands. The territory of the new United States is inviolable. We will protect the interests of our citizens. Make the new United States great again. Sigh, looks like the world's about to get messy again. Vic watched the news cycling across different channels and let out a long sigh before walking over to Jackie. Jackie was still eating something that looked suspiciously like instant noodles. After slurping down a mouthful, he spoke through the food. Vic, worrying too much won't help. This kind of thing isn't something we can change. Just focus on living your own life. That's true enough. So how's your squad doing lately? Jackie scratched his head. How should I put it? Pretty good, I guess. With such a big name figure leading us, the gigs are all major contracts. Sometimes we don't even need to get our hands dirty. It's just, that guy feels different from when we first met. Oh? How so? Vic took a sip of whiskey, clearly intrigued. He feels a lot crazier than before. Says a bunch of weird stuff all the time. Rebecca's been a bit worried lately. But overall, he still seems okay. I see. If you get the chance, you should bring him here for a checkup. I suspect he might have gone well past that threshold. He could already be showing signs of cyberpsychosis. No way. Jackie looked at Vic in shock, clearly finding it hard to believe. After a brief silence, he still nodded. At first, Jackie had been pretty wary of Yin. But after working with him on several gigs, aside from being a bit strange at times, he seemed like a decent guy. Not to mention, Yin had saved his life. All right. I get it. I'll keep an eye on him. Butts couldn't help but smile as he looked at the Melee Tech special envoy standing before him. He knew Melee Tech wouldn't be able to sit still forever. Sooner or later, they'd come looking for a gang to act as their mouthpiece. The Tiger Claw gang had Arasaka backing them. The Mox were supported by Project. The Valentinos weren't really an option. As for the 6th Street gang and the Animals, they were too far from the core of the corporate conflict to get involved here. Anyone who wanted a piece of this mess would have to get past a few major obstacles first. Which made the Maelstrom gang the best choice. Their base was in Watson District, and they'd recently been targeted by Project Corporation. Project Corporation had also been getting cozy with Arasaka, while previously clashing with Melee Tech, making them the perfect target. Mr. Butts, I'm sure you understand why we're here, Centauri said with a smile. I don't think I need to spell it out again. I still need to confirm the target, Butts replied calmly. Any faction under Arasaka or Project is acceptable. Take your pick. Personally, I'd recommend Project Corporation. It's only been around for a short time, after all. Centauri smiled as he spoke. Of course, your compensation will be based on your performance. As for the exact amount, take a look at this. He handed Butts a document. Burn it once you're done reading. It's better not to leave records of this kind of thing. Don't worry. Butts nodded, opened the document, and glanced inside. His eyes immediately lit up when he saw the numbers. You know the Tiger Claw gang. With Arasaka backing them, they're not easy to mess with. Your suggestion definitely interests me. He raised his head and looked at Centauri. Centauri nodded knowingly. Rest assured, we're fully prepared. We'll provide you with military support, as well as a batch of newly developed, high-powered cyberware, next-generation berserk cyberware. I think, your people will really like these little treasures. A strange smile crossed his face as he handed over a chip. The address is stored on the chip. That's all. As far as we're concerned, we never met today. Butts watched as Sentari got into his vehicle and drove away. After glancing around, he pocketed the chip. All right, you lot. Let's go. I'm taking you to grab some good stuff. Much of what melee tech provided to the Maelstrom gang consisted of military-grade weapons and cyberware, including their latest prototype Berserk cyberware. It even came equipped with a hero descent function. Both the function and the Berserk cyberware itself were still in the experimental stage, meaning there were plenty of flaws and side effects. These included, but weren't limited to, spasms, seizures, and nerve damage. In other words, they were in dire need of volunteers. Right now, they needed the Maelstrom gang's muscle. Based on internal assessments, if Maelstrom agreed and judging by the combat strength Project Corporation had recently displayed. If Project Corporation was willing to pay a certain price, they could probably wipe out the Maelstrom gang outright. Yes, melee tech had no intention of stepping in to protect Maelstrom. These people were nothing more than a pack of untamable wolves. There was no reason to keep them around. It would be better to use this opportunity to eliminate Maelstrom and prop up a new gang in their place. Let Maelstrom burn out what little value they had left. One move, countless birds. Why wouldn't they do it?